Yeah, the whole phrase "account for curvature" is very strange because they never like. What does that even mean?
Times I need to explain. But
For
No, like in practical usage,
mathematical
what does
term.
it mean?
Okay. So if you want to account for something, that means you're going to do some math. So in other words, if I want to account for my target is on the other side of a car and I'm shorter than the car, then I have to account for how I'm going to hit that target around or over the car. I could walk around the car, that's accounting for it. I could throw over the car, okay? I could get a fucking step and stand on it. The point is that I'm still going to have to mathematically figure out a fucking solution to change my angle, okay, in order so that I can fucking hit that target.
Yeah,
That's
I'm asking you
accounting for
which.
something.
I'm asking you. You said angle. Would you angle the shot upwards or downwards?
bro,
If
I
I'm
don't know
below
why
the
you
person,
can't get this.
When you're
yeah,
accounting for
Listen,
the
are you
Earth's
trolling?
curvature.
Phoenix is
Hold on,
being
I
Phoenix is
have to
being
ask, are you
very.
literally trolling? Are you trolling?
No, I'm asking
Because
for
like
the
seriously,
practical usage of this curvature, but no one can tell me.
Okay, what's happening here is Phoenix is talking in general principles, and you keep asking for, but where is the curvature, as if you're trying to dunk on someone making a case for a globe Earth, and that's
No,
not what's
I'm
happening.
asking if you're accounting for curvature, how would you do it? Would you aim the gun upwards or downwards? It's very simple, fellas.
you
It
aim
wouldn't
it
be straight, right?
you aim it higher. Okay, given that an object is 32 kilometers south of you, okay, and it's all open field. If it's a curved Earth, okay, you are going to aim higher than if it is a flat Earth. Do you understand? Do you get it now?
So the Earth curves. So the
Do
Earth
you
curves
understand?
up.
You're still hitting something 32 kilometers away across a field. The difference is you're actually going to have to account for that dip that's going to happen at that distance.
Yeah.
So it's dipping, but you got to aim upwards. Is that what you're saying?
That's correct. Yeah.
No, there is no. You don't use any models to do any of that. You do in the realist level. No models required. No flat Earth model. No globe Earth model for any of that.
I don't think you know what we're talking about when we say model. We're not talking about paper mache and balsa wood. We're talking
It's an
about
idol.
a mental conceptual framework
Imagination.
of what is out there.
That's exactly right, Jemsy. I rest my case. Court's adjourned. Pack it up, guys. You guys go home early today. Good news. Lunch is already made for you. So breakfast, every lunch and dinner. What's going on, Leluca? What kind of name is that? What's going on with you? What is going on? We get the E-SWAT in here, Jemsy. What is going on? Good
Okay.
Lord, bro.
Phoenix, are you a flat guy or a globe guy?
Well,
What the hell that even means? Are you a flat guy or a globe guy?
What I know. What? Who is that? Like, bro, do you have a functioning brain cell? Goodness gracious.
Yeah, according to the curvature of the Earth, it's 7.98 inches drop per mile, right? Now, depending on where you're standing in elevation as well, right? So all of these things,
a flat Earth place.
your elevation, your topography, right? All of that applies
Wait.
if you're reaching a target, right?
So why would you aim upwards? You said you got to aim
Phoenix.
upwards.
Line of sight. Yes, you always aim upwards to hit the target that's in front of me. Yes, when I see the target in front of me across the street, I have to throw the baseball up so that it makes it to the target. If it's a 70-mile target, the railgun's going to aim slightly higher. Yeah, that's how real things work in reality.
Yeah,
have you ever gone outside and done something?
Because gravity is
Right,
also
but he
something
said
you have
that
to
the
account
Earth.
for.
Who's having a seizure and saying gravity? Why aren't we talking about?
Yeah.
Reality.
What is outside?
Reality. Yeah, we go out. Yeah, what do the documents say of people doing things? We adjust for things because they. We knew that thousands of years ago. What are you talking about?
Any model. So any
why
model of like
models again. So these people don't want. Okay, so models. So just imagination. So this is an imagination server. Is that what this is, Jemsy? I thought this was a real server.
Yeah.
What's going on?
No, I don't think you know what I mean by model.
No reality. So just imagination. So I might as well just. So I'm just going to go to the LGBT server. Okay. I'll just go to the LGBT model. This is okay. LGBT models. That's
yeah. Just because you claim that that there wasn't a word for something doesn't mean that it didn't exist at that time. Okay, so yes, it was being accounted for when people were shooting their fucking bows and arrows and shit. Get it?
Yeah, it's intuitive. It's intuitively true if you're trying to hit, like, say, small game with a bow and arrow, that you would adjust for gravity, even if you don't have a name for gravity.
because you know shit falls,
Yeah.
right?
That-
So
You
that's-
aim
if you want
up even though the
to
Earth is
shoot
curving
something
down.
off in the distance, you're going to angle in a different type of angle based on how far they are, and accounting for other things. But mostly people don't sit there and calculate. Okay, well, 7.98 inches per mile. So I have to adjust the trajectory to this based on that specific fucking calculation.
This is very
They just do it.
this is very
Yes.
bizarre, because I'm not.
So he's
we're
a
not-
flat
we're not
earther?
actually-
So everybody's a
we're not
flat earther? Okay.
actually- Well, hold on. We're not actually arguing. Nothing that we're saying has any implications on a flat Earth or a globe Earth. This is just like trivially true, like dumb, like
Yeah.
facts about how we operate in the world.
Exactly. Yeah,
Like,
he doesn't know that people always knew things fell. That's how smart he is. Yeah. It's amazing.
Okay, I don't know what that
Gemsy.
means, but okay.
I know, you guys don't know
ta-
anything. I know. It's like you
Okay,
guys
do you
can
know
you
what I-
function at all? Is there any functioning brain cells here, Gemsy? Can we talk to have a real
No.
conversation still?
You know what?
Okay,
Why
I
don't
guess
you go
not.
back to the LGBTQ channel, because that's where you belong, buddy. Okay,
That's exactly what they're doing. Yeah, see, there you go.
You
See,
just want me to go
just
back
don't
where I
have
came
the-
from?
I don't have it.
don't have the
Exactly. That's what they
comprehension
want. See, there you go. These people, bro, they
You
just live in
just-
cartoons,
you just-
Gemsy. We can't even have a real conversation. They both admitted it's in their imagination, Gemsy. If people allow this, they're helping this sort of perversion. Why would somebody allow somebody to give their imagination as if that's credibility? That's a psychosis. It's the same as listening to the weirdos that think it's okay to use the women's bathroom because they.
Wait, what? Wait, what?
Why don't you just leave, man? Nobody wants a fucking troll like you here.
He's gone. He's already gone.
Good.
Okay.
Holy fuck.
Phoenix, are you a flat
Sorry about
guy
that,
or a
guys.
round guy?
Who?
I'm a round
You,
guy.
Phoenix. Phoenix, are you globe Earth or flat Earth?
For me?
Oh my God!
I don't know.
How many times have I asked this?
I believe that we've been lied to. Yes.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know what.
I don't know why
I don't
this is so
profess-
hard.
I don't.
I don't know why
hold
this
on.
is so hard.
I do not profess to know what the shape of the planet is or what we
Ah.
live on, but
Okay.
I also do not believe a fucking word that our government says.
Okay.
Right?
So you're agnostic. You're globe agnostic or Earth shape agnostic.
Pretty much. I know that there's no actual evidence, right, in the one specific direction that they claim it is. It's like, look, we've got pictures. Great, yeah, you do. No, you don't. Second, oh, we've been to space. I've actually held a fucking spacesuit, a real one. There's not a fucking chance in hell they would have gone through the Van Allen radiation belt. I don't care how weak the point it is that they went through. I had a nice argument with fucking AI on that one, actually, and won, because still the suits are only block out gamma and whatnot radiation, but they're not good enough to modify with some paper over the air canisters to block out alpha and beta particles to withstand for that level of duration by the elephant's foot at Chernobyl.
Wait,
which is
alpha and
significantly
beta-
less amount of radiation.
alpha and beta particles.
Alpha and beta particles can be blocked with a piece of paper. Yes.
Yes, exactly. Yes.
Right.
Like your skin.
So if you've already gone through the trouble of blocking out all of these higher, more intense levels of radiation that a human can withstand it for over an hour, okay, then
Okay.
you know what? It's trivial to make the modifications to that suit to allow for rebreathing your oxygen.
I don't know.
Without having to deal with the alpha and beta particles, right? So you should be able to just simply modify. You should be able to simply modify that suit in order to be able to work in Chernobyl for more than 5 fucking minutes.
Well, no, there's a ton of gamma in Chernobyl. Tons.
Actually, no. It's mostly alpha and beta particles.
Well, it's fine to say mostly, but especially around the.
But even still, the amount of gamma that you get in space through the Van Allen radiation belt is magnitudes more than anything we have here on Earth.
What is this, bro? Are you guys serious?
Well,
I think
Okay.
they are.
it is.
The
Excellent question.
the amount of radiation that people get in Narnia and Fantasyland is what? How can you even
So
measure the amount of
here,
something that you get in Fantasyland?
so do you believe that like there are atoms and that they undergo like radioactive decay? So like that, you're not a skeptic about that stuff, right?
No,
You're
of course
saying
not.
that someone went through the Valen
Well, you say of course
radiation
not.
belts?
You
No, I'm
say
saying my claim. Okay, to the other person there. No, I don't believe that anybody did. Because if they did, they would be fucking dead.
okay. Why do you take
But
you know
if we
the hold on
grant
hold on why do you
grant
take
that,
why do you
okay,
take the anatomy of an atom and the physics of its decay and stuff like that on scientific authority, but not space?
okay, do you understand what I'm
What
doing here?
scientific authority?
I'm actually using the information that they provide about their theory to debunk their own theory.
It's a fantasy theory, bro. It's
No.
like
Yes, I know,
someone
but
is
I
Yep.
talking
asked.
to you
This is
about.
the most ridiculous thing ever.
It literally,
Yes, but I asked, but Phoenix,
it literally
I asked if you,
debunks itself.
Phoenix,
It
I asked
literally
if you,
debunks itself.
okay, Phoenix, I asked if you believed the standard like atomic model about like radioactive decay and protons, neutrons, electrons, that stuff, and you said yes. But why do you accept that on scientific authority but not stuff about space? That's all.
So this is like who likes Star Trek or Star Wars better?
Sure. Do you know what I mean? Like you accept scientific authority in one case, and it's fine
Okay,
to not accept
so
it in the other. But I'm just wondering why you do that.
because there's more evidence, there's actually evidence regarding atomic decay, and it's something that's testable and reproducible and feasible and not in fantasy land. And
Okay,
there's
but
Solid
you,
gas pressure without a
but
container,
you,
is that
but
testable and reproducible?
I mean, I'm not going to claim for you. And when it comes to, space, all of the information that they've supplied shows that not only is there not evidence of it, the evidence being hearsay, okay, and rendered graphics, but in addition to that, their own theories and mathematics conflicts themselves.
okay.
So
Let's say, for the sake of argument, that you're right and the space isn't real. We didn't go to space and all that stuff. But I'm just asking about
Yeah, it's not real.
you accepting the authority on something like the atomic model, even though you haven't done the testing yourself and stuff like that. Because one thing about the whole flat Earth sort of thing, one thing that's at the heart of it, at least that I see, is a total skepticism of like authority figures in general, like scientific figures is what I mean, not like legal, but like just because a scientific figure says that we have satellites in space or whatever the fuck, that don't make it true. It seems like it should follow that
Yeah.
okay,
scientific
hold
figures
on,
that say that.
You're
Hold on, I'm almost done. Scientific figures that say that the atom decays in this way, or that it's made up of certain constituent like subatomic particles or whatever. That seems like that should be just as in question because you're not
So
boots on the
scientific
ground.
scientific authority, is that the same thing as science?
right. Like Fauci's the science, remember?
What's that?
Yeah, it's the same thing. That's right.
Yeah, I am the science. So, no, the reason why I think you're having that notion is because yes, the one thing that's being questioned, okay,
Sorry,
the
which
one
notion?
thing that's the notion that you just mentioned, all of that without me having to reword everything that you just said,
You
okay,
scientific authority. You're talking about scientific authority?
and everything else that you said, all of it.
Okay, fine.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. The reason why I think that you're having that notion, okay, is because the concept that is being challenged is massive, and it requires a huge level of conspiracy from government and scientific and religious authorities around the
Yeah, it'd be the
world.
largest
which is
largest in the
which is
world,
very
right? There would be
well,
no
not
bigger
really, not
conspiracy.
really. I mean, we have larger conspiracies, you know, like Santa Claus. That's a pretty fucking big one. You know, you lie to your kids about that and tell them that somebody's real who's not, right? I mean, you know, government gets involved, NORAD, etc. That's literally fucking conspiracy.
No, that's not quite the same. Yeah, let's just
Oh,
talk about.
why isn't it a conspiracy?
Well,
I mean, that
because
literally is everything. It
because
has all the elements of what a conspiracy is. You are hiding something from people, right? Pretending that something's real, and even going so far as to have government agencies like NORAD and the Postal Service to help push that along, right? Like,
yes,
is that not a conspiracy?
but the cat is out of the bag with Santa Claus. Like that's not a successful conspiracy.
Well, it's pretty successful.
One thing I would add, though, is that for
No.
somebody
It's
to be
only
lying, right? For
successful. It's
somebody,
only
for one
successful.
quick
It's only
thing.
successful
like
if you're
your
under.
dude.
It's only successful if you're under 6.
Okay,
Well,
but
no,
one thing though,
well,
Like,
it,
you
no,
guys
it's
got to
successful
remember
for
something here.
people
Why
of
believe in
You guys got
atoms
to
if you
remember
don't believe in
something here.
space? You
if
know?
anything,
Shut up
if
for a
anything that
question,
second.
bro.
Is the
Fuck's
moderator
sake.
here,
anything that
Jemsy?
Yeah,
Jemsy, is the
sure.
moderator here?
anything
Yes, I am. Hello, check,
Yeah.
check.
I'm.
Yeah.
Hey, bro. Yeah.
For
Hey, what's
somebody
up,
to
man?
be
Hey, can you help?
lying, right? Yeah, yeah. For somebody to just one sec, Exo. For somebody to be
Go ahead, man.
lying,
Yeah,
right?
go
They
ahead.
would have to know that what they're saying is not true. Just keep that in mind. Go ahead, Exo.
Hey, let me. So somebody named
Yeah.
Expert on Everything is calling me racist slurs and stuff, like in private messages. I don't know the person. Like, is this going to be permitted here? Like, I'm already being attacked by weirdo pervs on the internet. I'm not even here. Can't talk for 30 seconds. Someone said, "Don't talk about that topic." I don't know what topic that is, and now people are sending me racial slurs, calling me the J word. I'm just saying, like, expert on all things. Is this normal
Let
for
me
this
check
to
that.
happen
Let
all
me
the
check
time?
that,
A
Exo.
word.
I'll check it for you. Send me the
Okay.
stuff. Let's find out about that.
Okay.
Thank you.
What is the
Okay.
J
Yep.
word?
I don't know. I will figure that out
Don't
later. I'll
go
send
there.
some screenshots. So the expert on all topics, he's so brave he deleted his own messages. So the pervert was so brave that he had to hide from his own claim, and that's my claim, Jim. I say everybody who's going to confront me, Jim, is going to be scared to death of their own claim. It's that easy. I rest my case. Scared to death.
Hmm.
It's absolutely disgusting. And these truth communities just treat Christians like this. We have undeniably, unbelievably world record photography, Gemsy. We could be talking about that, 70 miles on the water, no big deal. But for some reason, they just want to hate Gemsy. So that's what happened.
Oh,
When you
there's
got that,
someone in this
not only
VC
the truth.
expert of all topics, so he's just in the text, just talking BS, and instead of addressing the topics in the VC, okay, so just messing
Oh
with
no, he
people in
sent me
here.
direct. Yeah, he sent me direct. Yeah, he sends me direct messages. He said, come to Colorado. He made a threat and called me a Jew boy. He said, come to Colorado, Jew boy. I mean, that's the most hilarious thing ever. I mean,
All right, let's.
right, but that's what I'm saying. They're allowed to make death threats. This is not the first threat. You know what I mean? This happens all the time, bro. I mean, I talked for a total
Actually,
of about
if
45
hold on,
seconds.
if you
All right,
report,
bro.
Here we go.
hold on, in private, if you're getting private messages like that, if you report that to the Discord moderation, not just the channel moderation, then at the Discord level they'll take care of it. And it's a little
Maybe
more
I've tried.
effective than
I
it's
think
a little more effective than server bans.
another good thing that you could do is take his ball away from him.
Yeah.
Just block him, man.
Oh, of course I'm going to block him. Of course. No big deal. I don't care. I'm just pointing out the facts. I like to tell the truth. I don't hide from anybody. I'm in Southern Arizona. To come to Fort Huachuca, you can see me. Go to my channel, Blood Always Finds Its Level. My other channel is the XO of the RO, and I got another channel
Don't
coming.
dox yourself, bud. Don't dox
Oh, here we
yourself,
go.
man.
Oh, the poor.
No,
I don't, dude. No, bro. My license plate is Ramius. You cannot do anything to a child of God. It's okay. You'll get over it. Nobody can challenge God's children. I'm sorry, guys. This is Revelation. The word of God is quick and powerful, sharper than any two-edged sword, piercing even to the dividing asunder of soul and spirit and of the joints and marrow, and is a discerner of the thoughts and intents of the heart. The earth is the Lord's. That's the correct answer, Gemsy. So we finally figured it out. Thanks.
Who's Gemsy?
That's my buddy. Under heavens, right there. That guy knows, man. Yeah, there's people. I'm not the only one that knows what's happening. Gemsy knows, Godrockin knows, Stormfire knows. There's some people that are upset about it. The flat earthers are actually trying to stop this truth, Gemsy, to be honest with you. There's some flat earthers. I won't name names yet, but it's happening. Yep.
Okay, great. Wouldn't you say that the Santa Claus thing is out of the bag for anyone under 7?
Not necessarily,
Or
no.
sorry, above 7.
And here's the thing: just because a conspiracy is uncovered doesn't make it any less of a conspiracy.
Okay,
Get
that's
it?
fine, but we're talking about the
Right?
most successful, like the most successful conspiracy, the one that has the strongest grip
Well,
on
the one
on
that's
the
infiltrated our
human psyche.
education system, the one that's
What's that?
infiltrated our education system.
You're giving
You talking
the
about Santa
globe
Claus?
too much. The globe is just a freaking lie.
Here's another one for you.
It's
Okay?
just a cartoon.
Hello,
Hold on,
hello.
hold on, hold on, hold on. Stop,
The globe
stop.
is just a cartoon, bro. It's just a cartoon. You just put it
Here's
in a
another
pedestal. You're putting it in a pedestal.
Here's another
Phoenix.
conspiracy for you. Okay, another conspiracy
Phoenix.
for you. That you
Damn. It's like he doesn't hear me. You got me muted, Phoenix? Phoenix,
Dude,
you have me muted.
you keep talking over, man.
Why are you trolling?
Do you have me
everybody?
muted, Phoenix?
No, you keep talking over, man.
Because I was trying to say something and you stutter in the middle of my sentence.
No,
Dude,
actually, you
you're
said
not
your thing
saying anything.
in the middle
You're
of my
just over
sentence.
talking people. Yeah.
Really?
Yes, really.
Yes, really.
So this is a conversation between Phoenix and Iron? That's what it is?
Well, bro, feel
You
free to come in with
that.
anything but this is just fake, bro. This is just fake, bro. This is just fake. Like that's not a conversation.
You're saying that the globe is the biggest thing ever. It's just it's just you put it in a pedestal, like the biggest thing ever. But that's you putting it in there.
We're
Not
not.
everybody
Don't
believes
slide
that.
away from what. Hold on. Don't slide away from what I just said. You are not adding or contributing much to the conversation. You're just over talking people and saying, basically just bromides about what you think, models
You
are
came
fake
in
or
here and
swimming
asked
out there.
about models. You came in here and asking about models. Like
Okay, that's great.
who has any model in here? Anybody has a model in here to offer
Yeah,
Iron? Because he came in here asking about models.
Yes, back to the bromides for you. That's fine, but I'm actually
He lives in a
talking to Phoenix.
cartoon, Gemsy. If they want to stay in a cartoon, let them. Why would you try to help somebody that wants to live in a cartoon? Let's talk to somebody that might have a functioning life.
Facts.
Yeah, how about we talk about the realist level Iron? Let's talk about because he's mentioning models, Santa Claus, and all this BS. Like Iron, do you ever speak about the real things in the realist level ever?
Yeah, you're caught too much up in fantasy, man. Let's get back down to the earth.
Yeah, well, one
Listen,
thing I was going to tell you is in northern Ontario, they teach that the white man started scalping the native, and in southern Ontario, they teach that the native started scalping the white man. You know what the difference between those areas are? One area is predominantly native, and one area is predominantly not native. So why do you think that is? That's government mandated curriculum, FYI. You want conspiracy? Proof that
I'm
shit.
not going to
There
dip my
you go.
toe in
Go look.
weird
Go
Canadian
fucking
politics.
dig it up, man. Right? There's one for you. If you think that the government isn't fucking, doing nasty shit behind your fucking back, you oh fuck, you're living in a fantasy, bud. Fucking hell.
They're not even really doing it behind your
I would
back.
love
They're
some
just
of that
doing it
Kool-Aid.
outright, right in front of your face.
Right? A lot of
You
it's
just
out
go
right
to
in
the
front
beach.
of your face.
If you have any questions about the earth being
bad, I got it.
spinning, tilting,
Yes, government
wobbling
bad.
ball in a vacuum chamber, you can just go to the beach and do away with all that right there.
The what?
Yeah, just go to the beach and check the water, see if it's curving like their cartoon globe pictures have it.
Oh, okay.
That's all you really have to do. It's
like
pretty easy.
75% of the surface.
The other thing is you can take those pictures where it shows
Welcome
the
to
whole world.
Waterworld.
Or you can take the pictures that show like it's a whole world, and then look at how large that picture is over the top of a real map, right? Just saying, tiny little area, but they've got a huge.
Wait, say that again. Sorry, I missed that first part. What? Say that again. Sorry.
Okay, you know how they do the pictures from space, right? Okay, and they have this huge arc. Okay, well, the thing is, if you take that picture and you use it as an overlay of that particular area on, like for example, the Mercuridian map, you will see that that's just a tiny, tiny, tiny little area, and that curve in that tiny area, this doesn't fucking add up, right?
Okay.
Sorry, if you continue that curve, there's not enough fucking room for the rest of the fucking map. So, there's so many fucking ways that their shit is fucking disproven, and the only thing that they generally come back with is no, it's round because we say it's fucking round. Look at the pictures, man.
Okay,
It's
but
round.
hold on, but Phoenix, I haven't done that.
No, I know you haven't. I'm just saying.
Does he have a claim? Does he have a claim? Did he ever make a claim? Can we establish if he ever made a claim, Jemsy?
That's a great question. I would love if anyone could steel man anything that I've said in here.
Yep, he can't make a claim. He never did. I rest my case,
No, I'd be
Jemsy.
happy
It's that
to.
easy.
No, I'd be happy to.
Yep, he never made it. He has no claim.
I'm patient. I'm patient enough to repeat myself. I don't know.
Never happened. You let me know when it happens. Be waiting.
Okay. This is going to the conspiracy angle. If flat Earth is true,
Why?
It would require that there be the largest conspiracy possible, right?
He's already
Well,
lying.
maybe there's an
See,
even
he just
worse
made
one.
up
Maybe there's
his
an
own
even worse
religion.
one.
Yeah.
Okay, is that a no?
He's just making stuff up. He says it has to be. When he believes it, he's not involved and he fully believes it. He proves there doesn't have to be a conspiracy except for maybe a few hundred people. Nothing at all. Literally
It's mostly
nothing.
just like
nothing.
he thinks he couldn't have been fooled.
Oh, there's tons of things, bro. They're evolution. When they believe in evolution, bro, they can't think anyway. It don't matter.
Yeah, I feel
They
like
just believe
you
what they're
guys
told.
are arguing with other people, I suppose.
Yeah, he's scared of his own. He'll never talk about his own beliefs. He'll never will. He can't. Scared to death.
You can ask me anything. I'll tell you.
Oh, are you a Christian? Are you a Christian Bible believer?
No, that
was easy.
I want to be. Well, how do I put this?
Why do you have to believe in the Bible, though, dude? Why can't you just believe in?
No one said you did. No one said you did. That's a weird statement that a weirdo just asked. Did I ever say that? I never did. So people are just so weird. They just have to start putting words in people's mouths as usual.
I think there's a lot of
back on
important
you guys
moral.
continue this fake conference. Continue the normie fake soylent green conversation. That's fine.
Are you ready for a really honest answer? Because I'm prepared to give it. Which is
no.
I think there's a lot of,
you watch TV.
There's a lot
you saw it on TV.
Okay, well, all right. I guess honesty would be wasted here.
You'll never be honest. You'll hide from your own claim. You won't be able to answer anything. I'll ask you where you get your information from. Poof, you're gone. That easy.
Okay.
Yep. You like that silence? Yeah, it's the inevitability. So anyway, back to reality. Jemsy, we live under the heavens. Okay, well, we live under the heavens on Earth. These people are skeptics. I'm not a flat earther. I'll just explain this. There are some flat earthers that have realized they've been lied to, and here we go. And they're right. The flat earthers are right about many of those things. It's not about really the evidence as is the morality. So whoever is going to present the morality is going to be closer to the truth. So when people believe in outer space and evolution, they absolutely stomp morality out right away. They're scared to death, and they can't even let you finish a sentence because they're fantasy people living in Soylent Green world, and that's normal. Go ahead.
So many times, and I'm sick of it.
Yeah,
dude.
I've been here. Yeah, I've been here for 3 minutes talking, and their whole life is ruined. I rest my case. That's how powerful the truth is. 3 minutes, the whole world has ended.
I don't know what the hell you're saying, to be honest.
I know, he's right off.
Yeah, okay, so you're not a flat earther then.
Who, me?
Oh,
I don't know what.
No.
Now somebody said he doesn't. Okay, who said they don't know what I'm saying? Who is that?
Reverse.
Reverse? You don't know what I'm saying? That it's not okay to lie and make stuff up and just to religiously chant about things and like, what's wrong, man?
This is the first time you mentioned lying. What? You're just going on these wild jags.
The point is, I was waiting for you to make a claim. Like I said, you can't make a claim. That was my point. Now 5 minutes has gone by. You can't make a claim. It's that easy. I rest my case.
Does he need a claim?
The world is a globe.
You can't.
Is that claim enough for you? Okay.
There you go. Where do you get information from?
Is he lagging out, or is that me?
Yeah, that was big lag. That was big lag. episode.
All those
And
death
he
threats.
gets his
my
information
point
from.
about
You
the
never know.
Yeah,
my
where'd you
point
get
about
your
the
information
my,
from for that
my
claim?
point about the conspiracy is that
Let's
like
go with that.
if it's true that it's flat, and it would require that many people keep it secret, right?
I got the
Because
same problem, bro.
there would be people that would just know by virtue of like being an airline pilot or a naval missile target
Nah,
guy or
nah. Most of them are just blind
no, okay.
religious followers
See, the
like you
thing
guys. That's all it is.
that people who are airline pilots, etc., have come out. But the thing is when they do, right, you have a huge counterforce squashing that.
Okay, I'm not talking about people coming out or not coming out. I'm just talking about the number of people who would be required to be under some code of silence would be
Then
the
you look,
Well,
most.
no, not really, not really.
It would be the biggest. Like, does the president know
but then you look how they
that the
manipulate the media even these days, dude. Like it's crazy
Right?
the manipulation that's going on right now, man. And
They're all
everybody
I'm
can
not
see
insane,
it.
man.
hold on, but I'm not talking about media manipulation. Like,
Well, you are though,
all,
right?
You
all I'm
are.
saying, listen,
It's literally
even if you
manipulation.
take what I'm saying, hold on, even if you take what I'm saying to be true, it wouldn't disprove flat Earth, which is just to say that it is a massive conspiracy, right?
It is. No, like who knows, right? Like fuck, it's so fucked up.
Okay, uh, okay, is the opinion that it's a conspiracy or that it's mostly ignorance and with very few
Ignorance,
people who know the
tradition.
truth?
I would lean towards fewer. I think it's mostly religion, tradition, culture, belief,
Okay,
and then there's a
so
few
We've
who
been
must
taught it
know.
since
Sure.
birth, bro. Fuck, man.
Well,
okay,
I would
so
say more anti-religion, right? Because I mean, literally, the globe Earth is counter to God. Its
the
I just
globe
mean
intention
Earth
that
is
is
it's a
to
counter
make
to
belief
God.
its intention
It's
is to make you small, meaningless, and your life is pointless.
What? How does
And
that
it's
do
But couldn't
working.
that?
you do that? Hold on, couldn't
sure.
you
I
do that
just
on a
mean that it's
flat
a
Earth?
faith. It's literally a faith. It's just something that
He's
people
not
believe.
talking for everybody else. That the Bible guy.
Couldn't you
Oh,
make people feel insignificant on a flat Earth just as well?
I feel like a globe
Because
Earth
Not
is
not
much
it's not the
bigger.
no.
curvature, it's the vastness of the universe
No,
that
it's
makes you feel that way.
no. Okay, it's not the curvature. In order to have the globe Earth, okay, you have to have the Big Bang, okay. But the Big Bang theory came after the globe Earth theory, right? The globe Earth theory is premised on the globe Earth theory. Then you have the molten core theory, which the molten core theory is now proven by the Big Bang theory, which came after that. Okay, the Big Bang theory proves the molten core theory, right? It's like you're using theories to prove theories, and
The
then
Big Bang
pushing it
Theory
as fucking
proves the molten
absolute.
core
Hold on,
theory.
and then pushing it as absolute fact in the classroom, right? So you get a few generations of people that are indoctrinated with shit, and they will take things just as it is because schools
What
aren't
do you
about
mean by
teaching.
that? Can you explain that?
Schools are not designed to teach you how to think and how to
Oh
think
no, not that part. I was talking about the
critically.
whole molten core and Big Bang.
Okay, the
Yeah, I
molten
don't see
core.
that connection either.
Okay. All right. Well, the Big Bang is boom, instantly you have a bunch of energy. All that energy starts swirling around, countering itself, and then clumping together as small fractions of particles, which form gases. Those gases heat up, they become matter. That matter starts to become, solid. That solid, like that plasma, starts to float around and spiral around, and then it hardens and becomes the center of a fucking planet as more shit fucking goes around it, and then it cools, and then things are just still swirling and spinning around, and thus you have now your planets with your fucking molten cores. Okay, that's what the premise is. You think they actually
Well, no,
you
that's
think
not.
they
Well,
actually
okay,
dug? You think
can I
they
just?
dug or even tested
That's not
to
exactly
see?
right. That's not exactly right. That's not the
Well, I just gave
core
a
of the Earth
fucking
is
brief
not
summary from their bullshit fucking Big Bang. Okay,
okay. The
all right.
core of the Earth
You
is
want to
not
get meticulous details of everything step by step? That's fine. Okay,
okay.
but that's the gist of it.
The core of the Earth is not molten because of the Big Bang. I mean,
Okay.
not in
Okay.
a not. I mean, ultimately, I guess everything is because of the Big Bang. But the core of the Earth is molten because the Earth changes shape and moves around because because it's orbiting the sun. If you believe such things, I know you don't. That's fine. But here's a question: if the purpose of lying about all this scientific stuff is to make people go against God, why does quote the science point towards a Big Bang, which really echoes Genesis, which is like, let there be light, like the world created in an instant, like out of the void. Like that all sounds very
Actually, it really
biblical. And in
doesn't.
fact,
It really doesn't echo Genesis.
okay.
Genesis is and separated the waters above from the waters below, creating the firmament. Okay.
Sure,
So
but
what
what
you
I
have
mean is,
above you is water.
if
What you have
guys were
below you is
getting,
water.
I know it's not literally Genesis, but what I'm saying is, if guys were
There's
getting in a
another
room and trying to decide what to tell people to make them feel small or whatever their objectives are, why would they echo Genesis in this way? It seems like they would be better for them to say, the universe itself is eternal or some other
Okay,
nonsense.
first off, it's a very large stretch to say that it echoes Genesis. Okay, you like really have to play some mental gymnastics in order for that to occur. But
Genesis has
Not
the Earth
really,
coming first. Genesis
that being
hold on.
said,
Genesis has the Earth coming first, and the luminaries afterwards.
yeah, exactly.
Yes, I
The
know it's
order's all
not
screwed up if you
literally.
go with Big Bang cosmology. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I'm not talking literal Genesis, obviously. But what I'm saying is it would be odd if someone was going to conspire
It's not.
to say that the Bible is not true, to have something like the universe born in an instant out of the void, like, is
Well,
very
it's not
biblical. And in fact, it was
anti-Bible. It's
first. In
anti.
fact, okay.
It's not
In fact, it was first.
anti-Bible. It's
Stop,
anti-God.
stop, stop,
And
stop. I'm
can
still
I
talking.
ever fucking give you the whole like
I'm in mid
praise as
sentence,
why as to
bro.
what's going on here?
Bro, I'm in mid sentence, man.
Opportunity to
I
speak.
got your question, and I haven't been able to freaking fully respond to it.
Listen, dude, you don't get to get my
Please don't
question and just
send her.
interrupt me, man.
No, you literally asked the question. I was responding to it, and I got
You didn't
cut
even let
off
him
in the
finish
middle of the
his
response.
question, though. No, you didn't even let him. Okay.
Bro, I was in mid sentence and you jumped in.
This time
Okay,
around,
listen.
yes.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to interrupt you. If I've talked over you, I'm not trying to interrupt you. Listen,
Understood.
it just seems like if a bunch of guys were getting in a room that wanted to disprove any notions of God or mysterious beginnings or anything like that, they wouldn't pick a tale like the Big Bang out of nothing that seems to echo Genesis. In fact, the guy who first postulated the Big Bang was a Catholic priest,
And same thing with
at least
globe
partially
Earth.
inspired by his interpretation of the Bible.
Yeah, that was actually the globe Earth that he
Interpretation
was
of the
inspired
Bible.
from that. But okay, can I
Okay,
respond now in
Alright.
full,
please
please?
do.
Okay. The reason why that is because it's easier, okay, when you have a little bit of truth in a lie. Those make the best lies. Okay? To make something what?
I just said like I'm listening.
Oh no, I know someone else like
Oh, I just said okay.
oh, okay. All right. Well, I mean literally if you want to lie to somebody about something, the best way to do it is to give them a little bit of the truth because then it makes your lie more truthful. And that works. It really does. Um, so in the notion of if you want to, dissuade a whole bunch of people to become atheists, okay, one great way to do that would be to separate them from God, and in order to do that, you need to separate them from God's creation. So if God's creation isn't God's creation anymore, and you're just this infinitesimally small little speck in a meaningless void, a meaningless empty void of nothingness, okay, with no perceivable life forms around anywhere, just here. And we're just some random happenstance that came from evolution of some miracle between, inanimate particles that suddenly decided to form and create what we consider life. Okay, that is a complete and utter segregation and blasphemous to God in itself. Now, the only way they tie that together is by, yes, very vague references. Well, God created the Big Bang, right? But you know what? You talk to an atheist,
No, that's not
they won't
even.
they won't
Sorry.
fucking say that at all. Okay,
Yeah, I don't
and it's
believe the
very
same thing
Okay.
easy.
either.
And there are more atheists now than ever before, and I wonder why that is.
And I don't even know if I believe in the globe Earth, dude, but I don't believe in your theory. I don't think they're doing it just because they want us to not believe in God.
Well, it's a reason, right?
I get it.
It's not necessarily
it's
the
your-
only reason.
I mean, I just feel like if they wanted to totally discredit God, they wouldn't have created these weird echoes in Genesis of like the instant creation and the void and all this stuff. That just doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but who created Genesis in the book, right? We can go back to Sumerian text and fucking link it. It's more fucking similar to Sumerian shit than it is anything
That's also
else.
okay, but
right?
that's
Like,
also
it's
not
so fucked up, dude.
okay. That's also not what I'm talking about. Like, yeah, that might be true, but that's not.
I know it's not what you're talking about. I'm just saying though, right? Like, how do we link things to this, right?
I don't know, man. The thing is, here's my position on this whole thing is the amount of people that would be required to be sworn to secrecy about this whole globe Earth not
I'm with
being
you on
real.
that one, man.
It would only be a few, man. It wouldn't be many.
I don't know.
So,
There's
like-
quite a few people be involved, dude. Fuck.
Not
So,
really.
like Elon Musk. Does Elon Musk know?
He must, right? Like the
Probably,
guy fucking
yeah.
throws fucking spaceship
Yeah.
after
So-
spaceship, right?
So Elon Musk knows that the world is flat. Does that guy Evan Baumgartner, the guy who jumped out of that Red Bull balloon, does he know?
Like, I just don't know, dude. I guess you'd have to go up there and find out, right?
Well, you know that you can go up so high, but beyond that, right?
Okay, but I'm just saying, like all the people that were involved in the filming of that Red Bull special, like would they have to be sworn to secrecy? Airline pilots, you know,
You didn't go into quote unquote space. You went into like the upper stratosphere.
okay, but if the
128,000 feet.
cameras,
Didn't you hear
if
Neil
the
deGrasse Tyson though saying
You went up.
that?
You went up high.
Didn't you hear Neil
I think it was
deGrasse Tyson though saying that it's not high enough above the globe to actually see any curve to it? Said that they did show a little bit of a curve, but that was due to lens distortion of the fisheye lens that they had used. There wasn't actually any physical curve visible. He said there wouldn't have been geometrically from that height anyway. So
okay, that's fine. I'm not saying that. What I'm just saying is like the people, like him being up there, would he have to be in on the flat Earth secret, or like
No,
leaders
no,
of
he wouldn't.
government? Like, does the whoever's running the CIA right now, does he know? Does the FBI know? Like,
Do you know
seems
anything
like,
that they know? Do you know anything that they know?
well, yeah, I know some things.
Well, you know some things that they know.
Sure, like I know that they
Are you
track.
do you have a mind
Like-
meld with them or something?
No, but there are
Because,
just public
really,
facts
ask
available about
other
what those.
people know.
There are public facts about what they do out there.
I will admit though, the footage and stuff is sketchy as fuck, bud.
What? I don't know what footage you're
I'm
talking
getting
about.
that the guy,
facing
the Red
towards
Bull
the Earth,
jumper,
you
is definitely
never
high enough
see
to
it
see the
going
curve.
up. Like it's weird footage, man, on the launches and everything else. I don't know how to explain it, but it just seems weird.
I don't think it's very weird. Like, especially with, with the SpaceX stuff being, all the high res cameras and stuff. Looks pretty real. I don't know.
Okay, and you really
I mean,
want
I
to
guess-
trust the guy who wants to put chips in your brain? Okay, cool. That sounds good.
Yeah, that's not enough. Wait, that's
Sounds
not
like
an
a great
argument.
guy.
What kind of terrible
No,
fallacious
like,
argument
literally.
is that?
Well, it's like, okay, like the premise behind it is he's already into shady shit. You really think that's trustworthy information that he's gonna be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna tell everybody?
It's not a matter of trusting
Well, I
Elon
mean,
Musk.
that's not
It's a
an
matter
argument,
of
though.
hold on. It's not a matter of trusting Elon Musk, because I don't, frankly. I don't trust that guy. But the whole apparatus of his company is based on the conceit that we're going to space. So anyone who works at SpaceX and thinks that they're working on things to put things in orbit, they're not actually doing that. It's all just fake. Who is orchestrating all of the
Orbit isn't
necessary odds and
space.
ends to convince everyone who works at SpaceX that they're actually sending things to space that are not actually there?
Orbit
You know what I mean?
Right, are we like paying all these people to do nothing?
Orbit
Yeah.
isn't space. And yes, we have paid people to do nothing. Remember the whole alien thing? Let's go conversely. Let's go the opposite side. The whole alien thing. Oh no, the aliens
Wait,
don't
wait, hold on,
exist. That's
hold
a
on, hold on,
weather
hold
balloon,
on. You're
right?
sliding away
No,
from what I asked.
I'm actually taking the opposite side for a second here, right?
But how is that paying
You
people
want to
to
see
do nothing?
where they lie to you? Okay, either they're lying to you now, telling you
Motherfuckers
that
get
they're
degrees
aliens,
based on the fucking
or
shape of
they
the earth.
either
Wait,
they're
sorry,
lying
what?
to you,
You
either they're
just
lying
claimed
to
that
you
that's
now,
paying people
Hold
either
on,
they're
hold on.
lying
Let
to
me
you
let me.
now,
That whole entire like
either
saying.
they are lying
that
to
whole
you
entire saying
now,
that it's
claiming that the
like
aliens are
why like
real, or they were lying to you
like
before,
oh
telling you that they
government.
weren't.
Okay,
Sorry,
Phoenix,
go.
I'm not
But this
talking.
is
Why do
You
we,
either pay,
Phoenix?
you either pay
Why do
how
we
many
keep Phoenix?
people.
this is an
Hold on.
absolute straw man, Phoenix.
No,
You
the
Phoenix,
just
premise
why do we
claimed.
behind
keep
this is the
going
amount of
to
people, it's the same amount of fucking people involved in order to push
Phoenix?
that across the fucking system.
Phoenix,
Okay,
you're going to a complete. Why
whether
can't we just
it's
stick to what I? Why can't we just stick to what I asked and just talk
well,
about
you're
that?
making okay. Your argument is it's inconceivable that the government could actually have, or that the world could actually have a number of people in secrecy that are not giving out the information. And here we are with yet another fucking example. Doesn't matter which side you
No,
want to
Oh,
take
hold
on
on,
it.
Phoenix.
Hold on.
I
Doesn't
just
matter
want
which
no,
side
no,
you
no.
want to
The
take
number
Oh
of
my
on it.
people.
goodness.
This is where you're
Jesus
interrupting.
Christ.
Phoenix,
Can other
Doesn't matter
people
which
Phoenix,
talk,
side you want to
Phoenix?
take on
Phoenix,
it.
Please.
Phoenix, Phoenix, Phoenix. The number of
Doesn't
people
matter
that
which
would have
side
to
you
be
want to
involved.
take on it. They were lying
Phoenix,
either way.
I just want to
Phoenix.
hear
The
you
number of
actually
people.
argue the things you
The
say you're
number of
going to argue.
people.
You just
The
Iron,
number.
you've been talking for a while. Can I please talk?
Go ahead.
You were just started talking about this claim that the government pays people to do nothing. I wanted to hear about that. You brought it up. You act like you
Yeah.
were about to mention something about it, and then you never mentioned anything about it. You just went on some tangent about how the government lies to us. We already know the government lies to us. I want to
Okay.
hear about the thing you were going to bring up.
Some tangent is literally that. They
Well, that's a
literally,
straw
that's
man.
evidence.
If you just randomly start arguing against the government lying to us,
You
that
got
we
cut me
already
off.
know that exists, nobody's arguing against
Yeah.
that. You're arguing against something
Okay,
everybody already agrees on.
Phoenix.
I want to
Yeah,
hear about
Phoenix.
the
The
thing you
number
were
of
about to bring up
people.
about the
What does
government paying people
everybody
to do
agree on?
nothing. Explain that part.
What does
Phoenix,
everybody
the
agree on?
number of people, Phoenix, the number of people that would be required to
Are you
keep
listening
a
to me, Phoenix?
national, the number of people that would be required to keep a national defense secret, like
Iron, can
say
I
the
please
Manhattan.
get through
Stop,
my point here?
dude, bro.
I'm clearly
The
trying
number
to
of
get a
people.
point across, and you're cutting it in the middle.
Go.
So can you just
Go.
make that argument, Phoenix? I do want to hear that.
Yeah, and
About
you
us
guys are
paying
not
people to do nothing.
you're not being genuine and listening to what I have to say. In fact, as I get to the point, you guys cut me off and fucking start rambling over top of me. So, the point is, my
Phoenix.
point is this: the number of people involved, okay, in order to suppress information about the existence or non-existence of aliens, is literally the same level of people, because that was global. That wasn't just
No,
like
it's
one.
not.
But that's not the argument
It's
you were
not.
making. I'm asking for a very specific
It's
argument,
not
Phoenix. I
global.
feel like you're dodging my question now.
It's not
Okay,
global. That people were
Phoenix.
blocking access, saying that aliens don't
Hey,
exist,
let
and
me just
fucking
ask this very
doing the
directly to
same
you,
thing that
Phoenix.
they're doing to flat earthers. They're literally doing the
Okay,
same.
Phoenix.
It
I'm not
was a
disagreeing with
joke.
half the things you're saying. Can I just ask you very directly?
I'm targeting
It
his.
sounded
I'm
like you were going
targeting
to make
his.
an argument that the government pays people to do nothing.
Yes. What do you think they were doing there? With
Can
that?
you explain that point or no?
Yes.
That specific point.
They pay people to keep their mouth shut. So maybe not nothing.
In what case? In what case? You made it seem like this was a common occurrence. In what case did they do that?
COVID. There's a good one.
COVID? In what way? What do you mean?
You're gonna have to avoid
There's
that
another
one
one.
due to TOS of the server, dude.
Wait,
Don't
what?
want them shutting this down.
Why
so.
did you mute it?
What are you
Wait,
talking
what?
about?
What?
If
What
anybody
TOS?
wants, yeah, if you guys want to whine about it, you're just all going on mute. I said that we have to get off that topic. That's what the
We can't
admins
talk
told
about
me.
COVID at
So.
all?
Yes, of course
No.
you
Yeah,
can.
yeah, it's a TOS risk here.
No, it's
Whoa,
not.
let me be clear. I know you're new to the
Okay,
server, but like,
who's saying no? It's not. Who was that?
I was a
not me.
simple.
I want to ask a question. Iron, calm down. I know you're
No,
new to the
listen,
server.
dude,
Did
I'm
the
not
mods tell
fucking
you to say this?
negotiating it. Yeah, and I'm not gonna negotiate it.
I'm not
So I'm just
okay.
gonna
I just
kick
want
you
to
all
know.
the
I
fuck
care
out of
about the
here if we
server.
don't just move on. All right, thank
Okay,
you.
fine. We
I
don't
know.
have to. Fine.
I care
COVID
about
is
the
a
server. I
bad
just want to know
avenue
about news
anyway.
that happens. That didn't used to
Okay,
be the case. If it's now the case, I just wanted to know about that.
That's what the admins told me,
Phoenix.
so I'm going with it because I don't want
Okay.
to lose the channel.
Phoenix,
That's all it
Okay.
is.
Cool.
Phoenix.
Cool.
I'm
Cool.
probably
You're
with
talking
you
about.
guys. I'm aligned there, but yeah.
Okay, fine. Shut up. Listen, Phoenix. The number of people. Look at something that we know now that the government did keep secret.
Well, we profess to maybe know, right? Either they're lying then or they're lying now, right? Because, I mean, for how many years since the 1930s, they were telling us that aliens don't exist. Now, all of a sudden, they do. In fact, they were ridiculing anybody who even brought up the notion of alien existence, right?
What if they
And
were
it,
Well, I
was,
lying
think
and it
the
was,
both
government.
times?
and
Yeah,
it
yeah, I
wasn't
was
just
gonna
in
say that
America,
same thing. I do
and it
think
wasn't
it's that
just in
they're lying
America.
both times. I think the government initially the lying started with the belief that they can hide things for military benefit to where we don't want our ally or our opponents to know certain things, so it's okay to keep it secret. And then people just they dogpile on this idea and they put it in layers and layers and layers the longer the history goes on, and this whole bureaucracy expands as it has in America. And so it's
Mhm.
you get to a point to where you're so hidden in everything that you do, you don't necessarily think that, just telling the public everything is an option.
Well, that and what you do divulge to the public is the information that you want, the story that you want them to tell and repeat. I guess the acceptable narrative, and then you put that through our education systems,
Sure.
right?
But I don't think any of us, at least here, I would hope that any of us think that the government doesn't lie to us. I think everybody here knows to some extent the government lies to us.
Oh no, they're a giant
Absolutely.
pack of liars. Probably the biggest liars on the planet.
But it goes
Yeah.
bigger than just one government, and that's the alien thing is a good example of that because it's international, right?
So you
Much the
think
same
every
way the
government
joke
is
theory
lying
is
to
international.
their population, or do you even think every government knows? Because I think we lowball how hard it is to get out of Earth's
Well, it
atmosphere,
depends. I mean,
and I don't think a lot of
if you're a
governments
tiny
actually have
government,
the capability to do so.
if you're a tiny government like Christmas Island, probably not. Okay, you got like what, maybe 300 people in total.
Well, I
Okay,
don't even
but
think like North Korea has the
Well,
ability to leave the
what about
atmosphere like that.
Indonesia? They're a mid-sized government. What about
yeah,
like Indonesia?
Indonesia probably knows. I mean, we have the world summits that are held in secret. We don't know what they fucking talk about, what they plan, what they scheme, right? You know, um, that's not privy to us at all, to us voters or non-voting countries. They collaborate with each other. Doesn't matter what the political system is for those countries. They still collaborate.
So you have
Right?
leaked
So
documents that confirm space is real? Top secret documents?
Well, wait, what?
We have
right?
Space
leaked
is definitely
secret,
real.
we've leaked top secret documents that confirm space is real. Satellites real and so forth.
Yeah, that would be interesting. Probably not top secret because that's the narrative that they want to spin.
Well,
And
what does top secret even mean? It just means
hold
it's
on, and
secret, right?
you know what, part of that narrative comes from the quote unquote space war, right? Where people were trying to outdo the other country, right? Trying to
Huh?
get to the moon first. So fake it or make it, right? America won, quote unquote, that race. You see,
Damn.
and there was a significant military benefit to um, having people believe that. So maybe they just couldn't stop fucking lying since then. I don't know, right? I don't know what goes on in psychopaths' heads, man. Like I don't even want to know. Okay, but they do lie to us about really big shit, and internationally lie to us, not just at the local level about one little thing. You know, um, like look how long the whole Epstein thing is going on, right? I mean, that's just one guy. You think he's the only guy,
No.
right?
Only guy in what sense?
Well, he's
Because I
obviously
question
not.
maybe he's the only guy that was doing it on the level that he was doing it, in the sense that on the
Or
level of fame that he was doing it
Saying
versus
like a
like
high-level player,
quantity.
like he's he would be like
James?
one of the only high level players.
Right, right. I would think that there's maybe tops, maybe 3 guys that could possibly be doing that. I couldn't imagine that that number is so high that the average, say, senator could just,
Well, think about
you
this.
know,
In order,
have access to
think about
that kind of
think
thing.
about think about the acquisition of those children. International. That was on an international basis. It wasn't just American children. The children around the world,
I
right?
would
That
say
means
that's
that that
easier,
means that
right?
you gotta have connections in all those different countries.
Not really.
Okay.
Not really.
Oh yeah.
Eh,
When you're smuggling people, yeah, you
eh,
do,
eh.
right? To not get caught, but
I
you
think
just what
people
are you gonna do?
think that
Strap them
like
to the wheel
crossing
well?
country borders is harder than it actually is.
Yeah.
Like if you have money, it's not that hard, honestly. It's actually quite easy.
When you're flying over other people's
Yeah, you
zones
just go
without their
across.
permission, right? You know, let's say you go to
Uh,
Cuba, right? You think Cuba's going to let you out with their children without checking your plane or giving them some sort of
Look,
a
if you're
bribe?
flying commercial, yeah, that's one thing. But if you
Well,
have money,
Phoenix,
you
non-commercial.
just
Phoenix,
cross.
Yeah,
Phoenix, can
You
anyone
we
still
can
have
just
just
you
go
fly a
still
back?
plane
have
if
to
they have
use their
the
airports.
proper license.
Phoenix, can we
Yeah.
please just go back before we started veering off on all these different conspiracy theories? Like, listen, fine, let's just bracket those. I'm happy to talk about those. But what I was
But
saying was the number of people that would be required to lie about something like the existence of aliens, or probably a better example is the existence of the Manhattan Project, is very small. But the number
no.
of people that would be required.
Yeah, we heard you the first like 3 dozen times. You can shelve it now,
Yeah.
thanks.
It's the same number of people, man.
You know what?
You don't
Actually, he
Well,
can
no,
take
you
it off the
gotta.
shelf. How about this? We'll take it off the shelf if he can tell us exactly how many people have to be lying and exactly who they are and how he knows that they actually have to be in on it. Let's do that.
I'm down for that.
Your mother.
So, how many people? Okay, that's one. Why does she
Yeah,
have
that's
to know?
one.
Why does
Yeah,
she have
that's
to know?
one.
Why does
My
she have to
point
know?
is, my point is,
You don't really have a point unless you can tell us how many people and how you know that they have to be lying. Because I'm
okay,
kind of sick of
that
hearing it. You've respawned on the same thing like 13 times.
yeah, because no one's
There's no
engaging.
specificity to it. It's kind of boring. Just
Well,
tell us
maybe
who
I
and
don't.
how
I don't
you
nobody's
know
think
they
you
have
even
to
engaging
know.
be
because
lying.
you're not
I don't
being
think if I
specific.
ask you to repeat if I asked you to steelman what I'm talking
No, the
about, you
number
wouldn't
of
be able to do
people
it.
who have to be lying has to be a giant conspiracy. You've said it also has to be like the biggest conspiracy. I mean, the number of people that
Well, I
have to
mean,
be lying about aliens, that's relatively small. But for this, it'd have to be so many people. Okay, how many and who?
well, wait. What's the lie? What's the lie that would have to take all the people? That.
Well, that's my point. Is that most of them wouldn't even have to be lying per se. Most of them
Yeah,
would
Well,
they
no,
just
I
be
So
mean,
like
like
like, what
the
even
is?
people that
something
we
like
talk to here do.
even something
No, I
like
mean, are
running
we talking
SpaceX,
about aliens?
even
Are we
even
talking
something
about like?
like yeah, if say like Manhattan Project is probably better because aliens are fake, but let's say aliens, fine. If aliens crashed at Roswell and a bunch of guys knew about it at the Air Force Base, well, it's probably less than a couple hundred people.
Yeah, you can hide that. That's not hard.
Yeah, you can
Well,
hide that,
okay,
but
so maybe in the
Look,
19.
certainly it's easier to hide aliens
I'm
in
still
it. Oh,
I'm still talking. SpaceX has like what I don't know, probably 12,000. Well, is it that high? 10,000 employees, maybe less, maybe like 8 or 9,000. And they are all working on going to space, except for space doesn't exist,
Well,
and they're
that's
all
not
working
necessarily
on
true.
nonsense.
So
No,
all the
9,000 employees are not.
subcomponents
But
of
that's
that.
not.
Hold on.
But
9,000
there's also
employees are not
people.
working on going to space.
Stop. There's also
Well,
people at
no, I'm
Raytheon
Yeah,
correcting
making,
you there.
dude.
Yeah, so how many of them? How
There's
many of
also
them would
people.
have to be in on
yeah.
it?
Listen,
There's also
what's the
people. There's
number?
also
Like
people.
how
There's
many? Okay,
also people
slow
at.
it down though. You're just
Oh my
brisking
god.
past this though. You said 10,000 people at SpaceX, so they all have to know. Some of them have to know. What is it?
Yeah, even the janitors, like I
What
mean,
about
come
the
on,
guy that
door
cleans the
security.
toilets?
No, the rocket scientists who apparently design things that don't do anything because all the launches are fake. Uh, you
Hmm?
can't actually go up
No
there
one says
anyway,
no one says there's a no one says there's a no one says rockets are fake.
Oh my
I'm not
god.
saying rockets are fake.
Rockets
okay,
Rockets
but
fake.
absolutely exist.
what they're designing the rockets to do can't happen according to a flat Earth model,
Can you prove
i.e.,
that?
orbit a spherical planet.
Well, where they're claiming to want to go ultimately,
Wait,
no, that's
the
right.
part that they show you, the part that they show you the cartoon can happen because whenever they launch a rocket and then it goes into a cartoon after a while, you're saying the cartoon can happen? Yes, it
Okay,
can
but
happen.
but all of the scientists that work on what the rocket actually does to
Yeah,
orbit in order to I'm still talking, in order to orbit a spherical planet. If that
Yeah, I
spherical planet
get
didn't
it. And you
exist,
go blah, 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 blah. Shut the fuck up. Are you saying that someone sitting in front of the computer can't be fooled by some digits and numbers and dashes?
That's not what I'm saying at all.
Well, if you're high enough, you're high enough level knowledgeable in your art or in your field, yeah, no, you can't be fooled by that. Well, you can, but it would take the amount that it would
So what is
take
the
would
cutoff?
be near
So
impossible. Well, I mean,
so
okay, so if you're an
let's ask specific
astrophysicist,
questions. At what
if you,
percentage of that 10,000 are actual individuals that have to do calculations outside of Earth's atmosphere?
maybe like
Like
200,
5?
maybe.
No.
It's probably
No, like
more
5.
like 200 people spread throughout their entire business. Probably about
You think?
150, 200, yeah.
If it's flat, like where's the edge, or does it
Well,
just
live
like?
calculations is one thing, right? I'm sorry, were you saying something?
How
Your mic is weird.
we applied handless racers on this one, and it says never attribute to malice that which is adequately explained by stupidity.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean,
I
well, I
feel
mean, your
like
main
that's more
problem,
in the
your main problem wouldn't be.
In other words, the system is hierarchical. Okay, which means that you don't need a lot of people in on this. You need a number of people, but you don't need masses of people in on this. You need a few at the top, okay, that trickle down the information as orders. That's it.
Do
physicists
and people just take orders. And when you go to school, when you go to school and you have mandated curriculum that says that this is the way things are, do not question it.
Routine.
I'm sorry, man. Like you think your teacher knows?
So part of
Right?
the problem with that is that okay, so that would work if you're talking about a group of people that don't know what they're talking about. Yeah, you don't need all 10,000 people to fucking be in on it, but you do need the top 200 that actually know exactly like the mathematics and fucking they're the ones running all these numbers. They're like super fucking number people. You need all of them on it.
Not necessarily. Not if they're working. Not if they're
Phoenix,
working
the
with
James Webb,
creative math.
Phoenix, the James Webb Telescope, that's not out there, right? That's a total hoax.
Yeah, not if you take.
Well, there's no out there.
Hold on.
Right.
Let me answer.
Yeah, there's nothing out there.
Here's what I'm going to say. The James Webb Telescope, like physicists apply for time on the James Webb Telescope to like observe certain things according to like certain theories. Are all of these physicists getting back like just totally fictionalized data about the universe because it's not actually up there? So in other words, there's a team of people that has to sit down, filter through all of these physicists' proposals for the James Webb Telescope, and then fabricate a bunch of data according to their hypotheses, and then disseminate that to all the physicists.
What data?
Not hard.
What data are you
Not
talking
hard at
about?
all.
And and not even just fabricate it. They would have to fabricate it at a high enough level that somebody that really understands what they're talking about wouldn't be able to see through it.
Maybe I think this is where
that's the hard part.
They would need experts in the field, like field leading experts to be able to fictionalize
It's almost
data.
like they would have to have technology that they don't release to us.
I just want to understand like the basis of the whole conversation
not
here.
technology.
Like, are you guys
not
aware yet that water rests flat and level and like it's
Okay,
not
great.
a globe and let's try to figure this out. Let's try to figure out what's going on, who's in on it, or is this just like a big huge argument from incredulity? Like what is it? Like what is it?
I was gonna say that because the guys that this are talking about, the ones that give the data, they tell you themselves that they have to grab the data and write it on a globe so they can give you what you expect, a globe.
No.
My issue is that
I'm not even
can I say that my issue is that the flat.
I'm not even talking about data on the globe. I'm talking about like, hey, if we look at this galaxy, what are the what's the constituent matter of this nebula based on the infrared
you don't know.
radiation being
It was always speculation anyway.
Okay, so listen. So
It's
what
just
that would
clusters of lights
require,
in the
what that
sky
would
that they're
require,
speculating on.
great,
That's all it
yes,
is.
great, yes, great. What that would require is a team of people who is as
Yeah, great. Whenever someone is speaking, you keep doing the great shit, and they can't say what they want to say, and then you're allowed to speak. Gotta say,
So
just stay quiet.
Yeah, he's been kind of a douche, and it's been the longest-winded argument from incredulity I've heard yet. I'm kind of bored of him. We could move on.
But I don't think it's necessarily that. I think partially it is for sure. I
I've only
think it
listened
does
to him
come
for
down
5
to
minutes. I'm
everybody in
bored
this. Well, I'm saying I think it does come down to everybody in this channel doesn't know what the fuck they're talking about. Like none of us are experts, and so we're just hypothesizing that
First on
these
what?
experts.
On reality?
I mean,
Well,
shit.
granted,
Another.
Yes,
Yes,
experts
I'm
in
I'm
whatever
an
field,
expert
rocket
in reality.
scientists. None of us are fucking
It'd be like astrophysics.
astrologists
well,
or
Oh,
granted,
fantasy? No,
astrophysics.
no.
Yeah,
An
none of
expert in
that is my
fantasy is
point.
gonna give you
So
fantasy.
my
so
point is that we're just guessing at what these individuals would see or what they
correct.
have seen or how their careers have gone.
They are guessing, and you believe in their guess.
I mean,
No, I
another
don't believe
problem.
either way. You're just making that assumption. That was weird.
I
They
mean,
are guessing, bro.
I
They
mean,
tell
like
you
another.
themselves that they're just making stuff up, and you just believe it.
Well, I mean, like another problem would be something like. Does anybody here know who know who Grigory Perlman is? He's a mathematician that he solved this gigantic math problem that nobody's ever solved before, and
A magician.
he. No,
The
yeah,
Indian
he's
guy?
just some random. He was just some random guy that was like, "Oh, I'm like a math professor, but I'm like this much level above everybody else, but nobody knew." Like, how would they correct for somebody like him? Just one guy that's like, "Wait a minute, what's going on here?" I mean, it'd be like the
Well,
Well,
they
dark.
they need to
correct for
correct
them
though.
by basically saying you're a fucking moron and you don't know what you're talking about because you're saying
So,
something against our narrative.
Wouldn't it
but
be
how does
easier to just create I don't know, a math that
how
works?
how does
Yeah,
how does the equation that he solved relate to reality in any way?
Well, no,
Yeah,
I'm just
exactly.
saying, if you, if like, if the, if everything, if you're trying to make it so that if you're trying to hide the fact that everything's flat, like you said, water rests when it's, or water, what'd you say, water's level when it rests?
Well,
Like
you
if you're trying
can't
to do
hide
that,
that.
you gotta build a whole like you can't just say that. You have to build your entire everything around that.
You just
Like
have
you
to
gotta
convince
build
enough people
all
that
of it.
What if they
No,
did
not
do that
their
though? What if
convincing.
that's
experience
their whole
is
point?
false.
That they did work this out
They
to
may
where they
have.
can,
They may
if
have.
they can get that math out to where it works in their favor to a certain point, and past this point, you have to go through some governmental function that it's prohibitively expensive for a normal person to go through
Oh, that's
okay.
to
possible.
actually get
Yeah.
access to any further data outside of the atmosphere or anything like that, then it seems very doable at that point.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I'm
you
not
guys.
gonna say it's impossible. Yeah, it can be done, but damn, that's
I
a
mean,
lot of fucking work. That's
when was? Of course it is, but when was NASA created? Like right after World War II, right?
Yep.
yeah.
And a lot of these projects were headed by who?
No way you guys know that.
What, the Nazis? Yeah.
Yep.
All they
Yeah,
had to do was show
but those
people a
guys
pretty
were
picture on a TV
like
screen, and they had millions of gullible
That's over a
idiots
decade
going,
still work too.
"Wow."
but
Yeah, I know.
that's what
Wow.
those are the kinds of guys that would do conspiracies like that and manipulate people and had psychological operations. So why? I mean, that builds to your argument, doesn't it?
Let's not do that, right? Let's not appeal to like
Do what?
some
Do
Hollywood
what?
figure of what they were.
Figure of
You,
what? What do you?
you gotta remember that they
Were you
gave you
alive
the
back
globe.
then? Don't try to appeal
Was
to
I
who
alive
these
back
type of
then?
people were.
You
That's
gotta
where
remember
America
that the globe that you're looking at, first they invented it. In same thing with the outer space, it was an invention as a
was behind.
fantasy fictional thing, and then NASA gave you the first photograph of space, and it looked like the globe that they invented. What a coincidence,
Yep.
huh?
Then you started having TV shows like Star Trek and Star Wars and Doctor Who, and don't tell me that wasn't part of the indoctrination.
I don't
So it's
think it
all
was
after.
because that show is fucking great, Star Trek, and a
I
lot
like
of it
I liked it. I
correlated
liked
very
it.
closely to what it should have correlated to.
No, I liked it.
The invention of the fantasy globe.
And I'm not
Well, no, they
saying the
just looked at scientists and their beliefs and tried to add it to the show so the show seemed realistic. Not many shows had
That's
done that
true.
up
Fiction
until that point.
writers, the science
Yeah.
fiction writers made reality in their imagination, and then they said, "Yeah, it
That's
is
not
real."
true. No, no, no. A lot of the stuff in Star Trek is actual theories at the time that were going on.
Wow, that
It's
sounds like
actual beliefs
yeah.
about, like,
Red Dwarf.
Reverse,
Red
I
Dwarf
don't
was
think
inspired by the
does-
brief history in time.
he doesn't
Yeah.
register any of that as being real because it's all fiction. Like any theory, any quantum, any space theory. It's
okay,
fiction.
whether it's fiction or not, I'm just saying it was actual scientists believing things, and then they looked into what the
Sure.
scientists said and added it to the show.
Pseudo
It wasn't just them
scientists.
just making shit up off the top of their head.
That's not necessarily
Pseudo
true because I had
scientists.
the engineering book for the Enterprise, so it's
Yeah,
not
and
necessarily
not
true, mate.
not to mention it's called
What does you
science
have in the
fiction,
engineering of
not
Enterprise have to do
science
with anything?
nonfiction. It's called
Sorry,
science fiction, not science nonfiction.
science fiction, correct?
Not
Exactly. I
science.
had
Not
What is
it's
you
not called
having the
science
engineering book
nonfiction.
of the Star Trek or any
because it's
ship
not
have to
real,
do with
mate.
It is
It's
anything?
not
made up.
called. It
It's
is
made
not
up.
called. It is not
I'm
called
not saying
science.
that it's real. I'm saying it's made
It is
up,
not
but it's
called science
inspired by
nonfiction.
actual
Do you
scientific
understand? Do you hear
theories,
what I'm saying?
whether you agree with them or
They're
not.
not. They're not scientific theories because scientific theories are things that are proven.
You know?
No,
Do you know what
No, they're
fiction
not.
is,
What?
sir?
What?
Yes,
What are
they
you
are.
talking about?
Do you know what
theory is
fiction
not.
is?
They're based on experiments. Scientific theories are based on experiments. If you don't have an
Yeah, and there's
experiment, you
been
don't have
plenty
a
of
science
scientific
model.
theories that have been proven wrong. They're not just proven. I don't know where
And
you're
it's
getting
not
that
a
from.
scientific theory.
No, it is. So you're
No,
saying
it's not.
so you're saying a scientific theory can't be proven wrong?
Great.
It has to be based on
Theory.
experiments. So what were you
Yeah,
talking about
exactly.
exactly? Which theories that have been proven wrong? Because if they weren't based on experiments to begin with, they never were scientific theories.
Correct.
Are you talking to me or him?
No, he's
Well,
not
just
talking to me.
whoever.
He's talking to you.
Because Trace seems like he's making an argument in circular. He's
Me?
saying
I'm
if
just-
it's a scientific theory, then it can't be proven wrong, and he's saying that scientific theories have been proven wrong weren't scientific theories. It makes no sense.
I was trying to show you that it's your point that you're trying to make is going to whoosh over their head because you're trying to say like, oh, at the time that they created these shows, what people thought of theories are what they incorporated into the shows to like get the public to have this one kind of perception. So I get what you're trying to say, but like they're going to tell you that it's just science fiction.
I don't think they are. I'm not making an argument about flat Earth. I'm literally just saying you have scientists who had theories that they tested and believed to be true based on the data at the time.
They're not theories.
And then they added this into Star Trek, whether it was right or wrong.
Test it.
He's talking about like I think like wormholes and like faster than light travel.
Theories and what
Well,
tests?
those are just the basics of like a lot of the like technology on the ships. There was like inertial dampeners. There was a specific thing that they would always. There was like a specific component. I
made
can't
up
remember.
for a TV show. It's not technology.
No, but I'm saying one of the technologies, one of the components of the starship was to be an inertial. It was to like basically if you're traveling faster than light, you have to be able to control for matter moving faster than light and killing you immediately, right?
Based on? What science is that based on?
I was getting to that. The point is that it was based on something, and the name of that technology in the show was based off of the individual who hypothesized this thing. I don't know off the top of my head right now.
Hypothesis of what?
This thing. That's what I just said. Like I just said, I don't know it off the top of my head.
He observed something in nature. He formulated a hypothesis, and he did a test. Is that it?
Is that the point you're making?
I don't know what you're saying, my guy.
Like both
he observed something in nature. He wondered what the cause was.
Are you just describing what a hypothesis is about?
Yep.
Do you know what a hypothesis is? Like a valid
Listening to the
scientific
things I'm actually saying.
You can't just make up a story and call it hypothesis, bro.
Okay, so what he's trying to say is that the show, yes, it's science fiction, but like the ideas or what people thought of at the time would be that technology, right?
No, he's calling it a hypothesis, and you can't just make up a story and call it a hypothesis. You can't just do that.
It's a show.
He's confusing science with pseudoscience and scientists with pseudoscientists.
Well, I mean, it was Star Trek. It was the example, so it's not like a documentary or anything. But yeah.
Well, that's what he's trying to portray it as.
Remember that the space and the globe, those are inventions, not discoveries. People invented the outer space as a fantasy land. fantasy place to go in fantasy in imagination. Same thing with the globe. Those are inventions in stories.
I
Not
understand. I'd like to believe it. I just, as somebody who believes that we're on a planet, I mean, I personally believe that the Earth is hollow. So most people don't agree with me on that. But the flat Earth, it's puzzling. Or as in, like, where's the cutoff if it is flat, or does it just like kind of backrooms, like go all the way around?
Or it could be an infinite expanse, because the Bible doesn't say that it stops. All it says is that God separated the waters above from the waters below.
Well, the
Right?
portion that
Creating the
we live on
firmament.
has to be contained, right? Because we have gas pressure, so it must be contained. So there obviously is a point beyond which we cannot go because of the containment. How far it might extend beyond that, if it does or not, I don't know. That would be speculation.
Okay,
Right.
I'm back.
So welcome back. So this is like the good stuff. This is what I have trouble with, because it's like, where do we make the cutoff? Is the sun not real? Is the radiation that hits us every day not real? I mean, we can feel it. It burns us.
We just don't know what it is and what's causing it, what's
Yeah, a lot of
functioning,
flat Earth is about uncertainty.
what its mechanism is.
You don't think it's coming from the sun that we see in the sky? Is that like a hologram?
I see the sun as an apparent source of light and heat which moves across the sky from my point of view, and I cannot describe it any other way. I cannot tell you what it is, what it's made of, how far away it is, how big it is, what medium it exists within, what is producing the light, etc.
Okay, at least some of the first things I can agree with. But
Can I hop in real quick? Back to that Star Trek principle. Heisenberg compensator is what I was thinking of. It was based upon the Heisenberg uncertainty principle, and so it took that and said, if we have this in the show, if we have this specific thing in the show, we have to explain why this exists. And so they said, let's add this into the show. And this is a compensator that compensates for this specific principle in science, and so the show would make more sense. My point was just that stuff like that, they added it into the show for the show to make more sense.
Nonsense makes sense.
Yeah, they had.
Well, the
they had
Heisenberg
people from
uncertainty principle
NASA
is a
working
real
on it.
thing, whether you understand it or not.
Yes, they had NASA working on the set. That's right. Helping direct what space is supposed to be like.
So NASA working with Hollywood. Wow, amazing.
I don't know anything about NASA being on the set. All I know is they added this into the show based on an actual principle that existed internationally.
Or based on what a narrative was that's supposed to get out, and making sure that it's something more.
Narrative? I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just saying this principle existed.
Space narrative.
It existed for a period of time, and then the show came out and took this principle on. That's all I'm saying.
No,
whether you agree with the principle or not, I don't need to hear more than that. I'm just saying that this is what they did.
It didn't happen of, the show just took the principles on. No, they had NASA on set.
Let's move on. It was a TV show.
No, not right. The Heisenberg uncertainty principle was back in 1927. When was the first Star Trek, the original series, aired?
And the Heisenberg uncertainty
50 years
principle
later?
is
Like, what are you
what?
talking about?
What is it? The theory, right?
You're just being an asshole. You don't need to be an asshole about everything somebody says just because you want to argue against it.
The first Star Trek series ended just before the moon landings.
I'm saying, when did it first start? Because it's like 50-year difference between the Heisenberg uncertainty principle and then Star Trek. So just
let's call
you're just
it
trying to argue against every little thing that you possibly can. It doesn't
matter.
even
You
make
just brought
sense.
up a TV program. Who cares?
I care. I'm just saying that somebody attacked Star Trek for being like a shell for like this globe Earth, and I don't think that's the case.
Okay, well you're free to think that. I think it is.
Well, you're gonna argue against every single thing that's brought up. That's quite clear.
Well, no, you've literally been, your premise for your entire premise for this, and the reason why you're attacking like this is that you don't believe that in any way, shape, or form that it's possible that you have a certain select number of people holding back a secret from you, and deliberately so.
Why would you say that
and,
though? Are you just talking to yourself?
Because
Are you arguing against
that's
yourself?
literally that's the core of your argument.
What made you think that I
Have you guys
believe that?
practiced these before? Like,
There's nothing that I've said so far that would make like even slightly suggest that I believe that. So I feel like you're just
Actually, there was
you're off
quite
one.
a few things that you've said that
You're
that
mentally
suggest
ill.
that,
What was it?
including okay, for example, in order for that to happen, do you know how many people on the earth would have to how many people would have to be involved for
I
that?
didn't say that. You're not talking to Iram.
Okay. All right. So you're a different
You're the
person
other
with the
guy.
same icon.
Yeah.
All right.
Same icon. Look in the chat.
This
I don't
guy's
have the
losing
same
his
icon as
mind,
him. Are
dude.
you out of your mind?
I don't know. You got like fucking blue and
I haven't
purple.
spoken tonight, but I'm not that fucked. Shit. This is clearly a different profile picture.
Maybe it's time for like a juice box and some sleep. I don't know.
I don't know, man. Again, I don't think it needs to be a lot of people. It's just there's just a certain number of people that it needs to be that it's hard to hide from. I mean, for example, the NSA couldn't even keep their spying program secret because somebody in the know was just like, "Oh well, fucking, that's not right." Sure, fucking went and told everybody about it.
Look, I don't know. I'm
Yeah,
making
and
this
look
up
at what
as a-
happened to him. You imagine, somebody came out about something bigger.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah. And I mean, if we're gonna do the Manhattan Project,
Hold
so, well, the
on.
Manhattan Project.
Hold on. In fairness, the Stanley Kubrick thing, that was actually a fake. That wasn't him. That
What are
was
you
a
talking
fucking-
about?
You talking about Eyes Wide Shut?
Where the video where Stanley Kubrick.
Yeah, I know that was
admitting-
fake, but I'm talking about his work and inside of his work, like
Yeah, like
2001:
Eyes
Space
Wide
Odyssey,
Shut, the movie he got
Eyes
killed
Wide
for.
Shut. Yeah, he got killed for it. He predicted his own death, man.
That was a really good movie.
Do you guys know The Shining, right, with Jack Nicholson? Like, it's not even that's
Yeah.
not The Shining. It's not
Oh,
even
that's
like,
nothing
remotely
like the
close.
book.
The very first scene is him showing a yellow Volkswagen Beetle that's wrecked on the side of the road. That's Stephen King's car at the time, and he's like, "I'm taking your story and I'm wrecking it."
Yeah.
It's about fucking Stanley Kubrick faking the moon landing. Stanley Kubrick is also he's Jack Nicholson and the kid at the same time.
That movie's super weird. God
Yep.
damn.
There's so much
Yeah,
so much stuff heavily encoded into that movie. Like, it's about World War II. It's about persecution of Indians. It's about the moon landing. Heavily the moon landing, actually.
I fucking read that book and I saw that movie and I was like, this is fucking, what the fuck? What's going on, man?
Did you see the sequel?
I didn't even know there was a
Dr.
sequel.
Sleep. Yeah, I didn't know there was. It's like Ewan
Dr.
McGregor.
Sleep,
Dr.
yeah.
Sleep. That was just for the Shining scenes alone. That movie was great. And I hate everything. Like, they redid like some of the scenes and like some of the the motifs from it, and like they did a direct sequel. It's amazing.
Wow.
Dr. Sleep.
I think his movies are boring as fuck.
I hate Stephen King though. He's a shitty actor, or he's a shitty writer.
No, I gotta disagree with that, bro. Stephen
I
King
hate
is
it. He's a
literally
fucking
God.
pedo,
Did you actually
dude.
read his books though?
He
'Cause
may
the
be a
movies are
pedo.
kind of shit, but like the books.
His books are fucking out. Dude, the
No,
guy
they're not.
wrote
I think his
Shawshank
books would be better if
Redemption.
he was right.
They're
I think
not
his
that
books would be
great.
better if he was writing them from prison.
Like,
Dude, the guy is a horror writer, and he wrote the Shawshank Redemption and the fucking Green
When
Mile.
I got weird vibes from the It movie. I got weird vibes. So like I checked with the book, and it's like in order to like release them from the spell, she's got to fuck the kid's got to fuck all of her fucking
Is
male
that the only
friends.
situation
That's
you're talking
fucking
about? Because he has a
horrible.
lot of stories. He has a lot of stories. So I don't think if that's the only situation you're talking about. That's
It's
a good
still
argument.
he's a creep, man. He's not even that good of a writer.
I don't think that makes you a creep just because you said you have to lose your innocence.
He's a
I
creep.
think that's a very fair argument to make in a
one of his
story.
stories. In every one of
Talking
his
about
stories,
Kubrick.
You don't gotta gangbang your fucking
in every
troop
one
of
of
friends.
in every one of his stories, a child is the main actor.
Yeah, that's weird.
I don't
Why
think
is that
that's
weird?
true. Wait a minute. No,
What's
that's
weird
not
about that?
true.
He got a brain injury, so
Pick one.
he's like
Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah, he's
Child
got
is
that
a main
creepy.
actor.
He's got that creepy pedo in there too.
Yeah, the kid talking to the fucking dude that's on death row.
No, the kid isn't talking to. What?
Uh-huh.
You got to read the book, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I guess I gotta read that book. No, he may be a creep, but Stephen King's a great writer.
He's
I'm
not
not
a
gonna
great
fucking
writer.
downplay his accomplishments.
He's not
fucking,
a great writer.
Mm.
Like Robert Jordan, great writer.
Did you read his books? Because I've never actually read
Yeah.
any of his books.
I read a
just
couple
didn't
of them.
like
Yeah.
the movies.
I didn't like him either.
Oh,
yeah.
bro, I'll tell you right now, I'm reading this book.
But he made a lot of
fucking
money off
half-
of it, so I can't like hate on them.
I'm reading this book, fucking House of Leaves. This is fucking awesome.
I
Let me tell you.
have that book. I have House of Leaves.
That shit is fucking wild.
Crazy,
I haven't
brother.
I don't know if
I
you've read a
haven't-
good book in your life, man.
I
don't
haven't
know.
started
Imagine
it.
having a book by a famous writer. That's insane, brother.
Yeah.
Well, I only bought it because it has.
Like people that
Well,
like
even-
overdo
even-
Harry
even more
Potter
recent-
too, I fucking lose my mind too. They're like, oh, about Harry Potter. It's like, son of a bitch.
Even more recent shit from him, like Under the Dome, heavily focused on the kids, right?
Damn, bro. What do you do, Steven? What are you fucking doing?
He had a brain injury and he kind of went a little bit weird.
What?
All
I'm
the
not
gun
even.
finger
I'm not
stuff.
leading this conversation.
It's like
Akemi.
Joe
Just
Biden.
be clear about
basically.
that. I don't want to
He
be
got
dealing
a
with
brain
this
injury
bullshit.
and he like started sniffing kids. Same thing.
Well, yeah, except Steven wasn't really sniffing the kids.
He was just fantasizing, you know.
Hey,
Who
can
knows
we
what
get
he
back
gets
on
up to?
flat Earth?
Well, and a few tricks.
Can we stop the bullshit
sorry,
about this like
my-
Hollywood bullshit? Nobody cares about this Hollywood shit, right? Get back on flat Earth.
Whoa.
I don't think it's Holly. Well.
People
about
actually
those
talk about
aliens?
the flat Earth in here.
What aliens?
So about those.
See, this is what I
aliens.
think flat Earth is good for. Flat Earth is a good stepping stone to talk about a broad like to a bunch of other topics and stuff, and that's maybe all that it's good for most people.
Well, that's kind of what I learned while I was on the flat Earth server.
Yes,
Like I was on there for
yes.
half a year
still
until I
can't
got
get in.
kicked. But like, I literally spent half a year there, and the main thing that I learned was it wasn't really about flat Earth.
It was
Most people
about
that are
dog-
into
it was
flat
about
Earth weren't about
dogpiling
flat Earth.
people.
Or
Yeah, but the
well, no,
joke-
it wasn't. It was the intelligent people. All the intelligent
Yeah.
people that were hardcore into it weren't
Yeah.
really caring about flat Earth. What they cared
Yes.
about is people seeking truth on
Dogpiling.
their own, not just believing what people told them to believe.
Yeah.
Actually
Exactly.
going out and seeking what the truth is
Yes.
for yourself. And there was my issue with it was that they
question
protected
everything.
just for the sake of their
Toxic.
organization. They protected people that were saying dumb shit. They
Man, some of the
constantly
more
do that.
autistic people, like oh god, Pete.
I
Pete
get
was
why
the
they did it,
craziest
but
guy, yeah.
like,
Well,
it annoyed the shit out of me.
Let's not forget. You also had people infiltrating it and basically
Yeah.
fucking trolling, right? So
They were the trolls though too, man. Like they could do it with the best of them. I still can't get into the damn server 24/7. It pisses me off. Like I don't know what happened. I was in there for years. It was great. I remember like Reconor. Reconor was my favorite. They had this dude that sounded like to a T, just like you wanted to believe that he was Arnold Schwarzenegger, even though he wasn't. But he sounded so much like him, and it was so fun to talk to him. Like every sentence that he would respond to, he's like either sure, listen, thank you. When he was done, all the time he's like thank you. Like it was so good.
I wonder if I could get back in. It's been so long. It's been like half a decade. It's been a long time since I was last on the server, dude. I think I was banned because I had been kicked a ton of times. So apparently I probably got banned. Otherwise I would have came back.
I took on the whole server one day, man, because it's like, because they always grill somebody. What's your position? Are you a filthy glober? And I'm like, here's my position. I would say, like, and this is going to be controversial. I said,
what server?
Regardless of what the shape of the Earth is, you guys got this. You know what I mean? I have better things to do with my time, and I'm going to be on the fence permanently because it doesn't matter to me. And if you guys figure it out, go for
Who
it.
says
But I think
anything
their
about
goal is
who
achieved already.
says
If you're on the
anything about
fence.
filthy? Who says anything
kinda wanna
about
be
filthy
like that.
globers?
The
Well,
24/7
if
space
you
is
think,
the Globers.
No, we don't.
you have to think of this though too, right? If you think flat Earth theory is absolutely bonkers, well, what about
There's all kinds of
simulation
shit.
theory?
I
That
hate
you
that
have
one.
a lot of scientists on board with, right? They're like,
I
oh
think
yeah,
that's
absolutely.
that's a cop
If you
out.
have, like-
That's like a
If you believe in that shit, though,
it's
like,
a cop
if you,
out of
like,
responsibility.
Fake face.
Hold up, though.
I can't. Is it the same guy that's in charge of it for like years, or has there been different like owners of the server?
No, they have like.
Does it matter?
What was it? What's his name? Helio, isn't it? Helio running the thing?
No.
Still? No.
He just
Same
hosts the
owners,
live
he
stream
said.
on YouTube.
He
I
said
just wanna bring-
Spake Face is the owner, I guess.
Really? No.
Or,
Of this
this-
one.
or who I should message?
Yeah.
No, that's not the owner. No, scratch
In
that.
conjunction with
thought it was
Flatwater
Helio.
Councillor, but the owner of the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord 2.0.
So what is it? Is it the similar to how politics is,
Yeah,
to where like
I was just
admins can pick
explaining.
anybody
If you let
for the
him,
server,
if you let
Oh,
or
him
is it like
finish
all
his
goodness
mods?
gracious
sentence, if you
me.
let him
It's
finish
been a
his
while since I've
sentence,
been on
he'll
that bitch.
tell you.
Oh, what about the scientific hypothesis that from historians that we're actually living in the early 1700s?
Wait, that's a
That one's crazy.
hypothesis?
The big warp
Yeah.
time thing, the lost time
Well,
thing.
Historians are
because
scientists
of
now? What?
time calculations, and they kind of skipped over years and
Yeah,
stuff.
that makes
Yeah.
sense because like they wanted to like we basically had our minds wiped after the last like worldwide like global upheaval, and like
Good
thinking
lord.
in terms of AD time, like or BC, sorry, BC is just like unfathomable for most people. Like if you say 2600 BC, like when the hell is that? You know?
Yeah.
It's around the start of the world, like near 7,000 years ago.
Yeah.
Yeah, like
Well,
there's this big blank.
not to mention there was the calendar shift that
Yes.
that they did with
Julian calendar.
when they wanted to merge the pagan holiday with Christmas, right? So
There's
yeah.
detriments to that as well. That's living out of natural time too. And like we've
Yeah.
declinated and compartmentalized everything to have this like slot, and we're not living it like according to natural time. We're just staring at clocks and watches all the time, like always worried and running around. It's not
Hold
good.
up. Are there any flat earthers in here? Because I got muted for like a weird reason yesterday. Like I just
Oh
like I have
no.
a question.
Yeah,
I
they're
have
not
an
getting much of a chance to say anything though.
I just have like an unanswered question because like there was one dude who was calling people who believe in the firmament like snow globers.
That's funny.
Yeah.
Or like snow globe tards. That's what he called them, snow globe tards. And then he
That's
had
a
his buddy
troll.
take over. He had his no, but he was unironically a flat earther, and then he had his buddy take over the conversation. And this guy was a quote unquote snow globe tard. And I was like, how do you guys reconcile this shit? Basically, like there's like these like different models that they have, and it's like, like the Earth could be 7,000 years old under a Tupperware container, or it could be like, that it just stretches out infinitely, like it's
Yeah.
procedurally generated. Like I'm just like,
The fact is, we have
what's right?
deep seated like underlying psychological like things that we need to fix as a collective whole.
Well, there
like
is
badly
a map.
first.
There is a map that I found rather
God.
interesting. Oh, what? Oh God. Oh God, what? You know the
Based on
map?
a map or a model or a theory or an idea.
Piri
It's
Reis?
nothing.
No,
Is it the
no.
one
This
with
one
multiple
goes.
rings where
Goes,
there's like
this one goes
Asgardia?
back. No,
Please continue.
This one goes back. Like quite a long fucking way. In fact, we have historically we have maps where we have accurate renditions of Antarctica,
Longitude.
etc. Long before we allegedly were even able to sail there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like they used to pass Secham together.
Piri Reis map. Piri Reis map. Piri Reis map allegedly details the outline of Antarctica as seen underneath the ice.
Yeah, and longitude.
Yeah, but there's
that being the
there's
case,
another
but, like,
map. There's another map that was found in a Buddha temple, and that map actually has a few concentric rings. It's a little more than what some flat earthers project, that there's that barrier from the Antarctica. There's actually like a small opening, and then there's another layer of land, right? More land mass on the other side, and
I
then
love that.
another barrier beyond that, and then that's basically where the map ends, where there's more land, like three rings.
So is the claim that there's like lost knowledge? This is like lost knowledge, or that there's like some concerted like conspiracy to like
It's just
cover it up?
bullshit.
Well, what a good reason to hide that would be, is to control us, to keep us,
Are there other
sensible.
humans though?
You see, but
you
like,
tell- I
so
don't know.
when
I
you
don't know.
talk
I don't know
about
what's over
when you
there.
talk about like Antarctica though, and like the outline being on old maps, I could imagine things other than like some grand Illuminati conspiracy.
Yeah, they
to
trace them
cover up
together
this
from
knowledge.
really old ones.
Like maybe I don't know, maybe somebody like fucking saw some glaciers and were like, "Oh, that must be land. Let's just draw a fucking line here." Like how legitimate is this claim that like like you're acting like it's some esoteric
It's
knowledge
there.
when
Like
it's
we had
Well,
Yeah.
okay, let's put it this way: all of the inner mass was mapped properly, right, and accurately. Okay, including Antarctica. If you were to take all of that bend and wrap it, it was mapped
Yeah,
accurately,
it's
and there was
15,
an opening,
13.
right? So the thing is that okay, why would multiple
Wait,
multiple governments decide to get together and say, okay, nobody's allowed there and nobody is allowed to fight here?
it's
So
I mean,
the
because
at
we can't take
one thing
garbage
that
with
you
us,
have
so
the
there's no way
world.
to get rid of waste.
Is that
at the
not
root.
weird? Is
Hold
that
up.
not
At the
weird? You have one
at the
area of
root
the world. Hmm?
at the root of what
This
I'm
is really
questioning.
bad.
At the root of what I'm questioning is like there's all these different models. Like some people think the world is 7,000 years old and the stars are projected up on a firmament and it's a closed system and that's like a
Do
wall
people
around the
actually
Earth.
think that shit though?
Some people
do.
yes
Oh yeah.
yes some people believe that there's like land that
Oh,
extends beyond and it actually just like goes on infinitely. It's like there's all these different
fucking
Are we
models
just
that
talking about
grandma
like
put to make
unicorn
that.
beliefs, or we're talking about actual hardcore beliefs?
These are
People
like
You're not going
believe
to
these
actual
find
things.
things
many
people
flat
believe
earthers
this
here
shit.
that you're
Like,
not
are
going
you
to
talking
find
about
many
people
flat
that you've
earthers
had
here
hard
that shut
conversations with that
up.
I
sound irrational?
I
Fuck's
had a
sake.
conversation with two people yesterday that both had like these different views on it. Like one had the idea that it was like, you know, a firmament, the other one had
Yeah,
the
I
idea
believe
that
it.
it
Hello,
extended out.
I
mic
met a
check.
dude who believed in like Lovecraftian like demon gods and shit like that. Like the whole mythos was true. I'm like, what are you doing?
Yeah, I know. I
Well,
used to know somebody like that too. He believed that he worshipped Yogg.
well, do you remember? Do you remember when the giant octopus was a
Mic check.
Hello.
Hello. Yo, what happened?
I don't know.
Hello, mic check.
just some douche mod decided that they're gonna just mass mute everybody?
Hmm.
Hello, mic check. Can you hear me?
We hear you, but
Yep.
we're not paying attention to you.
What?
Right. Thanks. You're
There we
not going
go.
to find many flat earthers
What
here
the
that
heck
will
now?
present a model or subscribe to a model, declare a model to be true. We're not talking about models. It's not a model pissing contest.
I've heard like it just seems like people have very different pictures of reality
Mm-hmm.
in this community, and I just like don't see how like that just gets glossed over. That's the point I'm raising. Like
Yeah.
I understand you're here to talk about flat Earth in general, but I have heard, you know, some conflicting stuff. That just
Yeah,
doesn't make
we're
sense.
here to talk about what's verifiable, what's observable, testable, and repeatable, falsifiable.
Yeah, but wouldn't like there being a firmament or not being a firmament, wouldn't that be like, you know,
If you
something that's
mean
verifiable, testable?
if you mean by firmament, if you mean by firmament container, then that is
Yeah,
verifiable. Yeah, that's
yeah.
verifiable.
And what like proof do we have of this giant wall
We're
that
breathing.
extends across the sky?
We're breathing.
Okay. We couldn't possibly like go to the edge and like touch it though. Be like, okay, yeah, there's the wall. Could we? Could we not?
Currently,
Seems like we could.
I, not currently. No, I'm not capable of performing that feat.
I think you could charter a ship and
Okay.
I don't think you
go to the
can.
edge.
Let's see.
We need some explorers. Like, there's a wall out there. We can find it. Like,
Ooh.
it's like searching for the
What if
One
there's not a wall out there?
I was
Uh,
just about to say that shit.
Or what if the wall out there is literally you walking to like the South Pole, getting there, and then you continue walking because you don't believe in compasses or something shit like that,
what
and
if
then you
there's an
die
edge?
because it was just too far. What if that
Well,
is the wall?
We do have reason.
What if the wall is like the extent of human like capacity?
Hit the wall.
We do have reason to believe that when you reach the edge of the ocean, that you'll fall off the edge. Like there's a waterfall at the edge.
We have reason to believe that.
Yeah,
hate
we have like
raisins.
we have old like pictures that we can see, like documentation of this being a
Wait,
thing.
you said
Like,
the edge of the
Belly
ocean?
monsters that have no
yeah,
heads.
there's like sea serpents and shit like that
Oceans
out
are
there. You gotta be.
contained.
There's mermaids that sing to you, and you.
Oh, right.
It's like
I think you're talking about the Hindu belief that we're on the back of a turtle.
oh shit.
No, I'm being.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
being,
you're
like,
mixing up. You're mixing that up with the Hindu belief that we're on the back of a turtle.
You are on the
Isn't that
back
the
of one
ship
very
from
large.
Pandaria?
Isn't it turtles all the way down? Like
Turtle him down.
I don't know, man.
The fucking turtles in space. You know.
Man, there's moths on the
Like-
way to the sun right now. Going, it's gonna be worth it.
But like if
Hey,
if you
Phoenix.
reach the-
I'm pretty sure we were talking about Stephen King earlier, but wasn't it in one of Stephen King books he actually went with the theory that we're on the back of a turtle? Wouldn't
He did that in it, didn't it? Or aren't a lot of his books like
I saw the
combined
never-ending
together?
story before.
No, his
wanna read
okay. What you're talking about is the series with the gunslinger. And
thought his books were combined.
The tower in the middle connects all of the realms, and if you actually read that series, you'll see that all of his other stories intertwine with that one.
Okay, well then you.
Well,
agree to
the reason why I was
retconned
asking
everything
that
to
is
go
because, like,
together.
I know that the turtle, like the turtle that I'm thinking of, I know that he appears in it. That's all I know.
Well, I was gonna say that. Yeah,
Are you talking about the one in the
that turtle was a part of that, but all his books combine in that way, though.
Yeah, he did that after
In
the
theory.
fact, like a long time ago. That's like Disney did that too now. Like everything's somehow like a little bit connected.
Don't do that.
Yeah, bro, it's the Disney verse.
But it's like, yeah, like Ariel the mermaid is Hercules' like, cousin because like they're both like,
Please, like no other story has ever done this before. I can't stand when people point to Disney.
What are you talking about?
You heard me.
Ariel's mother was in Peter Pan.
Or something
To be
like
honest,
that.
I only
What are you
that's
heard
right.
talking about? Ariel was in Africa now. Okay, come on.
Oh yeah,
They're
that's
right.
right. Now
Like-
that's not canon, dude.
Yeah,
I really only want to hear about Disney for like shit talking Walt Disney. Like I don't want to talk about the Little Mermaid. Like the fuck.
Well, that is shit talking.
Yeah,
Hey,
I
man,
just watched the
Walt
dudes that
Disney's
explore all the
head-
abandoned parts of it,
Walt
and they
Disney's
get caught.
head is frozen, and he's waiting to be brought back to life.
Oh,
You just
please
wait.
no! Do not bring that guy back. Holy shit!
Oh
he's
yeah,
gonna,
dude.
Why?
When we get
Why?
back-
Are you putting a present day worldview on Walt Disney?
Oh come on! Don't you want Hitler?
We gotta cancel him.
We need him.
Dude,
Yeah,
that
Yeah,
guy
we're
is-
in.
You want that famous? You want that?
On the flip side, you're like, yo, we should show the Song of the South in schools, man. Like,
Man, that was just like
it
wasn't a big
we need
deal.
to bring back
You know
special
what? I
effects.
didn't mind that show. I didn't see anything wrong with it. It was fine. You know.
Those
It's like,
crows
whatever.
were just,
yeah, you had like the slave lady being like, yes, master, you treat me so well.
I don't know. Did they do that?
Yeah.
No, they
you
didn't do that.
Yeah, they did. Google Song of the South. What? You fucking
Yeah,
kidding me right
that's actually a wild ass movie.
Yeah.
Dude, go
But
watch
you know what?
it, bro.
If you watch
Go watch
the
it.
storyline, if you watch the storyline, okay, the Yasamasa was towards a black person, right? And it was one of the one of the first times that Disney put a human in with cartoons,
Yeah, rotoscoping or whatever.
right?
And to be
But
fair,
it wasn't
everybody
it wasn't that
that
bad. It's just current narrative is like it's
Cancel
verboten.
everything.
Yeah,
to be
cancel
fair,
everything.
everybody gives Disney the bad name for doing that, but everyone was doing that. Like, go look at like Tom and Jerry and shit. Warner Brothers did that same shit too, around the
Sure.
same fucking time. All of them were doing it.
Yeah, there's
I mean, it's
plenty
not
of like
okay.
racism and shit. Yeah, I
It
mean, like
wasn't-
a lot of it's kind of subliminal, and it's like whatever. Like nobody's like actually gonna be influenced by subliminal messaging.
Do you
Like,
remember the
I don't-
topless
I don't
lady in the
personally
mouse cartoon for Disney? What was that called? The Rescuers. That was crazy.
Oh, Rescue Rangers.
No, the Rescuers. Like way back, they have this. They're falling out of a building, and like they go
I don't
past this window, and they have like a topless lady that one of the dudes had snuck in there as like a disgruntled animator or something.
I'm pretty sure.
Oh,
Walt
did you
Disney
know about how
was a
the
shitty dude, though.
disgruntled Did you hear about how the disgruntled artist got pissed at Disney? So for the DVD cover or the VHS cover, I don't remember,
Yes,
for
it
Little
was a
Mermaid,
VHS,
they
yeah.
drew the fucking penis as one of
Yeah.
the buildings.
Yeah.
You
That
know,
that got by a
it's
lot of
amazing
people.
that you can just shove off
Yeah.
everything as a disgruntled animator and not actually direction.
That's what it was about.
Because it got approved.
No,
It got
the
do
guy
love
that
how I
did it.
saw-
No, the guy that did it literally was disgruntled. He came out and said
Like,
that
yeah,
he did it because Disney
I
pissed
saw
him
that.
off.
They didn't
I
treat
saw
their
that in a
animators too well.
I saw that in
Yeah,
a conspiracy video where they were saying that was like subliminal devil messaging to
But
like
that being
sexualize
said,
kids.
what you
Yeah,
think?
I saw that too.
Hold on,
Yeah,
do
yeah,
you
dude.
think that the art stops at the artist? It doesn't stop at the artist. The art goes into publishing reviews, then it goes into master or whatever they review, then it gets previewed by the owner, right? And it doesn't just slip out there. Oops, I just snuck this in. There's so many barriers to cross, right?
It
Cross those
depends. I mean,
barriers.
every organization's different. You know, there's some people who are like directors of fucking animated shit who are just
Space
like, nah, go
lizards.
fuck yourself. Like, I don't know. I don't think that's the case with everything.
Bro,
Mm-hmm.
can we get back to flat Earth? I
yeah.
want to debunk this shit, man. Y'all ready?
Here, I'll argue in case of flat Earth. Let's go. Let's see how you guys.
Nah,
real
fuck flat Earth,
earthers
man.
can judge me.
Yo, tell me how you have you heard of the whole situation of the mountains casting shadows on clouds?
No, that's
Can't have
stupid.
that.
That's some globe.
Can't have that on a flat Earth, right?
You don't
In
have
theory,
mountains
the light
casting
source is
shadows on
always going to
clouds.
be above. If you've ever seen a light source below, let me know. But the light source is always going to be above. How you have a cloud on a shadow or a shadow on a cloud?
You shot on a cloud.
Well, our model actually accounts for that. It's actually the
You don't have a model.
refraction of the light. So
You don't have a model.
refraction of the light. The
I
light
see
is
how cute you're
bending,
being, and I agree that the
causing.
refraction argument is
Yeah.
always a ridiculous one, but that's not the case here, and you don't have a
I
model.
don't know.
So
I'm just making shit up, but like I'm doing
I
my
know
best
it's
here.
cute. I've heard it. I don't like the argument over refraction. It's a very annoying one. I get you.
No. Well, no. The refraction is the globe argument for.
I know.
That's why you can see New York.
This is why
you know,
everything you've been
than
saying to
30
me, Phoenix, was
kilometers.
ridiculous because I'm very sympathetic to the globe or the flat Earth in that case. That I think that refraction is ridiculous.
You're telling me
and
that
it
the
sounds
light
very
couldn't
convenient.
it couldn't
Exactly.
reflect off of a river and like bounce up, like cast the shadow of the mountain onto
That's
the
not
clouds.
refraction. You're misunderstanding refraction. But let's get back to the mountain shadow onto a cloud, right?
Yeah, it could reflect off of like a river in the mountains and then up to the mountain.
Are you
like,
saying that
cast
that's what
shadow
this
onto the
picture
cloud.
is? Are you saying that's what this picture is, or
Where's
What
the
picture?
Let me see.
in the chat?
I'm looking at it now. Let's see. That's a baby. That's not a mountain.
No, that's a mountain.
There's a mountain. Yeah,
That's
I mean,
not
you
a
can Google.
shadow, dude.
You can Google
There's a
mountain shadow
river.
on cloud. It's a very common thing.
What do you mean a
There's a
river?
Not even
It's
a
like
shadow.
There's a
it's
river
above
down.
the cloud line, or is it a
There's a lake.
shadow?
There's a lake
Again,
or a
you can
river
Google
that's
mountain shadow
reflecting.
on cloud. It is a very common thing if you don't believe it's something that
Mountain
happens.
shadow on
Oh.
cloud.
This could just be Photoshop. You use a fisheye lens, okay? Like,
Okay, yeah. I mean, there's thousands of photos. So.
More, even.
That's so
you
cool,
globe
though.
heads.
Well, when you say
globe heads.
thousands, I mean you could
so
say
fake,
millions,
bro.
but millions includes thousands. So
Yo,
it
that's
really
so
means per
fake.
se.
Billions even.
Yeah, it's
That's
fake
so
as fuck,
fake.
dude.
I
Anybody
know,
who isn't
man.
a globe
It's like-
head could say
Okay,
that.
so anybody flat let's stop
Where'd you
with
get
the
those
bullshit.
pictures,
Does anybody in
NASA?
flat Earth actually have an argument against it?
Oh man.
You're a
He got
globe
them
head.
from Dali.
You're not
Has to
receptive to our
get those
arguments.
pictures,
Can
obviously.
you prove?
Against what?
Can you prove to me that it wasn't photoshopped? I didn't think so.
Yeah, you can run it through. I can run it through some.
I mean, I can tell you that I've seen it
ELC algorithms right
I
now.
can say that. So.
Here, I'll do it right now for fun.
I
It
can.
isn't proof of anything. Nobody has to
my
disprove
whole
it or
point was
prove
just
it is
that
this or that.
what this shows, can I just explain it? What this shows is that on a flat Earth, the theory is that the light source is above. It's never been seen below, right? And for it to cast a shadow onto the clouds means that either it's a globe Earth, it's a globe to where it's angled in a certain way to where it casts a shadow onto the clouds, or that light source dips below the clouds, which has never been photographed or seen
What the heck
ever.
are you talking about?
How do we know that they didn't just get a big spotlight? Okay. and like beam it up from down there? How do we know that that didn't happen?
Because it's a very common occurrence and I've seen it on my own from the sunlight. So
Anecdotal.
whether you believe me or
Yeah,
not, I'm just saying I've seen
anecdotal.
it.
That's totally anecdotal. That doesn't
Oh.
help
Okay,
the case.
I never said it wasn't.
I think I'm pretty good at this,
I mean,
honestly. Like, I might need to
You're
be a flat
presenting it
earther.
as
Well, if
proof.
you guys
Turn that
actually
mic on.
want
You
to
got a
be a flat
mic.
earther, then
Hours,
why can't
hours. You have a mic,
if it
man.
does go over a curve?
All right, what's the
You would
argument
have
now?
to have either photos of the sun being below the clouds, or it's a global.
Dude, I just debunked it in like 3 different ways, and you're still going on about this
Do you
point.
guys actually want a flat
Move
Earth
on.
opinion or answer, or you just want to discuss this between yourselves? Because if that's the case, just fuck off somewhere else.
Mom. Fucking tell him.
So, does anybody have a question for a flat earther?
Nah.
No, we used them all up.
T-Dub, what were you trying to say? I did not hear you, honestly. I didn't hear you say anything.
He was just mad that nobody was talking to him.
Oh my.
Can you please stop abusing mod powers, man? Like that's kind of
Yeah, I'm not gonna cry about that, but I'm just saying I do want to hear. I do want to hear what your argument is. I mean, I would hope the Flat Earther server members know more about this than these randos. Because I think that was one of the good things that I heard in my time during Flat Earth was that one's not an easy one to argue against.
well that one would be shouldn't okay if you have shadows being cast that way, shouldn't it cast shadows from everything as it's going over? Right?
What do you mean?
Because everything that's higher than where the current position of the sun is, if the sun is going over the edge, right? So
I don't
the
understand.
CN Tower should cast the shadow on the clouds, for example.
The what should?
So should tall buildings.
You said the what should? Tall
The
buildings?
CN Tower, tall buildings.
I'm pretty sure I've seen tall buildings do it as well on fog, but that's less confirmed. I'm just saying certainly mountains, which are wildly high, have cast these shadows.
Well, here's the thing: if you're looking at if for example those pictures are true and the sun is coming from the top, you can actually do the same. You can actually replicate that. Put a piece of paper there and put the sun over top the piece of paper, and then put your finger in front, and it'll make a shadow across the piece of paper.
Okay, I found it. Yeah. Skyscraper shadow on cloud. It's a thing.
Yeah.
Skyscraper shadow on cloud.
Yeah, DALL-E is awesome for generating images. Yes,
I tried to debunk it. Like it could have been a
Yes, I'm
reflection
being.
off the water.
Can you? What'd you say? Well, I
Could've
mean,
been a
reflection off
reflection
the
off the
water sounds
water.
ridiculous to me. I don't know
Could've been
more
a
than to say to
spotlight.
that.
Could have been a spotlight. Could have been
Should have
photo
been a spotlight.
manipulation.
There's a lot of photos. This is not just something like it happened once and people have their beliefs on. It's a common occurrence. I've seen it personally in real life. I'm saying it's not something that's just made up.
Do you know
That's
how
cap.
easy it is to do you know how easy it is to go on Fiverr and hire somebody, like just tell them what you want? Like I want a mountain with a cloud that has a shadow reflected
Well,
on
you're
it.
arguing against me. Look. You're making your point against me. I'm telling you, I've seen this in real life. It's not something that's made up. If the point is not something outside of you, you're just saying it's made up, then you're not arguing anything. You're doing no convincing.
Fallacious.
What's the contention? What's the contention?
Did you see what I posted? Did you see the things that I was saying about you can see mountain shadows on
Yeah,
clouds?
you're showing generated images though, man. Like
These are
if you
not
Google
generated images. These
hold
are
on,
real
Bro, I could make
Google
that
it.
shit in Photoshop.
Google it
yeah,
yourself.
if you Google for
I already
shadow
analyzed
from
it for
building
I
on
already
clouds,
analyzed it
you
for
will get nothing.
manipulation. It wasn't.
Yeah. If you Google
Huh?
shadow from building on clouds, you get nothing.
I'm analyzing it right now, and
That's
it
not
says it's a
true. What are you
manipulated
talking
image.
about? Google mountain shadow on cloud.
Mountain
Well,
shadow.
shadow from building on clouds, and I get
I
earthsky.org
Googled
cloud shadow
skyscraper
mystery, which
shadow on
shows the
cloud, and that's what I
reflection.
got. Is the picture I posted.
Yeah.
Imagine
I'm
using
glad
Google
there's
as a source.
I'm glad there's a few
Yeah,
people in here who get it.
How does that prove? I don't think I'm. Look, when I say proof, and I use the word prove and proof loosely, is all I'm saying. It gives proof towards. It gives evidence towards it being this structure of belief.
Is the
I'm
photographer
not saying that
in
it
the
absolutely
shadow?
proves it beyond a reasonable doubt. Obviously not. I'm just saying
Yeah.
the best explanation for a shadow of a mountain to be on a cloud is that not that the light source is dipping below the shadow or below the clouds, which we've never seen ever in any image whatsoever, is more so that you have a globe, a circle, to where it's tilted at the perfect angle for the light to point upward towards the cloud at a certain time of day, at a very short period.
Wouldn't the sun just
and
disappear
and
over
that's
the
why
horizon?
literally anybody in here can Google for what you're claiming and find nothing.
What do you
You're
mean? I just
you're giving
Google mountain
generated
shadow on the cloud. It's an image. What is there to Google? What are
you're
you
giving
saying?
you're posting generated images from DALI. Look at the streaking on that. Okay, come on, man.
Bro, Phoenix,
Like
you
at
need to get
least
this guy
you know
muted.
at
He's
least
just
if you
trolling
at
at
least
this
if you
point. He's
no
not being serious. He's not being serious.
if you're gonna use
You
images
never
from
seen
DALI, at least get some better
you never seen the
quality ones.
sun's. I see the sun on the other side of the clouds. I've never seen. Well, no, I've
Look at the
seen it.
streak. Look at the
Huh?
Yeah,
streak.
that's sure fake as fuck. You don't
I
see
know,
shadows
man.
in the air.
Come on.
You see them projected onto the ground.
Just look
I
at the
can't hear.
ocean.
Do I have him
You
turned
don't see
down
a
or something?
curve.
I don't hear him talking.
It's clearly
No,
flat. Look at the ocean.
he's 100% medium. I turn him all the way. I don't hear him talking.
If we were really floating in space, the ocean would just like disappear
Oh
into
God.
space.
I don't know what his voice sounds like, so I when I need to stop talking. T-Dub, can you explain it to me, please?
Explain what?
My argument about the mountain shadows on clouds.
I don't know. I saw the picture of the one with the building.
Uh-huh. I think that's less, clearly it's going straight
Where's
through the
the other one?
clouds. It's a little bit weird, but I think the other ones are more obvious.
I've seen this address before, but I can't remember what it was about it.
You know what it is? Is that I remember it getting addressed before, and it was not perfect, but it was enough for me to stop pushing as my main argument. So there was something that was given to me. I can't remember what it was though, and so I'm bringing it up again. And this was many years ago when I was on the Flat Earth server. It was a long time ago.
There's this, which is a genuine picture of building shadows on the clouds, and that's because the buildings are above the
But that's
clouds.
downward. That's normal. That's downward onto the clouds.
Yeah.
There's nothing special about that. But when the light source is below the clouds and pushing a shadow upward on the cloud, that is something unique. That's something that should not happen on a flat Earth.
Yeah. Well, you broke the matrix with your DALI rendering, so that's fine.
Yeah, I've never seen that shit.
Yeah.
Oh, look. If that's the conclusion you want to go to, I'm fine with that. I'm just telling you, as somebody I'm not a globe earther. I'm agnostic for the most part. I'm telling you, I personally have seen it myself with my own true eyes. Right?
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it's not just made
Okay,
up. So
okay,
if that's
first-
the only
first off-
argument that's gonna hold your belief, it should not be your argument. If you can believe that a random person is not lying to you right now.
I live in
Yeah,
Florida.
well, when I see it, I'll believe in the globe.
First off, the building that you're portraying there, that's the Burj
Why wouldn't it
Khalifa.
happen?
Okay, that building, the top of that is actually above the clouds, and where it's casting the shadow is over top of the clouds. Since the clouds are translucent, you can actually see that shadow.
Have you ever seen direct sunlight on a ceiling?
Direct sunlight on the ceiling.
Yeah, on a perfectly horizontal level ceiling. Maybe not perfectly, but on a horizontal level ceiling.
Like inside of a house. Yeah,
Yeah,
probably.
like you heard what I said, right? The building
I
that
didn't.
he's portraying there, it's the Burj Khalifa. That building towers above the clouds. The top part that you're seeing the
Talking about the
shadow
one you
from.
posted?
No,
Hey,
I can actually show you a genuine Burj Khalifa shadow, but yeah, that shadow
Phoenix.
that gets cast from the top of that is actually above the cloud line, so it's cast over top of the cloud. Since over top of the clouds, since the clouds are translucent, you can see the shadow that's being cast on the clouds above the clouds.
All right, no,
When
no,
you're
let me
below.
say this. Let me say this. Let me say this. I agree that the skyscraper one is less evident because it's so low to the ground, right?
It's the same thing
But
with
I
mountains.
feel like the mountain one, to where, like what I just posted, to where it is quite clearly you can see a wide gap between the top of the mountain, light, and the clouds.
What mountain is that?
I don't know.
so why could it not just be light reflecting off of a lake down there? Hmm?
I don't. I don't. Do you think the entire? Clearly, the clouds are lit up. Clearly, for it to
Yeah,
be a lake that's casting that level of light, I don't think that exists. I just don't
it's
believe
a
that
big lake.
exists.
It's a big lake and a small frame of reference. You know, they just got the right photo.
Look, I don't know the geography. I was, I can't remember what it was actually, but I don't remember the geography of where I was when I personally saw it in real life. I just know what happens.
Well, yeah, the Burj Khalifa, you would see it from that building, right?
I don't know. I don't know what that is.
Well,
Why don't
that's the towering building that you have there. Look up the Burj Khalifa. BurjKhalifa.
Can't you just post what you're saying?
wait,
Isn't that the
Burj
tallest building in
Khalifa
the
or
world?
whatever? Yeah, it is.
Or at least
Exactly.
it was.
Exactly.
Wait, can
Like, I don't
yo
know.
I
Look,
That's the one in
I
Dubai.
think if you were somebody who was incredulous at everything, and they said either globe Earth exists, people who have said that they're experts in all these things exist, or somebody who says that they're a conspiracy theorist, they're not sure about a lot of things, and the argument is that it's bouncing light off of lakes. I would be more incredulous about that argument than I would be about what is it? Fucking refraction.
hey, I'm just advocating for skepticism, you know, like I'm not gonna take this picture at face value.
You
You
can
know.
do
What does
that.
this
You can
picture
do that.
even
I'm just
prove
saying that I think it's
other than the
minimal.
That
sun's
picture
Minimal
is
enough that
actually a
it's
rendering.
anything but what you see.
That picture is actually a rendering. It's 3D art from dreamstime.com. It's an editorial stock photo. So that's all.
You just made that up.
No, actually, I didn't. Would you like me to fucking link that? Here
Yeah.
you go.
He's analyzing the photos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Are you saying that they changed the filter on it, or are you saying that they change it to look the way they wanted it to
Hold
look
on.
like?
Give me a second here. Opening up Discord
Because
on the
you're making shit
computer.
up.
Opening up Discord on the computer. Give me a second.
Because again, that's not the only photo. There's a lot of photos on Google.
Not making shit up, bud. Give me a
I want to hear
second.
what
Opening
argument
fucking
Peach
Discord.
has while he's pulling that up. I want to hear
No,
what
no, I'm
argument.
trying to ask you a very direct question though. Are you saying that it is
Fake
a
as
photo
fuck?
that they adjusted to
Yes.
be fake, or are you saying that they adjusted it, they added a filter or something to make it look cuter?
Okay, first off,
They painted that shadow.
First off, I'm not disputing the possibility of a shadow being cast that tall from that building over top of the clouds.
That's not what I
That you can
asked.
see
That's a very specific
from under
question.
the clouds, and I'm giving you a very specific answer.
There's nothing specific
With
about this
regard,
long-winded
Just
ass
listen
answer.
to his answer, man. What the hell?
there's the link. Okay. So yes, it's an editorial artwork. Okay. There's a different variation of the same thing. Okay.
Oh, you're still in the
The
fucking skyscraper. I'm talking about the mountain, you asshole. Jesus.
well,
I
the
don't care
mountain
about
you
that
haven't.
fucking skyscraper.
I haven't
Isn't it the
gone into
same
full
argument?
analysis of the mountain. It's a little more difficult than looking up a building. Okay. Sorry about that.
But what about this picture? All right, somebody took a photogenic picture and it's on a photogenic website. What are you talking about? What is your argument?
What?
Why is AI
So,
muted? What happened?
somebody took a photogenic picture and put it on a photogenic picture website. What is your argument?
Argument for a good photo? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, he's trying to
All
act like
photos are
because
edited.
they maybe adjusted it with a filter or made it look
Who's saying
more
that?
saturated in some way that
Who's
it's a
saying that? I
lie.
literally gave you the
You
fucking
tell me that
reason
photo's not edited, bro?
why there's a shadow there.
Literally
and you
all photos are
completely
On
edited.
the
ignore it.
Ask
website,
any
I'm on the
photographer.
website that he told me to go to. What part of this website proves that this photo is a lie?
You
Bro, you do realize
who's
as soon as
saying
you snap
that?
a photo on your iPhone, it edits
Can
it
I
in
just hear from
1,000 different
Phoenix
ways.
because he's the one that sent the photo, please?
Alright, go for
Okay,
it.
first off, I'm not fucking saying that, am I?
Yeah, you did.
And you're completely disregarding when I tell you the reason why you're seeing the shadow there. Would you like me to repeat that again?
No, no,
Or
no.
maybe somebody
I
else in
don't
the room
want you
who
to.
was
Let me
listening
be
could
very
repeat it
clear
for you.
since it's my turn to talk, right? I do not want you to repeat that for me. I
Why?
literally only want you to repeat what you said in regard to this website and its validity.
I said that it's from dreamstime.com, right? It is. And it's an editorial stock photo, which it is.
What does that mean?
What part did I fucking lie to you there?
What is an editorial stock photo? What does that mean?
It's an
Holy
image you
fuck.
pay for to have it on your website.
No, I'm asking him
That was also
specifically because
edited.
he
My nigga,
utilized the words
why
that might
does
mean
it?
something different for him than it does for you for me,
Oh,
right?
there's also
So
free
let hold on,
download
please,
option.
just let him answer the question, please.
There's 30
I'm
people here. You
I'm
want
just
us to
giving
sit
you
down
the
and
facts here, and you're like twisting it into some. What does it mean
Well,
to
I don't
you?
see anything on this website that
What do
suggests
you?
that it's an editorial stock photo that you said. I don't even see that part of it. But I'm trying to understand what you mean by the thing that you said. I'm just assuming that this is somewhere on the website. What do
don't
you
think
mean by
you need
what
to
you just
worry
said,
about
please?
that.
Look, you seem
You
like
know
a
what a stock
capable
photo is.
Can you
interlocutor.
please? I'm not trying to cut you off, but I don't want you to guys white knight for him. Just let him argue his
No,
point, please.
this
No, I
is
just
too
think you
difficult.
need to be a bit more
It
gentle.
literally says editorial
hold
stock
on.
photo Burj Khalifa casting
What?
shadow clouds sunrise Dubai
You
use
guys are
Jun
killing me.
rare image
I don't.
96080208.
Like
Can
it's
we
not a
move on
nice.
What
from the
part of
It's not
stock
a
that says
nice.
photo
not?
thing?
And he's like, I
Can
don't
we
see where it says editorial stock. It's like, okay, whatever.
can we move on from the stock photo thing? Like most of
I
us
would
know
love
what a
We can
to.
stock
move on. We can
photo
move on.
is, right? Like
Reverse.
what?
A stock
I would
photo
love
is
to.
it's just a license photo. It's not that big of a deal, guys.
Y'all are
I
tripping.
want to address reverse here.
How does
I just
this
want.
prove the globe Earth?
I want to
Exactly.
address reverse. I want to.
Well, I don't want to talk. Address me. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Yeah. I just think like it seems like you're trying to attack these people's worldview, and I just think you need to take a little gentler approach when doing that.
Ignore this guy. You can go as harsh as you like, as long as you're making sense.
Well, no, honestly, I've been drinking and smoking all that. I'm just trying to have some fun, to be honest. At this point, I just want
Yeah,
us to have
no, I
some
can
kind of
make it
argument
fun too.
that's gonna have a fun conversation about it, right?
Oh,
But
this isn't gonna be fun because we're gonna shatter
so
your
I'm not trying to
worldview.
like change
We're gonna
somebody's
convert you.
worldview. That's not what I'm doing. Let's be
Okay,
clear
well,
about that.
Are you a
I'm
globe
okay, well,
earther?
offended.
initially your
No,
premise
I'm
was
agnostic. I'm globe earth leaning agnostic.
So do you believe
yeah,
in the
initial,
globe or what?
I
well, his
believe that
initial
it's
premise.
probably a globe earth and that what they say is probably true, but I can't prove it on my own,
And
and
if
I
I can
don't have the time to try to prove it on my own.
so you think it's a globe and you're not going to listen to anyone telling you it's not a globe? Is that what you say?
Well, he's not going to
That's
listen to
not
anyone
what I
that's not
said at
an
all.
accredited individual. You guys are just
That's not what I said at all.
random
You guys are
people on the
trolling.
internet.
That's
Alright,
not
Victor,
at
I'll
all
shut
what
your
I
mouth,
just
you
said.
clown. So what did you say?
No, I've studied this
He actually
subject.
made very
I
strong
said that the evidence
implications that
points to one thing, but I don't have the time to actually prove it myself.
So
The
what if I
evidence
And
told
if
actually
you?
somebody
does.
has some evidence otherwise, I would listen to it. This argument that I wouldn't listen to something is ridiculous. Stop.
okay,
It's so
Who said
simple.
that? Victor,
his
why are you in
premise.
this conversation, Victor? Why would you say
Huh?
something so ridiculous?
Like what?
It's
That was so disingenuous. I didn't
What
say
did I
anything
say?
of the sort what you just argued.
you guys
What
are
did I
just getting
argue?
caught up in like meta
You just
bullshit.
argued that if I heard something of the opposite, that I would not listen to what it had to say because I believe
Never
what I
said
believe.
that. You're thinking of someone else. Nope, didn't say that.
Oh, thank God I have OBS on. Let's listen back to what he actually said. I'll say it word for word for you.
Oh, really?
This meta bullshit is so boring.
Wait, can you repeat again what you thought I said again?
So
No, I can't. No, I don't need
Can
to
we
because I
talk
can
about?
repeat it back for us all.
Can we talk about the Earth and something actually relevant?
I said something
I
about
got
an
you.
accredited
You said
individual.
you said she said they said. Who actually believes the Earth is not
I have a
flat?
question.
Yes, is okay. The basic premise of his argument is that because the shadows are being cast underneath the clouds, therefore the world is round because it can only happen if the sun hits it at a certain angle that makes it cast upwards towards the clouds. However, what I have debunked on that is that the building that he posted is actually casting the shadows.
I already
above
said
the
that the
clouds,
building was for
is
you.
casting the
Ignore
shadows
the
above the
building. I
clouds.
don't care.
Okay.
I just wanna make sure. I have a question for like the flat earthers in the channel. Like, do we all believe that the sun goes in like an
No,
elliptical orbit
we
above
don't
our heads,
believe.
right?
We don't
It
believe.
goes in a circle.
Well, there's
You,
there's a
you
couple
have to
there's a
believe.
couple of
You don't know
theories.
anything for sure.
There's a couple of
Answer's
theories
no.
about that. There could be more than one
That's
sun,
that's
right?
my understanding of it, but
Some people subscribe to that. I do not personally. I can't
What
prove
does?
that.
Oh,
Yeah, like I'm not flat Earth per se, but I will say that from the biblical perspective, the waters are above are separated from the waters below, creating the firmament between. What that firmament is, haven't a fucking clue, but it sure is fucking round,
The sun
right?
is
what does
an
the
enigma.
I mean,
sun
if
have to
it
do with
is,
the Earth?
I'd love to see the real proof of that. That'd be fucking awesome. Not some
I
Sun
3D
is an
render
enigma,
or somebody
cannibal.
skydiving
I
with a
imagine
fisheye.
it's kind of like it's like a Tupperware container, like it's like flattened out at the top, kind of
So,
rounded on the sides.
Doctor Ethical, Doctor Ethical Cannibal.
Yeah, what's up?
So the only thing that really lends that credence is documented and observed sun full 360 sun in the Arctic Circle, within the Arctic Circle during certain times of the year.
Okay.
But we don't see, so that would lend that idea credence. But for me, in the southern area of the plane, I don't observe the sun doing that. I actually see it arc in the opposite direction. So that's a bit of a problem for that idea that the sun is doing these concentric circles around a central northern point.
Well, the scale of the Earth is like so large that you can't notice that it's going in a circle. Like it looks like a straight line from your
Yeah,
perspective.
but I actually observe it to arc the other way.
Yeah, from
Anti.
the globe perspective, um, the argument why it does that is because of the tilt on the axis and that the Earth is not a perfect orbit; it wobbles.
That's
Um,
ridiculous.
so, and that we're not like in parallel with the sun; we're slightly above, if you will, if you were to put it on like a flat line and draw a straight line to it.
You're talking
You're
about the
saying it
accent?
like you're saying it wobbles. Like, wouldn't we feel that when it wobbles?
Not what?
There's okay.
Did you
The Earth has
understand what he just said?
the Earth has a slight
Yeah,
wobble and it
yeah, I
tilts
did.
on its
No,
axis
you
as well.
didn't.
If something's wobbling, you're gonna fall off of it, right?
No, he's saying that
God.
the orbit is not perfect and it does weird irregularities. That's what he meant by wobble.
Yeah. So wouldn't we
Yeah.
feel those irregularities?
Oh, okay.
Would
So
you do you feel
okay,
do you
I'm
feel
just
yourself going at
lost.
360,000 kilometers an hour?
Ah, dude, it's not
You
fucking
know,
accelerating.
Well, we're not.
right?
Like, you assume we're
Yeah.
moving at like
That
billions
is.
of miles an
All
hour
I'm saying
through space.
is
It
Like,
that
would be.
all I'm saying is
no,
from
we're
the globe Earth
stationary.
argument. That's how they argue that. Okay,
Yeah.
I'm not saying I agree with it. I'm just saying that's how it's
I
argued.
don't know about the wobble. The
Oh
wobble.
wow, Earth wobbles. That's
I
incredible.
mean,
That
the
actually
whole,
explains
All right,
the
I'm
science.
whole,
back.
the
Shit.
whole globe Earth agenda is all about just, they're trying to like make us into like nihilistic, like we don't have like a center place in the universe. We're unimportant. There's
Yeah,
like no
yeah,
meaning to anything. That's what they want to do.
yep.
And
So
Whoa,
you
whoa,
might as
whoa,
well be an
whoa.
atheist, right?
You could
Yeah,
no, you could still be
exactly.
Christian and
no,
believe in a globe Earth.
No,
no.
You don't think you could say Jesus Christ is my Lord and Savior?
and
Uh,
believe
I heard
and
that all
believe
the
that we're
time while
just
on the flat Earth server.
and believe that we're a speck of dust, just like floating through space,
Huh?
like just
yeah,
No,
and
I
that
said Jesus
and that
Christ is
God
my
has
Lord
nothing
and
to
controversial.
do with
Savior.
our
I did not
creation.
say that. I did not say that. You're strong
That we
manning me.
came from
I said Jesus
that we
Christ is my
evolved,
Lord and Savior.
and that we evolved from monkeys,
You
No, I
should
didn't say
believe
that.
that
right?
we're the center of his creation. You should
I
believe
don't know
that.
that.
Well,
Of
no,
course.
that's all part of that
That's
whole globe thing.
that's part of
It's all,
Revelation.
Absolutely, from
yeah,
Big Bang to now.
There's
Exactly.
there's
yeah,
a
You
yeah,
don't
exactly.
get to pick and choose.
there's something in Luke and in Revelations where the sun will dim out, right? The moon will lose its light and the stars will fall from the heavens.
Mm.
Are you guys familiar with those passages?
Yeah, and how can they fall from the heavens if they're hundreds of quadrillion miles away, or
Yeah, so
billions, or whatever?
I have
Yeah.
a globy view on how that could happen because the
Oh.
sun will eventually burn out, and the Milky Way will eventually collide with Andromeda.
Yeah, but do you know how far apart the stars are?
No, we will.
You know, when you have a galaxy colliding with another galaxy, you're going to end up with 99.999% of misses.
That's
Okay?
right.
Like, seriously.
Stars already do appear to fall towards the western horizon every night.
This is
Yeah,
also true.
So from if you're taking the scientific perspective, you need to take everything that they're telling you and put it all together, and then assess it and evaluate it fairly that way, and then you can do the comparison between the two and see if it's bullshit or not, right?
Well,
So,
I also don't see the Bible as a literal scientific document.
Who says it's scientific?
Yeah, and a lot of Christian scholars won't even like take the Bible fucking literally, bro. Like they'll interpret a lot of those passages a lot different.
Yeah. I mean, especially that's a huge part of Judaism is multiple interpretations.
Well, it's not open to it.
Well, Judaism and Christianity are very different, my friend.
Yeah, they have some
Judaism looks at the Torah only. They don't have revelations.
Sure, they have some differences.
Oh,
Hey,
big
God
differences.
will lead you towards the righteous path, and some
Yeah,
people
there,
just get led astray.
there is big differences between Judaism and Christianity. I mean, like look how like the Christians how they treated the Jews, bro.
That's people being
Yeah,
led
we
astray.
didn't
though.
go into that.
Look how the Jews are treating the Christians right now.
I'm not
quite well
Right?
understood, even amongst academia, right? That the ancients, not just the Hebrews, not just that area of the world, but all over the world, they
I'm not
all
trying
had
to
a
claim myself.
They had a cosmological view of a stationary, flat, enclosed Earth.
Yeah.
I'm not trying to
But
claim
then,
myself.
you have Catholics. Then you have the Catholics coming along, the Pope and the like, who essentially decree, that they can speak on behalf of God and make stuff up and make their own interpretations. And
Yeah,
that's exactly.
I'm not a huge fan of organized religion per se.
I think
I
we
like
need
the,
more
I like the, I like the
organized
Bible.
religion.
I like the Bible.
I think we need one religion. Like Christians need to found it. Everybody needs.
I don't
to,
think
like,
we need any religion.
Yeah.
No, man.
Well,
We need a
who
global.
believe in nothing will believe in anything.
But I
That's
do
the
believe in
thing.
something, so I don't believe in nothing.
That's
Well,
one thing I
you
slip up on.
believe the world is round and that God doesn't
I
exist.
still.
Well,
I
that's
still
not true. So you're just making shit up. So stop
Hold
doing
up,
that.
No, I mean, it's a truism. It's a truism. I'll accept it. I'll
Hold
allow
up.
it.
But it's
I
not
say
true though.
global still. How do I replace that in my speech instead of saying global? What do I say? Like flattle? I don't. Sounds
Flattle.
Flattle.
You can still say world.
But you can't say global. Like on a
You can just say
global
you can say
scale. What,
Jesus
like,
Unfortunately, it is kind of Orwellian. How language has been curtailed to disallow for more accurate descriptions of our surroundings.
Exactly.
But
They're trying to socially engineer us. Like,
The term worldwide is still in common use.
Do we watch the news? Is what you said?
Common use. Did you guys ever explain the whole mountain on a shadow? Or
It's something you can,
shadow on a
it's
cloud?
literally something you can experience for yourselves if you go to a mountain that is aligned where the sun sets or even where the sun rises.
I mean, I
Yeah,
gave a
yeah.
couple.
Like I said, I've seen it. I know it's
I gave
that's
a
a real
couple.
thing.
And I would encourage anyone to experience it themselves. It's quite awe-inspiring. It's a beautiful sight if you get the right clouds.
I mean, I
I
think
like
the
looking
sunset in
out.
general is a beautiful sight, but
I personally like looking out at like the flat ocean. Like I'll like zoom out on it and it's just flat. I'm just
Yeah,
like.
apparently when the sun is on the horizon, you can actually stare directly at it, and it can actually be healthy for your eyes.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah.
whatever healthy
You've
means.
Like
looked into
Have you
that?
ever
You've
tried
looked
to
into
hold
that?
gas around an object in a vacuum? You ever tried to do that?
What does that have to do
Huh?
with anything?
I don't think I've ever been near a vacuum, bro.
I'm not talking about that type of vacuum. I'm meaning the a vacuum space.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
Why did
That's
you
what I
randomly
mean.
bring that up for? Where did that come from?
Yeah, why? Yeah, why would
If
you?
you were in the middle of space, what do you think would happen to the gas around our object in a vacuum?
So you're just changing the conversation.
Well, yeah, this is
another
a
concept with
this is
regards
a
to
red herring.
You could
globe
just say I'm
versus
changing the
non-globe.
conversation. I'm gonna be disrespectfully mean to you.
No,
That'd
it's
have been
another.
easier, right?
What?
I was talking about something, and then you changed the entire conversation to. You ever experienced a vacuum? The fuck?
No, you were
What
talking
was that? A
about
sequitur? Was that a
shadow.
sequitur to anything else in the conversation?
Yeah, he's talking about gravity.
He's saying like if
Yeah,
there was
nobody
a
has
vacuum,
mentioned gravity in the last like 5 minutes.
if there was a vacuum, it'd suck up all the air, wouldn't it?
I've never
Yeah, it would.
willfully wielded gravity.
Yeah.
I'm just
myself.
saying. Look, if you want to talk about the Phoenix, fine. This is rude as fuck.
Have you ever
Well,
seen
no,
a vacuum that
we've
doesn't?
already gone through the shadows on the clouds things like
Yeah, I was
many
hoping that maybe
times.
somebody, since it's the flat Earth server, would have a solution.
I
If
did,
they don't,
and I
then
gave it to you,
I've
and
seen
you
it
just
before.
going on.
I can't remember, and I don't have anything off the top of my head to be able to like explain if that's real. I've never seen it myself. There might be
But
some sort
assuming
of
it's real,
explanation.
like,
I don't know.
couldn't you just accept that maybe
Doesn't prove
maybe
anything.
you're wrong?
No.
First off,
Because
I've explained it to
I think
you
it's more
several
interesting that if you
times.
couldn't accept that maybe you're wrong, then maybe you're just somebody who's only gonna believe what you want to believe.
I'd be happy to
I've
accept
explained it to you
that
several
I was
times,
wrong
and
if
you
there was
just you're
measured
ignoring that. Why
curvature.
do you
You
keep
know,
ignoring the explanation, sir?
We're
I'm not
the
going
I'm
to
just
change
saying,
my.
like, if you don't have the solution, and I give something that seems
I gave
very
you the solution.
compelling,
Listen,
I gave you
we're
the
not the
solution.
Compelling
ones.
how?
We're not
Compelling
the
how?
well,
ones
what I said,
who are.
it doesn't. Does what?
Jesus Christ. We're not the ones who are indoctrinated into our beliefs. Okay, like we came to these ideas freely, so.
Yeah, and I gave him the answer to that like many times. I'm just it's just like I don't know why he keeps bringing it up. It's like
Phoenix, you haven't said anything about it. I said the skyscraper was your own thing. I didn't care about the skyscraper. I posted things about mountains.
no, you posted the
Yeah.
skyscraper as well, dude.
It
Yes,
doesn't
for your
invalidate
sake.
the
For
fact that
your
there's no
sake.
measurable curvature.
And it's the exact same reason because those mountains go above the clouds.
They don't. I literally posted a very clear picture of the mountain being quite underneath the cloud.
Yes, and if you look up that mountain, it actually goes above the cloud lines.
That's not
Like
true.
a
Post
lot
it.
of the high
Post it. You're
cloud,
lying.
like a lot of the high
You're not
mountains do.
speaking a truth. You're making that shit up. You are a liar. You're lying. Post it.
And how am I lying?
Post it. You know this to be a truth. There's no way you knew this just off the top of your head, so you clearly Googled it. Post what you Googled. Otherwise, you're just making it up.
Well, you see the stuff that you have underneath that?
No, I don't need you to explain yourself. I just need you to post what you Googled. Because you didn't just know that off the top of your head that this is this specific mountain and this is the case. No. You either knew it off the top of your head or you're just making it up about this photo.
Yeah, image
Which
by
is it?
Data Squatch at Hodit. That says that right on the image that you send, by the way. You forgot to edit that part.
It doesn't prove that we live on a spinning ball.
But would it cast a shadow of doubt, perhaps?
Here's another photo. Does
What?
this image do the same thing, you asshole? Wow, there's thousands of images for me to look up. Crazy. Are you done?
Is that for
Are
me?
you done, Phoenix?
For my
I'm talking to
pun?
Phoenix.
Unintended.
Are you done,
But-
Phoenix? Or are you just still gonna troll?
Cool, thanks.
I don't know why all the fake image detectors are coming up with that's fake for the mountain one. But okay.
I don't know what that means. I don't know what fake image detector. I don't even know what that fucking means. Fake image detector? What does that even mean?
He
Are you for
analyzed
real?
the photo. How many times you gotta say it?
What is a fake image detector? So if I take a picture of something and then I use a filter of some sort, it's gonna detect that I used a filter, or what is it? What is a fake image detector?
It detects if it's AI generated synthetic images, aka
Okay,
fake.
dude, it's 2023. Calm the fuck down. I've told you, I've seen this in real life. It's a real thing. You can Google it.
Well, I don't see
whether
what
you
you
like it or not. It's a real thing.
Yeah.
Yep.
So stop acting like this has been like, oh, you know, responded to. It hasn't been. No Globe Earther here has said anything about it, or none that I've listened to or heard. Hope so. AJ and yeah, well. Like, what more do I have to do?
Hey, look at this really awesome photo that's totally real of an astronaut smoking marijuana in space.
So again, you're doing this like fucking scarecrow ass argument, straw man
No,
ass argument.
if you're sending fake images, bud, like what do you want? Send me okay. Tell you what.
Photo. I'm not
I'm
searching. Give me a fake photo
I'm
of
a
the fucking
regular
mountain on the fucking cloud. I'm not doing that.
I'll tell you
This
what.
is
I
something
am a
that I've seen
regular.
in my own life. It is a real thing that other people have seen.
Shit.
I'm a regular on the server. Okay. Next time you see it in real life,
On which server?
take an
On
actual photo.
24/7 or this server?
I'm a regular here. Just take a photo.
You didn't
right,
answer
and
my
send me
question. Are you a regular on this server or 24/7 flat Earth?
on the server. Okay. Just take a photo of what you actually see in physically. Okay. Real photo, real camera. Okay.
Click that for a second. You
And
said
send
just.
send it, and then we can continue the discussion.
I wasn't listening. I wasn't listening. I wasn't here. I left the server on accident. Say it again. Just do what?
Take a real photo of what you see in real life with a real camera, and when you do that, when you send it here, okay, then we can have that discussion. But right now, I'm not going to discuss mountains casting shadows that are AI generated images. I did discuss the image that was real.
What makes you say that they're AI generated?
Because you can run them through a detection algorithm to detect
What
if they are
Which
generated.
one? What are you referring to?
Just look it up, man. Okay, there are a bunch of them. You can pick one.
Oh, so you're saying I should just believe you?
No, yourself.
Well, I'm saying, are you saying I should just believe? I don't believe you. What did you run them through? You ran them through something. Just tell us what you ran them through.
If you Google for
Huh?
Well, here's one for you that you can run it through. There's Artifact. There's a project
Did you
on
run? I
GitHub.
can say what I can
Project
run it
on
through. What
GitHub.
did you run it through that you already had these solutions for?
On
What
GitHub
did you run
for
it
fake
through?
image detection. There's a lot of AI fake image detectors out right now. You can pick one and see for yourself. Okay, it's
AI
not hard.
shit was not a thing 5 years ago that I saw this. That I had already been talking about this. This has been a thing for a very,
I'm not
very long
disputing
time.
what you saw, okay? Because I can
No,
neither
I'm
confirm nor
saying these
deny
photos
that.
have been a
But I
thing
can
for a
tell you
very,
that the
very long
photos
time.
I can tell you that the photos that you sent though are generated.
Yeah,
That's all I
stop
can
yelling.
tell you. Okay, that's it.
Sound drunk, my dude. Chill. Stop yelling.
Okay,
Yeah,
Phoenix.
so just I'm happy
You're
to have
just
a
making shit
discussion
up.
with you.
You're just grasping at straws. You're just making shit up.
Okay, all right.
No, don't just say all right. You could Google it. You could type in the link into the channel chat and tell us exactly what we could Google to find out that it is a AI faked image.
Yo, what's
I don't know. Here's a thought. AI fake image detector. Type that in Google.
what are you guys arguing about?
There's a picture in the chat, Timbo. There's a picture in the chat of allegedly a shadow cast up underneath the clouds of a mountain.
Yeah, which
several. How does a sunset prove the globe?
Oh, Mount Rainier.
I don't even get this argument.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, that shadow can also be on top of the mountain. Like it doesn't have to be on the bottom.
What?
Exact.
Yeah.
I wonder what it looks like from the top of the mountain.
Probably looks pretty cool. Hey, can I get
Yeah.
Can I get?
What is this
chat?
proof?
Can I get chat permissions?
What is this photo proof?
Can zeros get chat permissions? It's just something to look at.
Oh, oops.
That's pretty cool.
Chat.
Yeah.
What do you mean chat permissions?
Like I can't type in the chat.
Yeah, I think that's something to do with your level on politics in general.
Or
You actually
maybe
have
if
to
you were
kind of.
banned, you might have been banned within the last 2 days,
Do I
possibly.
sound like the same
Yeah.
volume? Is this a normal volume?
I'm a
Yeah, you sound
politics.
good.
I'm a politics
fine.
leader. The only thing I can't do right now is stream. I'll be back.
Peach, does this sound like a normal volume? Is this
I
acceptable?
can try and unban if you like. How's that sound?
It's
I
gone,
posted
man.
a picture. I posted a picture in chat posing a question. Can you answer that?
Look, I'm gonna be passionate about whatever I feel about. It's hard not to yield, but I can try to put the mic farther away from me.
No, you sound fine, man. Like you're okay.
I didn't think you were
Do I
yelling
actually
before.
sound drunk? I'm literally not drunk. I'm actually
just
trying to get to the point to where I'm drunk. I want to be the belligerent in this chat, to be
Wow.
honest. But I
Alright.
really don't feel drunk yet. I'm trying to get to that point right now.
Yeah.
Can you answer that question in chat? Ruben?
Yeah, the
I know
reason.
I'm reading chat. I don't think I sound drunk. I think I sound very normal right now.
How can
Yeah,
you
the
read
reason-
chat?
the
How
reason
can you
why
read?
the-
How can
the
you
reason
read
why-
chat and work out whether you're drunk or not? How does that work?
Yeah, the reason why the sun doesn't have a tail is because we're rotating around it. However, I do get where you're coming from because we're also moving really fast. You know, the whole solar system is dipping along, right? So there should be some sort of a trail somewhere, right?
Mm-hmm.
So
Wait,
that's
wait a
good
minute. What?
question.
Is this because I said this channel made me sad? Is that why I got banned?
Can you guys hear me, or am I fucking
can.
not coming in?
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah.
Phoenix, can you post whatever server you use to determine what the images, all 4 or whatever images I posted were AI generated?
You didn't post
Aren't
4
we on
images.
a different topic now?
I can.
Didn't some?
This is not a different topic. We've been talking about this for a while.
Sorry,
Not gonna
man.
lie.
I'm gonna
lie,
fucking.
Reverse.
But I can post.
I would like.
I'm gonna mute
change the
you for
topic.
now. Anyone else want to be muted?
No.
Me. Good. Then fuck off.
I kind of
Honestly,
regret it.
Thank you.
A guy politely came up with a fucking question in the chat. Now, would he like to answer the question, or are we going to keep arguing like little fucking kids?
I answered the question and left it open.
So he asked you, why doesn't the sun have a tail? Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah, and
And you came up with an answer that presupposes moving through the galaxy. Is that what your answer was?
No, my answer was the end result of my answer was yes, it should have a tail. Okay, it is a good question, but one of the reasons why it's claimed that it doesn't have a tail is because we're rotating around the sun, right? So, but yes, since the entire galaxy is moving, right? Well, in our solar system through the galaxy, quite fast actually. That there should be a tail from the sun, and that is actually a very interesting question.
How do you know how fast the sun's moving through the galaxy? How do you know how fast that's going?
Well, that was actually a NASA measurement as far as how fast our solar system is moving.
Any proof for that?
Yep. Give me a second here.
Cool. So I would say the reason why it doesn't have a tail is because it's not fucking moving.
Right.
Well, I don't think it's moving at those speeds. I would imagine maybe a few thousand miles an hour.
Wait. The sun isn't moving? I thought the sun.
Well, it's moving above our heads. Yeah, it rotates above
Relatively,
our
yeah,
heads.
but it's not flying through the galaxy at 500,000 miles per hour like they claim.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, so
But you
from
do
space.
think that the Earth, that the sun revolves around the Earth,
Well,
right?
No,
okay, I'll just link
no.
this.
What I think is that the sun moves across the sky like we observe it to do.
Yeah,
Sure.
I
Okay, so
agree.
how fast-
But
Can anyone
according
claim
how
any
fast
different?
is the sun-
I agree.
How fast is the
Um,
moon?
I agree. I'm
Zeros.
just giving
Oh,
I'm giving the
never
globe
mind.
Earth answers
No,
here. Okay.
it was funny as shit that this guy's like, oh, the sun doesn't move. I'm like, what?
Okay.
Oh
So
yeah,
the sun and the
moves across the sky. Yeah.
according
No,
to
no, I
space
wasn't saying that, but whatever. Go ahead. My bad.
according to space.com, okay, the sun and the solar system appear to be moving at 200 kilometers per second, an average speed of
Got,
448,000 miles per hour.
got any measurements for that?
Yeah, I posted that.
Back it up.
I posted that.
Do you know how they came up with that measurement?
Oh, they
or
probably pulled it out of
speed?
their ass. They probably pull it out of their ass. But
Oh,
here
okay.
it is.
Oh.
I got it from biblical
I'm just being clear what side I'm on. I'm just saying this
Yeah.
is, you know, I know the other side as well. Here's from NASA. This is their
Okay, so
response.
that's the glober's speed for the sun. What's the flat earther's speed for the sun?
0. Well, sun. We don't know what the sun is from the flat Earth
No
side.
idea, man.
Right?
No
Not a
one
fucking
knows.
clue.
No one will ever know unless we find out what the sun is and where it is.
Yep, it's the light of God as
Didn't
far
you
as we
think
know.
5 seconds ago that the sun moves around like the way we observe it? Isn't that like literally what you said?
Sun moves across the sky like we see it doing.
Yep.
Okay,
Every
but if I
day.
ask you
And we
how
call it
fast
the
the sun moves across, how fast the sun moves across the sky, like the way we see it doing,
Who knows,
that's
man?
like too complicated for you. You can't do that for me, right?
Well, how are you going to measure that? You let me know how I'm going to measure it, and I'll go and measure it.
What do you mean?
Wait,
I
wait.
got it. You're the one that's
I
telling
do-
me this is how the universe works. You know, I'm just asking you to describe it.
I didn't claim.
with a
I
little
didn't
bit
make
more
any claims in
detail.
how the universe works. What I said was
You're
the
not
sun
making any
moves.
claims. That's what you guys
The
keep on
sun
saying.
moves
It's
across
so
the
fucking
sky
hilarious.
like we observe it to. Does anyone else have any other information other than that?
I have a question. Like, do you think it loops back around somehow? Like, how does that
I have
work?
no idea, man.
No,
Gotcha.
don't know.
Okay.
Could be a different sun. Don't know.
Yeah, it could just be like suns like just passing by us. Like we
Yeah.
think
New
it's
sun
if
every day. Could be kind of cool.
Buddha, if
yeah,
the
it's like
Buddha
an
map,
assembly line.
if the map
Yeah.
found in the
Whatever
if the
you
map
need
that was
to
found in the
make
Buddha
this
temple
argument,
has
but you
any
have no
accuracy, then you
cohesive
know there would
model.
probably be multiple suns,
It
right?
was partly fabricated.
Yeah. Or
Yeah, that was
that could
partly
be bullshit
fabricated.
too, right?
That map's a load of shit, man. The dude added to it.
Yeah.
It's in the article that talks about it. He admits
know.
it.
The multiple sun thing does make a lot of sense to me though. Like,
Yeah. Well, because there's multiple rings, and here's one thing that gets me. Okay, like just a few things that kind of rack heavy suspicion. Okay, that something's fucking up. You have this heavily decorated explorer that goes to the South Pole, Antarctica. Okay, and he comes back saying that there's fucking land on the other side, and that there's more resources, a lot more resources, more than we have, right? And then he gets a group of people, like a group military, okay, to go with him, and they get fucking slaughtered by something, right? They don't make it back, okay, is the point. And he gets back, and after that, they decide that Antarctica is going to be the only place on the fucking planet where we don't have battle and everybody is at peace, and there's no way that you're allowed to, as a civilian, go there. You can go to like this tiny little peninsula off of Australia, which is like, that's like walking in a park in New York and only seeing that one park and not the rest of the whole fucking United States. It's stupid, right?
How do you feel about the idea of like circumnavigation though? Like I understand like there's a different like model to the like the layout of the earth and the continents, like how they all like it's not the way we imagine on that like flat map that we have. Like it's more like circular, right?
Mm-hmm.
Are they just like veering off course to circumnavigate? Like they're not.
Well,
like they're not actually heading
they
directly
don't
west.
even fly. They don't even fly over those areas. Like they're no-go zones. You've got like 100 different sorry, excuse me. You have about 100 different travel agencies that will book you a trip to see that tiny little peninsula.
I'm talking like a
Right?
shipping container, like when it's going from like
Oh, they
I don't know,
don't circumnavigate the
from
they don't
China across
circumnavigate.
the Pacific or something. I don't know.
Yeah, they just go straight. They just come straight across.
Well,
Yeah,
It has
so
like
they have to go.
Hmm.
They have to go
yeah,
around
you can
land
actually
masses.
track that. There's a tracking system for that.
Yeah, my
It's just
wife
like
my wife works in international shipping, and they have certain routes that only go to certain places, and then they come back. So they don't have all round trips. They'll have
Yeah,
a Australia to Europe via via the Egypt or
and
the Gulf, and then they'll
yeah,
have one that goes the other. You know, like they go to certain places. They never
yeah,
circumnavigate the globe with shipping
I know.
containers. Is not cost effective.
yeah. And when they go see where they drop the containers off, they don't. Well, at least during COVID, there, China stopped accepting the containers back empty. So U.S. had to fill them up, and that's why you ended up with a whole bunch of containers that were just stuck there in
Yeah.
the harbor,
So
right?
China were actually they were keeping all the containers and sending
Yeah,
they were I know they were trying to stop us from shipping anything as well. So
yeah,
um
yeah,
they had a lot of problems with stuff like that. But the
I just
shipping
wonder.
routes are not the shipping routes don't rely on a globe Earth. They use things called beacons that are on buoys. They follow
yep,
beacons in a certain direction to end up at certain points.
yep,
Put
Okay, so
certain
they could have like
ports.
thrown off those beacons, like changed it slightly. They wouldn't notice.
Yeah, you
mm,
wouldn't notice. Yeah, they're all on so the maps they use are like small scale shipping charts. So
yep,
they'll have an area. They'll have a map of an area that may be 50 kilometers by 50 kilometers, and then they'll move to a different map.
yeah,
And then they'll move to another map, and along those maps they have the location of the beacons, which are on buoys, and then
mm,
it'll tell them whether they're off course with the beacon, and then they can match it to their compasses and all the other things, all the other manual instrumentation they're using. So
yep,
it's not.
And even when people use other stuff like GPS or whatever, it's just manipulated at the code level to make it seem like.
Well,
Yeah, well, think
GPS
about it
is
like
essentially triangulation,
yeah.
right? I actually did that on paper as a kid before all this fucking shit came out. Um, you can calculate your global position, quote unquote, using a bit of math, and some topography and
Yeah,
shadows
it's
and
also
fucking where shit is.
if you've got a predetermined map on a GPS system, and then your coordinates point you to a place on the map that's already been put into the system. Like you can be anywhere and it can point you
Yeah,
to a
Yeah.
different place.
So
So
can I ask
it's
you,
yeah,
not that difficult because it's just a program.
do
yeah.
you have a good
Generally,
map? Do you have a good map that like actually shows like the flat Earth?
I do.
I don't know, man.
But give me a bit to dig it up
But,
because it's
No
buried.
worries, man. No rush.
uh,
Even if you can find it online, I can't find any good ones. So
The map is not the terrain.
yeah, exactly.
yeah, but still,
The land
you can
maps
see how.
land maps are pretty good, but um,
Here we go.
I mean,
This is
I
one
do
here. I'm gonna
a lot
post
of
You're
this in
roboting a
chat.
bit there, Timbo.
traveling and on
Yeah, you're
land and
breaking
stuff
up,
like
buddy.
that. But once you
You're like
get to
you're
I
you're
kind of
I
lagging.
posted
um,
this is essentially a
mm,
digital copy of the Buddha's map, um, which is about as far as they
ocean,
explored.
like how do you tell how do you tell different?
Jeez.
Holy shit, he's really breaking up, bud.
You're roboting,
Oh, am
Timbo.
I?
Yeah. Oh, there we go.
I'll
You're back. I posted
I'll
that map for you.
mute for a second.
Hmm.
to change. You guys good?
Yep.
I
I
don't
find
hear
I
anybody
find that
talking
map
right now.
I find that map really interesting. And highly probable.
I don't find it highly probable. I've never found any flat Earth map highly probable,
You know
but
what's missing
none of
from
them
that
are
map?
actually flat Earth maps
Well, if
for
you
24-hour
Scale.
server.
Well,
Why
if you
is there
take a
no
look at
scale
it,
on that map?
Yeah,
For that
there's
very
other
reason,
content
because that doesn't
outside.
make sense.
Mhm.
I mean, to be
It's
fair,
not
it
a
does
map
look.
more than it is an image, right?
it was
It does.
something that was drawn like a long fucking time ago. Okay, this was a map that was found in a Buddhist temple.
It does
It
look like
wasn't.
some of the some of the things look copy pasted, like the islands on the outer ring. You see that? Like there's like the same shape over and over.
I'm not an advocate for any world map. You know, being a
Wait, so the
representation of reality.
the outer two circles are just random shit. They don't have any basis in reality.
Well, no, the second circle, that one
That we
was
know of, I should
explored.
say.
Yeah, the second circle was the one that was actually explored back then. But
I'm not.
Theoretically
I'm
or
not too
actually?
sure about that.
well, according to their
I'm not-
documents,
no,
right?
I disagree, man.
I mean, I believe it.
I
They reached
disagree.
a higher level of enlightenment and they gained access
Yeah,
to the second ring. Like,
yeah, and they were able to see something on the next level ring, but that's about it. That's all they just assumed the rest of it out there.
Sounds
is
like
there like
speculation to me.
is there like a prophecy or
Uh,
anything? Is there like anything they left behind, like some words explaining anything out there?
yeah,
Well, this
it sounds.
whoa, breaking up, eh?
Like,
Hold on.
sounds like.
I'm gonna come.
But is it actually what you say it is? Hello? Am I lagging?
No, he's lagging.
Yeah,
Timbo, you're roboting hard, man.
Yeah, this one here was what the original map was there. The other one up above is essentially a current computer rendition of it. But
Genre of
that's what they
fiction.
had.
It says it's a genre of fiction.
Yeah.
You're a genre of fiction.
Dang, you take that back. Apologize.
No, I'm not no Indian giver.
It's into the realm of heavy speculation. Like, I don't appreciate any flat earthers saying this is true, it's real. Look at this shit.
Yeah, that's
Do
why
you
I'm
not?
skeptical of it. I'm skeptical
Pass
of
the
everything.
blunt, man.
I don't know, man.
I
I hear.
It's definitely true. It's real, man.
I do think there's like multiple levels to, this game. Like we can like level up and like transcend our current existence, like move on to the next stage. Like
I don't think so. How many
What's
flat
next stage?
earthers have actually like been on the server for like years?
No, we log off every once in a while, man.
Come on, man. You
Right?
know what I mean. You know what I mean. Stop that.
yeah, we go out into the flat earth and we,
What?
plant our flag.
I'm just saying, like, I don't think that server.
Hmm.
I do think that server is very. Is somebody talking? It's hard to tell.
Yeah.
He's
It's hard to
roboting
tell when
again.
you're talking yourself.
Well, no, people are
roboting
cutting
again.
out, so it's really hard to tell if they're talking or not.
Still.
You might need to drop out and come back, Timbo. Yeah, you're roboting really bad again. You might need to drop
You
out
should
and come
change
back.
your name, Timbo Slice to Timbo Choppy.
Timbo Slice got muted.
Oh, he's laughing. Could kind of make that out.
Well, I'm nervous to talk, man. I feel like I'm gonna just like be heard by somebody that's lagging and just get fucked.
So,
Are you sweaty in the pits?
Mate,
Always sweating in the pits, man. I'm a big
because
boy.
we're showing you. You're starting to question, like maybe what you've been told is a lie.
I'm not just starting to question. I've been thinking about flat Earth before you were even thinking about your fucking life.
No, dude.
Youngster.
I was thinking about flat Earth when I was like a toddler in the crib.
How old are you?
I'm an adult. 25.
I'm an
That's
adult.
adorable. Stop. Now I'm around that same age.
Where do you
man.
live? At my house.
I've been on that shit for a while.
you can legally drink.
Yeah, I'm 25.
Not under God. You fucking
I
heathens.
might have shaved off a few years, just because I don't want to feel old. Yeah, I'm 27.
Why didn't God make? Never mind. This flat Earth server. I was gonna say, why didn't God make that shit illegal? But you know, it is what it is.
As a temptation to test you.
Either that or he hates you.
I don't know. I read somewhere that they used to like light up weed in the churches and like walk through the aisles, like with it burning in like a candle holder kind of thing. And just
called
like get
incense.
everybody high. No, but it was like weed. They used weed. That was like something that people did historically. So
Yeah,
I get
still
my divine.
incense.
Yeah, I just get my divine messages like.
I don't know
that's when
about
I'm
weed though,
smoking.
but definitely
Yeah.
like tobacco, like sweetgrass and stuff.
No, weed definitely like helps me, stay in touch with my religion.
Are you
Can you hear
Rastafarian?
me?
No. It's a good one though.
Yeah, that's better, man.
Much better.
Oh, still a little choppy.
I'm gonna mute and shut up.
Hit us with that boomba clap.
No.
Alright, so you're done trying to debate us? You're not gonna disprove us?
Disprove what?
The flat Earth.
So you
What's
want
your
somebody
guys'
to
explanation for the
disprove flat Earth?
celestial pole?
What do you mean by that?
Yeah, what's that?
You know what the celestial pole is?
Describe it.
The pole in the south
Yeah, I mean there's an
of the
an
stars.
ice wall.
That shit sounds fake as fuck.
Are you guys serious?
Yeah, there's an ice wall.
All right, no, okay. So there's Polaris in the north, right? And the stars go around the celestial pole in the north, right?
I've seen video evidence of the ice wall, so.
Yo, what's up with you and the ice wall, man? Just drop it for a second.
I'm saying the South Pole doesn't exist. It's a big ice wall.
I'm not talking about
Yep.
the geographic or like whatever South Pole. I'm talking about the celestial South Pole, which is just a point of rotation, like a point in the sky.
Wait, what
where
are you
stars
asking
circle
exactly?
around.
So it's not a pole.
Yeah, let's
Oh.
just interrupt the person when he's explaining it to ask what he's saying.
You literally finished your statement.
So it's a
Go ahead,
star?
Casey.
It's a star.
What makes
Yeah,
it a
so
pole?
it's a point in the sky where the stars circle,
Okay.
right? So you have in the north, Polaris is like almost right on center, but it's like a little bit like 0.7 degrees off center or something. So it's barely moving, but all the stars circle around the celestial North Pole, right? And then in the south you
Yeah.
have the same thing. So what's the explanation? What explanation do you guys have for the south?
It's being projected up on the firmament, and you're being misled by what you're seeing.
How's it being projected though?
I mean, I can't explain the mechanisms behind them. I don't work for the.
I don't understand what you're saying, so I can't say.
What point don't you understand?
I just don't understand the argument.
Okay, so listen. In the north, you have Polaris, the North Star, right? And all the other stars circle around that. You feel me?
You know, I've never really understood that to begin with, so maybe not.
Okay, you just need to do more research, I guess.
When did
Maybe.
It turned into
Jesus.
Holy fucking God.
Timo was lagging
The
his
internet, man. Holy
ass
shit.
off.
Deja vu. Jesus Christ.
percentage.
That's crazy.
Is that deliberate? I think he's deliberately throttling his connection. Like, there's no
No,
fucking
you
way.
can't. No, you can't be that deliberate.
Man,
That's
he's
clearly.
re-
He's clearly
yeah.
lacking. That's too much for her to be deliberate.
Oh, you can throttle your speed back. It'll do that.
So,
It's,
anyways, can
Nah, I
you
used to
prove
do
to
that
me?
on Saints Row. If you know what that game is.
You're saying
Yeah.
the stars revolve around a point at the South Pole, and
Sorry,
the
repeat that.
only way that you're saying is the stars revolve around a point at the South Pole, and the only way that
Whoa,
can be
whoa.
accounted for.
No, not the South Pole.
Only-
Forget the ground. Forget the ground. Okay, we're looking up to the sky, and
Yeah.
we're seeing
And they-
time lapse of
they revolve.
stars, right?
Yeah.
Time lapse of stars, and we see that the stars in the north they rotate around a point in the sky, and the stars in the south rotate around a point in the sky. Okay, in the north you have the North Star Polaris. In the south you have what's called like Sigma Octantis or whatever. It's not as bright or anything, right?
It's not even visible.
How can you discount that this is all just projections on the firmament? In like some
Even if they
manners,
were
like, they're
projections
just
on the
being projected
firmament,
up there.
the issue is these stars, if you look at the time lapse, the ones that are like really, really far away from the center, those ones, like there's some time lapses from like the equator or whatever, like, you know, lower south, you can see the stars diverging in different directions. One's going around the north celestial pole, and the other one's going around the south celestial pole. And the ones in the center are kind of going straight. You know.
Okay.
So the question is, how do we explain that these stars are all connected? You know, people like in the equatorial countries, they can see the stars going straight as well as the stars going around each pole. How does that work on a flat Earth? That's the question.
It's very easy. Hold on. This is actually really easy, because no matter where you are on this flat surface, if you look straight up, okay, while we're going around, you will always have concentric circles. Because if that was only at the North Pole and the South Pole, then that would mean that if you're at the equator, you should see straight lines.
Yeah, you do.
No, you don't.
I actually have a better argument for this.
Pull up a time lapse showing both poles. You'll see it.
Yeah.
Listen,
you don't have
you won't see the actual like both like poles because it's just like you have a wide enough kind of angle, but you'll see the stars diverging from different time lapses, like going in different into different circles.
Also, if you account for our world being on a tilt, generally those time lapses are over a year. Okay, then you would actually see more of a zigzag pattern, no matter where you are. If we're tilting back and forth while we're spinning.
What are you talking about? I'm asking, how does that work on a flat Earth? Why are you
especially at the poles, because the poles, right? If you take a ball, the points on the ball that move the most are at the ends, right? So if you're on that pole and you're looking straight up at the sky, and you wobble that ball back and forth, right, over a year, right, you're going to see completely different shit, and it's going to just be
what ball? I'm asking how, what's the explanation that flat earthers have for how it works on a flat Earth?
I just told you. No matter where you look up.
So the flat Earth is a ball that's tilting? What are you talking about?
You're going to see concentric circles.
So here's what I think. I think that you ever see those billboards that like change according to like the perspective you're looking at them from? I imagine it's something similar to that. You know, we see what they want us to see. So if you're standing in one part of the world, it's like those toys or like those billboards that like change
like holograms. You're saying
change colors. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I agree with that. That makes sense.
Yeah. Yeah. So we see what they want us to see. So.
What do you mean we see what
how many of you have
actually? Who's they?
How many of you have actually looked at a?
I mean, do you think I like am a part of this organization? Do you think I'm investigating them? No, dude. Like, I'm not trying to.
You think an organization is controlling the stars in the sky?
Yeah.
Damn.
That's retarded.
Okay. How many of you have looked at a star?
They're covering up the truth
through a high-powered telescope without computer-aided assistance? Because I have. And what you see is wavy lines, like you're looking at, for example, the sun rays, as they hit the top of a pool, and you look at the bottom of the pool and you can see those wavy lines at the bottom. That's what it looks like. Except it's more. I can more accurately describe it as when you take it looks like that, but in the shapes of like when you take those filings or sand or whatever and you play sound on it, right? It that's what it does. That's what you see when you look straight up.
What's your point?
No computer digitization. Well, it looks more like fucking something underneath water than the fucking planet.
Yeah,
Like,
there's the ocean above the firmament. Yeah.
right.
Yeah, all that space shit is fake.
That doesn't change anything in terms of what I was asking, though.
You ask?
Like I'm not questioning the nature of the stars. I'm questioning our observation, right? It could be fairies constantly farting. I don't care.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'll just tell you I don't know.
What does the
Wherever
stars
you
tell
are,
us that it's
wherever you are
closed?
on this, wherever you are on a flat surface, okay, right? If the thing is moving around in a circle, okay, and you can do this at home in your bedroom, right? You can put something that moves around in the bedroom and you're going to see concentric circles. And then you move that concentric circle bit into the living room. And when you go to the living room, you guess what? You still see the same thing. Or maybe you've got a divided room and it goes across both rooms. And guess what? You pick a spot on that room, you're going to see concentric circles no matter where the fuck you are.
Sure. I'm gonna see one set of concentric circles in like the center, right? But why are there two sets of concentric circles?
Well, there's not.
Yes, there are. That's what I'm talking about. The South Celestial Pole is another set of concentric circles, and they meet in the middle.
It's all just a
and
holographic
the lines
image.
go straight.
What do you
Okay,
not
let me
understand
ask
about
you
this?
this. Why do you see concentric circles on the South Pole if the world, and that's a 1 year time lapse?
If the world what?
If the world is tilting, why do you see concentric circles on a 1 year time lapse?
You could say because the stars are tilting too.
But who's doing a 1 year time lapse?
No one
If
does
the
it,
world
but
is tilting while it's spinning, you get what's like a zigzag. And at the top and the bottom points, you're going to get the most movement. So you're going to get the most fucking zigzag, the most fucking.
why would you get a zigzag?
Shit. Okay, well, try to picture this. Okay, you're standing on the top of a ball. Okay, and you're looking up at the ceiling. Now move that ball around in circles. Okay, and back and forth. Okay, and tell me if you get a fucking straight picture of what's above. Do that with a camera, actually. Okay, put a dot on that ceiling. It's a fixed point. Okay, see what happens.
Yeah,
You're not going to get concentric fucking even circles going around something. You're going to get boop, 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 zigzag all over the fucking place.
This is not answering the question. It's kind of like a diversion to explain on a globe.
Well, no, that's literally explaining.
Hold on, let me just respond. So I'm asking how what the flat earthers here, what your guys' responses are for like your explanation for this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't have one.
I appreciate that. In terms of what you're saying on a globe, it could just be that the stars are also tilting at the same angle. So there's no.
So the entire universe is tilting now.
Yeah, you could just say that the celestial sphere is in line with the
and that's less probable
than us being. Globe. That's
and that's less probable. Hold on, and that's less probable than us being.
I'm not claiming that. I'm not claiming that. I'm just saying that your diversionary kind of argument is a non-starter.
Okay, so the entire universe is going to have the same wobble as our planet. That's what you're going with.
Haven't you heard of relative motion? They don't know, that's the whole point of not knowing whether the sky is moving and the Earth is stationary, or the Earth is moving and the sky is stationary, because it's all aligned basically. And for some reason, you're assuming that the stars are like on this flat ceiling and that the Earth is like a globe and tilting. I don't know why you're assuming that.
Well, the stars are actually moving, according to NASA, at an exponential speed away from us because the universe is expanding.
That's neither here nor there, man.
Well, no, it's completely there, right?
It's not relevant.
Like if you're going with the globe model, then let's look at that. Right? Let's look at all of this stuff.
Man, why do you keep on taking to the global? Do you have an explanation for, like, the South Celestial
I
Pole?
literally did. Pick a spot where you're pick a spot on a flat surface and look straight up and spin. You're gonna see concentric circles. Like, what the fuck, dude?
Okay, cool.
Right? Like, you can do that in your house. Like, it does, you know. So yes, fixed points. If you're spinning, yes, you're going to see. You know, you don't have to spin around and up and back and forth and everything. Just spin on a spot. Look up. Right?
Yeah, I think you need
Now,
to
if
do more
if you're
research.
wobbling back and forth though, right? You're going to see something totally different than if you're spinning on something that's stationary, right?
With all due respect, bro, you need to, like, you need to study a bit more on this.
Well, okay, you know what? I have yet to have somebody show me the physics on how that when the Earth is wobbling back and forth, okay, the tilt, right? Okay, over a year, and you show me a time lapse of something from the North Pole or the South Pole, okay, and it's perfect concentric circles. How does that fucking happen?
No,
Because
that's
I
good argument.
I can demonstrate in my fucking basement how that doesn't happen on a basketball with a fucking GoPro on it and some dots on the ceiling. Okay?
I hear you, man. That's a good argument. I don't know if anyone has done a 1-year time lapse, but it's not
generally when
what I
you're
was
seeing the
asking at all.
concentric circles, those are 1-year time lapse.
What?
Right? When you see the concentric circle pictures, those are 1-year time lapses.
No, man. It's like a 5-hour time lapse of the stars at night or something. I'm talking about time lapse stars, star trails.
They don't rotate like that on a single night. I'm sorry.
Bro. It's okay, man.
All right.
Are you Canadian, by the way?
The other thing that isn't explained is that
You
why
sound
is
Canadian
it
the
that
way you said sorry.
yeah, the other thing that isn't explained, and I'd like to see a Glober explain this one, is okay, so let's picture the planet, the globe planet as a car, okay? And let's say in January I'm on one side of the car, and 6 months later I'm on the other side of the car, okay? Because that's how that works, right? So why is it that we don't see completely different fucking stars halfway through the year? Why do we still see the same fucking stars?
To a degree, they'll say that we do see different constellations, though some still remain in view.
Yeah, in the
to a
northern
degree.
hemisphere.
Right, but I
northern
mean, you
hemisphere.
should see a completely different perspective. Like if I'm looking out from the left side of my car, away from my car, or I'm looking out from the right side of my car, away from my car, I'm not seeing any of the shit that's on the other side of my car.
No,
Right?
but
So,
like
and that's
in
that's
the
where we are, right? When we're around the sun, we're on the opposite fucking side, facing the other direction. We're looking at a completely different sky.
Yeah, I think that's why constellations, like where they come in.
in the fall, in the northern hemisphere, the hunter warrior constellation appears. Orion.
I see Orion year round. What are you talking about? I'm up here in the north.
Oh, okay. Maybe it
I'm
depends
in
how
Canada.
how north
Yeah.
you are. Maybe you're too far north.
I'm in Canada. I'm above the, what is it, the 33rd degree, whatever, 30 degree, something like that.
Freemason alert. Freemason alert.
Yeah, that's funny. No, that was funny. That was good. But yeah, it's I just think that's very interesting. Like, I mean, we should be seeing not like some of the stuff. We should be seeing something completely different because we're facing a completely different direction.
No, I don't think
Or
you
like,
can see Orion in the summer. You think you can?
yeah, I can actually. It's just a little bit further to the south. That's all. So, you know, I mean, I literally should be seeing completely different fucking stars. Like, I'm not on the same, I'm not facing the same direction. You know?
From June to August, you think you can see Orion?
I can.
Okay.
Wait, whoever's asking that, you can see Orion in the summer. It's not as visible. And at certain
It's a little
points
more dim, yeah.
in the summer, it's barely visible, but it is
Oh.
But it's
still
still
there. Like if you know how
Maybe
to track
maybe
constellations.
I have too many mountains. I have too many hills.
Perhaps.
Too many mental hills to climb.
Well, the one hill is that's the reason why I give the car analogy, because it's simpler. You know, it's the simplest way to look at it. When you're on one side of the sun,
Look at for Orion
when
in
you're
the
on
summer.
one side of the sun and it's nighttime, you're facing the complete opposite direction as you are 6 months from that point at nighttime. Like, you're not even looking in the same fucking general vicinity. You're like totally opposite. You shouldn't see any of the shit.
Yeah, that does happen though. So you guys are familiar with like astrology, right? Like sun signs.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
they move around.
Pisces question to ask.
They move around and they rotate, but they don't completely change to something completely fucking different.
no, they do though. So sun sign is just the sign, quote unquote, that your sun is in, which means where the sun is located in the sky. So whatever your sun sign is, that's a constellation you cannot see during that month because it's during the day. Like if you could turn off the sun, you would see it directly behind the sun.
Right.
So the constellations you
But
do see are the ones that are opposite that 180 degrees.
based on geostationary model.
No, based on a. It's
Yes.
basically no. It goes all the way around.
Yeah,
right?
I've seen
So
astrology
as it-
charts. Yeah, it's geostationary.
no,
Yes. Earth
you
at the
can't make that
center
work.
with the stars and the sun and the moon and the planets moving around you, the observer. The middle.
Rotating around
Yes.
us. Yeah.
Yes. Moving around us. Yes.
Yeah, but the problem is when you try to rectify that with the southern rotations, the star trails that the other guy was talking about, that's going to have to either be 180 degrees beneath you, like looking through your feet on a flat Earth, or people facing 120 degrees away from each other, looking out away from the North Pole, will see the same thing, and that just makes no sense. You either have to break optics or break math for that to work. Hello?
Yep. Still here.
Okay.
Just trying to put on some compression socks. Fucking brutal.
So I don't know if that made sense, but I mean, I know it makes sense. I don't know if I explained it very well, but that's what's happening.
Well, you have your tilt, which would account for slightly different constellations.
It
But
doesn't account for enough of that.
huh?
I doesn't account for enough of that though.
Correct.
Yeah.
And that generally only accounts for slight movements, slight enough that, you know, something isn't visible during the 6 to 8 hours that the sun is up.
I'm not sure what you mean by that.
Well, Timbo's not here, but I think he's at a south latitude where he can see the Southern Cross all year round.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that would make sense. Does he say where he's from?
Timbo's situated in Melbourne, Australia.
Okay. So, for example, he would be seeing the same sky as someone in Argentina or South Africa, which on a flat Earth would be like
Not at the same time.
not in the same orientation, but yes, at the same time.
Well, if it was nighttime in both instances, they'd be looking at things from different angles.
Yeah.
Yeah, like the stars that we see, like when you're looking at cost, like Aquarius and whatnot, those are generally, what are they on, like a 10-year cycle, 10 or 13-year? I think it's a 13-year cycle, something like that, where they kind of vanish a bit for that year. That's why it's like the age of Aquarius, but it's like a long period.
Oh,
it's not like a day or a month. It's a very,
I see what
very
you're
long
saying.
period.
Yeah, it's about 2,000 years or so. I think 2,600 or so. But what that
Yeah.
means is, yeah, but that's a little different.
Well, that's when you predominantly. That's when that sign is predominant in the sky. Right.
Not quite. No, that has to do with the tilting. The tilt of the axis is, how can I say this? So
Well, the
the Earth,
tilt happens over a year, right? Like that's how we supposedly get our temperature differences,
yeah, the
right?
seasons.
And it's only like, what is it? Only like 30, like not 30 degrees. It's like
23 or
7
something.
or 20 degrees, somewhere in between there. Yeah. Like
Yeah.
it's not a huge amount, but it's enough that if you're standing there, and you're like recording the sky, for a year time lapse, it's gonna be pretty fucking wacky.
Yeah. Well, not too wacky, but
Well,
the
20
tilt.
degrees wacky.
Yeah, sure. I mean, that doesn't really change the stars that we see, though. So we are on a tilt, and we keep that tilt as we orbit the sun, but that tilt is kind of on a wobble, and
Yeah,
that's the
I know.
precession of the, yeah. So it's not about what we see; it's about what's aligned, what that
Well,
tilt
and
is aligned.
even our orbit isn't a perfect circular orbit. It has a slight wobble as well.
Yeah, it's supposedly it's a slice off a cone.
Yeah. Well, a large. Well, no, it has some bounce. Um, it's not like you can like take the cone and it's like, okay, that's the ellipsis that we're on. Like there's a little bit of give and take there. At least according to what's science right now, right?
Yeah,
I do like that. I like looking in and seeing all the science side of things and then comparing that, and it's like, I don't know, can't prove or disprove that, but I really don't
think
think
they're
that we're in
confusing it
that
for
scenario.
pseudoscience.
Well, I really don't think that we're under those those conditions. I do strongly believe that we've been lied to a lot, and there's many, many, many reasons and examples for that. And that the information that counters, I find it to be very weak, and people get very angry very quickly when you question something that's a mainstream narrative. It's almost like a religion. It's like
almost like I'd say exactly like.
Yeah. And it's
yeah. I mean,
it's
I kind of feel the
unfortunate.
same way.
I wish there was more people that literally live by the question everything, because that's science. That's science. You don't just take something for granted just because somebody tells you, right? You question it. You ask
I
for proof,
agree with you. I mean,
right?
I definitely agree with the sentiment. I just sometimes find that the answers are dismissed a little out of hand. Like when there's reasonable answers to those questions, there seems to be a strong resistance against them.
No,
Well,
just a dismissal
define
without
reasonable.
evidence for the explanations, right? So it's like it's not that it's It's if there's an explanation given, oh, that's great. Now, what's the evidence? What's the proof that the explanation is correct?
Yeah.
Well, so science never proves anything, right? We know that.
I'm
We
not
agree
talking
on that?
about science. I'm not talking pseudoscience doesn't prove things. Correct.
No, science doesn't prove things.
No, pseudoscience doesn't prove things.
No, the most you can do in science is gather more and more evidence to support a particular claim.
Right.
And when you have
No, you
enough
can
of that,
establish objectively that something occurs and something causes that thing to occur. Objectively.
Yeah, or you
that
can come
no,
up,
no,
you can
there's no
posit a bunch of theories that nobody can truly test for, and then propagate those through our education system as absolute fact.
no. Okay, so is
That's
there any
another.
is there any experiment that you can do that, if you prove that hypothesis, quote unquote, prove that isn't affirming the consequent? Like, can you give me an example of something that isn't that?
Sure, go to the equator
It's
and put a camera there with a time lapse and record the stars.
Yeah, but that's not like a scientific
Well,
hypothesis.
no. Well, no. The hypothesis behind it is that if it's a globe Earth, you will see straight lines.
Mm-hmm. And you
If
see
it's
straight
not,
lines. Mm-hmm.
Right? If you don't see straight lines, if you see anything but straight lines, it's not a globe Earth. That's what the test is for that hypothesis.
Yeah, that's still
Right?
affirming the consequent.
And if you want to test that on a local scale first, like I said, attach a GoPro to a basketball, fucking spin it. If you want to get more accurate, set it up on a motor that, and some servos that articulate and rotate in the manner of the Earth to the approximate speed based on those calculations. You can do that as well. Put some dots on the wall on either side. See what the fuck happens.
Yeah, and we
right?
essentially have done that. But again, that's just the
Well, no, we really haven't.
Yeah,
we really haven't.
Instead of basketballs and GoPros, we've just written programs. Like, we can
No,
simulate
we've
this stuff pretty easily.
Yeah, we've actually done 3D renders, right? I mean, we haven't actually you want to see it, test it in the physical world. That's a real test, right?
Well, I don't know about that.
I mean,
But again,
and if you want to do it in 3D simulation, okay, open up 3D Studio Max, put some spotlights on each side, right? See what happens. You can actually do you can do different tests like that. Now, if you're talking about the engineering tests where you run them through an algorithm, and that algorithm is to predetermine based on NASA specifications, then yes, you're going to get exactly what they want you to see. So do a physical test, right? And you'll see that there's a vast difference, right? At least that's from my experiments. I've seen totally opposite shit.
But the main point, though, is that
it's a
science
pretty
doesn't
easy
prove
test, though,
things,
man.
though.
I mean, you know what? If you can't afford a GoPro, there's a camera on Temu for about $4 that you can glue onto it. It's a mini camera.
Sure.
Right. I'm sure you
getting
can
away
afford
from
a
the
like a
point, though.
basketball and a Temu camera,
Yeah.
or a beach
No,
ball.
I get what you're saying. But the original point is simply that science doesn't prove things. There's no hypothesis tested that you can't claim
that's
is
true.
just confirming the consequent.
Pseudoscience doesn't prove things. Correct.
Is
Well,
there a
he's correct. He's correct. Science doesn't actually come up with a proof. What they come up with is really good, really good tests for something.
You're confusing science with pseudoscience.
Can you
Right.
give me an example of science that has been proven?
The vaccine is safe and effective, and you won't catch COVID if you take it.
No, we're not going to talk to that. We're not going to talk about that. Heat causes water to boil.
So water boils when you apply heat. Therefore,
yeah.
Right.
In a hypothesis, you in a scientific experiment, you're going to have a hypothesis and a null hypothesis. At the end of that experiment test, hypothesis test, you're going to have one of two outcomes. You're going to have validated your hypothesis or your null hypothesis.
Right.
So in that experiment, how do we know that it's the heat and the heat isn't just causing a correlation? Like the heat is causing something else, and that something else is actually what's causing the water to boil.
Well, that would be by measure of the atomic structure and decay, and the motion of the particles. So, faster particles equals heat, slower particles equals cold.
You
Right?
have control variables.
Yep.
You can never control for all the you don't know what all the variables are.
Well, you can do it in the back.
Variable that you
any
haven't considered.
rate, if you establish an experiment and you have set parameters and variables involved, it will strictly produce an outcome, and that outcome can be repeated. The test can be repeated and get the same outcome every time without exception. It is objectively true that that result will occur.
Do you accept the same thing for gravity?
No, you can't manipulate any independent variable.
Yeah. Then we throw in shit like probability, which throws everything off. Basically, that there's a very, 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 very small chance. I can't say very enough times that while doing your test, your basketball is going to turn into a bowl of petunias.
Okay,
so I mean, I think that's absolutely fucking ridiculous shit. But,
I agree with you, but that seems to be the amount of doubt that's allowed in order to dismiss, like, what I think is just as verifiable as heat causes water to boil. Like gravity, for example, is I think very well verified, barring some unfathomably impossible event like petunias.
Well, is gravity a push or a pull? Do you know that? See, that's highly debated.
It's an attraction.
Well, there's actually evidence and tests that are to the contrary of that now in the scientific community. So it's now being debated whether gravity is a pull or a push.
I don't think that's true. I mean, if I'd love to see what you're talking about, if you have it ready, if you can find it.
Yeah, give me a second. I think you just Google for is gravity a pull or push. Hold on.
Oh, I thought you were talking about space time.
I suspect so, yeah.
Yeah. Give me a second here. Yeah, see, essentially they're questioning Newton's law. Hold on, I'm trying to find the fucking study on this. Yeah, here's a reliable place. TheNakedScientist.com. Hold on, maybe they actually have a link to it. Oh, fuck off. Fucking ads. God damn. I miss the internet when it was just fucking information.
Yo, why are you so profane, man?
It helps them think. It's scientifically proven.
Why is the internet so profane? I'm offended by seeing so many fucking ads.
It's been scientifically proven that
Okay, well,
cussing
I'm offended
helps.
by your language. I guess that makes you a hypocrite.
Cussing helps people think.
Is that Steven Pinker?
Yeah. So yeah, this is something to do with the space-time expansion theory.
I see.
Are you able? You find it? Because I'm having trouble here. I found one. Actually, I found one paper.
Yeah, I think I know what you're talking about. It's what people are attributing to like dark energy or
yeah, that
vacuum energy or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's actually a
zero point stuff.
Yeah. So it's kind of a force acting contrary to what we expect gravity would do in all the mass that we account for. I mean, it gets kind of complicated. It doesn't change what gravity is, though. Yeah, but that doesn't really change what gravity is or how it behaves.
Yeah. Like this here is saying gravity is not an attraction, it is a push. Inertia, free fall, the principles of the theory of relativity, and some other phenomenon support the author's assertions. The expansion of space time is universal, occurs everywhere, and produces gravity instead of counteracting it. Being immersed in the same space time acceleration, we only perceive the disturbance caused by the matter, which is the massive object's push. You know, it's pretty interesting.
What year was that written?
This one was this one was published this year.
Oh,
I know it's something that's been it's highly controversial right now. Is gravity a push or a pull?
Yeah,
And
unfortunately,
there's building evidence towards it's actually not a pull, it's a push. So
yeah.
it's like
So this is a very fast-moving field. If you'd have given me any date, like in the past 5 years, like beyond 5 years, I'd have told you to throw it out. Unfortunately, any date like today needs to be looked at further.
Of course.
But
Well, this
it's
isn't today.
fascinating stuff.
Yeah, this one isn't today. Hold on. This is 23. I'm gonna assume this is January. Hold on. No, February. This was published in the I mean, this is philosophy, but I mean, really, when you start getting into the quantum world and shit like that, you're really delving into philosophy anyway. But yeah, it's I don't know, it's interesting. But it is being debated, and it actually has been debated. I think I first heard about it about 10 years ago, but it wasn't really something that was being taken seriously. But it's been, in more recent years, it's more serious.
Yeah, and with the James Webb and everything, I think
Yeah,
there's
at
going to be
least
some secondary
by
effects that are going to be.
scientists that are actually willing to, do the tests and the math and whatnot versus the quote unquote I am the science. Science
Sure,
type of
yeah.
just
But I think some secondary effects might be, debated or contested. The main things that we know about gravity, I think, are pretty solid.
The mathematics that we have towards gravity is pretty solid, and I think
Yeah.
the understanding of graphics did I say
Well,
graphics? I
you
think
did.
gravity, the understanding of gravity is a little bit loose, right? So
yeah, like we've attributed as a pull because that's what our local observations have been. But as that information expands, we're seeing, a like slightly different perspective that it might not actually be a pull. The math will still work. It doesn't counter the math. Like it's the speeds and what right through our atmosphere. But yeah, it's
I think the mathematics that describes what we see happening is pretty good. All right.
yeah, for acceleration and whatnot. And if you were to drop a feather and a brick, provided that the feather didn't have provided the feather didn't have any aerodynamics, which it does, unfortunately. If you drop them in a vacuum,
If
they're
it's
going to
in a
drop.
vacuum, then it's gonna drop at the same rate.
Yeah, yeah.
Pretty much.
I've never actually been able to test that theory. That's just something that I was told, so I can't really.
Well,
I can't
they've
really
done it
say
a bunch.
it's
I mean,
truth.
they did it on the moon, right? Dropped a hammer and a feather next to each other on the moon.
Well, you know that the moon apparently does have an atmosphere, so that technically wouldn't actually apply.
It has such a low amount of
I mean, and they even
I thought it was just
allegedly
still an
found
hour.
oxygen on the moon. Right?
I'm sure that there's a bunch of oxygen on the moon.
My understanding was that the moon is still in our atmosphere, but does it have its own atmosphere?
It doesn't it go
I know
through.
Mars does slightly, but
It goes even Mars, I think, right? Goes through.
yeah, it's got like 1% of ours or something.
Mars and the moon don't have an atmosphere.
No. It goes through our atmosphere is so elongated that it.
I mean, That's just
Yeah.
what you want to debate what an atmosphere is at that point. Most people say the
Yeah,
atmosphere
well,
ends
I would
around
say
60
that
miles.
I
Well,
would say
the
that
other
it's
part,
pretty much
the other part that I find
pretty much still a vacuum at that stage.
the other part that I find interesting is like from the globe Earth side of things is have you ever looked at how much gas that our globe Earth releases into space every year, every
About 90
second,
tons,
every
isn't it?
day? It's a lot of
Not
fucking
as much
gas.
as your mom.
It's not.
So,
It's
so
not.
in other words,
It's not as.
if our
Hold on.
planet,
Wait.
if our
It's
planet
not
is
as much as what you might think. Like
well, no,
all the gas that is out there in that might be in space is still captured by the gravity of the Earth. So
no,
it's
I'm
not.
talking.
Do you guys
talking
actually
about,
believe this
It's not
nonsense?
escaping.
yeah, I'm. I'm talking about like oxygen, etc., that leaves our planet, according to those studies, right?
Right.
The reason
Not
why
a
I
lot.
don't
There's
the
not a
reason
lot of
why hold on the reason why I don't believe it is because in order for our planet to be as old as they claim, to have lost that amount of gas on a regular basis over the duration of the age that they claim our planet is, we would have no atmosphere.
Well, we didn't
Given the
start out
size
with.
of it,
Yeah, I mean,
right?
the
I
Earth
mean,
wasn't in its current condition since
it
the
would be
beginning, though.
captured by another body.
or the center would be fucking hollow, okay, and having everything convert to gas. I mean, they like do you know how long billions of years are? I mean, like
It's a very long time. Yes,
that's
I
a very long
forget
time.
how long a billion.
Yeah, it's billions of years long.
Yeah, but you can't just extrapolate backwards considering the same conditions, though. Like the Earth hasn't always been the same.
Yeah, well, it's about the same amount as dollars that we sent over to Ukraine. Like,
Honestly, that doesn't help me understand that number, but
man, that guy's received the biggest welfare check anybody's ever fucking received. I swear.
Okay.
I mean, this is not the conversation that we're having, right? Honestly, come on.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I digress. Yeah. It's just that when it comes to government, I have severe fucking trust issues, man.
Well, every now and then, can I I just want to bring it back to the conversation we're having. Every now and then, the moon passes through our atmosphere, but our atmosphere is so thin at that point. It's like almost negligible. Our atmosphere at that point, right? A negligible amount of atmosphere escapes our gravity.
Wait,
Or the Earth's
where?
gravity.
What are you talking about?
What we were talking about before.
I think he just got here.
Yeah.
Yeah, he just got here, I think.
We're talking about gravity generally and atmosphere.
Yes. Well, help me understand. Maybe help me understand what I missed. I'm sorry.
No, that was right. We were talking about how
Gravity and atmosphere.
Yeah,
Yes.
and things falling at the same rate.
Right.
Which interestingly, so when you do plug in the numbers in the equations, between two bodies, if you're being attracted by something gravitationally, your mass actually cancels out, and the only thing that matters is the mass of the thing attracting you. Which, if you plug in the same equations for the other thing, your gravity is the only thing that matters. So you're actually attracting each other to some degree.
By a very
laws of attraction.
minute amount. Like it's such a small number that it's
Yeah,
actually
yeah. My mass is minuscule compared to the Earth's. It's pretty much negligible.
Yeah, it's like if you jump up and down, you're the at the height of your jump, you're attracting the Earth by a very, very, very tiny amount.
Yeah.
and your weight changes very, very, very small.
Yeah, technically, yep.
And also,
And time also changes through motion.
It does.
Yeah.
But your weight also changes as you get further from the Earth. So my feet are attracted more than my head, technically.
Right.
Which is
right.
what tidal force is for.
Yeah.
But it's hardly worth talking about.
Yeah.
You know, it's like
It's just
such a
interesting.
small amount. I mean, I remember in high school calculating those kinds of differences because it was an interesting. It's just an interesting thing to calculate.
Yeah.
And so sometimes the teacher would say, "Well, how much is the Earth attracted to you? You know, with your mass?" And then we would all go.
It also depends on
Yeah,
where you
but
are.
it's an interesting calculation to make, right?
Yeah. It also depends where you are because there's pockets of differential gravity or different forces that pull at different, I guess,
intensities.
Intensities or you know.
Yeah,
So
yeah, absolutely. If you're on the
and it's weird
equator,
because like
if
literally
you live,
walk
yeah, if
across
you live
the
on the
room.
equator, it's a different calculation. You know, it's a different amount of force.
I'm not sure how you would go about that, but I mean, from the test, it's like literally like across the room can be different, you know, which is like, fuck.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It barely needs to be noted, though. I mean, come on. It's just
Well,
across the room.
the theories behind that, are because of, you know, the amount of inertia on the planet is slightly different across the room than where you're standing.
Sure.
And that you know the mass and the materials under that you're standing on is slightly different as well. So things are moving at different rates, and that's why you're getting a different type of gravitational field, which is also a different type of field.
Yeah, but was it noticeable? You know, across the room, is across the room moving any faster than the
It's
place that I'm
measurable.
looking at?
It is something that you can measure with extremely sensitive instruments.
I'm sure you can. Absolutely, I'm sure you can.
But that's it. But then again, when you get to the instruments for measuring, now you have to go, well, is there a problem with the fucking instruments or the tools that we're using to measure
Right.
this?
Maybe it's a fault with the instrument rather than anything else.
Yeah. Maybe the instrument itself can't properly align if it's on a slightly different inclination, you
Yes.
know, which we perceive as flat, but technically really isn't. It's slightly, you know, rigid on that one area. Like, I don't know, man.
You know, I'm reminded like doing high school stuff. I remember in physics class they got out the teacher got out the radioactive materials, right? Like the lead line box, and I was like petrified of them in the same sense of like seeing a spider, petrified, if you know what I mean.
Yep.
And I was like, I don't want to be in the same room as this, and I literally
And
walked out of the room. Yeah.
yet you live in the same room where you have a smoke detector that has decaying
That
radioactive
has
material in it.
almost the same amount. Yeah, you're right. Isn't that insane?
It
Yeah,
is.
yeah.
I
was
actually got rid of
so
those.
frightened of it. I was
I got
like,
I got
yeah.
I actually got rid of my my radioactive smoke detectors, and there's a new one out by Kitty that is just
Does it
electronic.
use the Einsteinium?
Right? Yeah, fucking. Oh man,
I was
but it's
so
okay. We're probably
I
the
was
way the
so
world's going
frightened.
right now. The way the world's going right now, get ready for your lifetime of X-ray dosage in an hour, you know, or a
Oh,
second.
really? Okay.
Well,
That'll
lucky
be
for me, I
funny.
don't have smoke detectors.
I think like we're gonna be living in a Fallout universe, you know, pretty soon anyway. So. Whatever.
Well,
Let's just make our energy in the basement.
well, what? Okay, 20 years ago, if you said alien like alien invasion or zombie apocalypse, I'd be like, whatever. Neither's likely. Okay, but now, given all the information that's coming out from the government, and you got these fucking wacky drugs and viruses.
Alien invasion all the way.
Are you sure? Are you sure that's what you think they're gonna do next, or do you think zombie apocalypse?
Oh
I'm
my
hoping
god!
zombie
Well,
apocalypse.
well,
I'm ready for that one.
hold on. Zombie apocalypse infers there's going to be a sickness or like something that's going to happen to people.
Well, we already have a few things, right? Like for example, when you mix fentanyl with xylitane, right? That creates necrotizing flesh at the injection site.
That is the most insane
Wait,
thing I've
but
seen.
you mix fentanyl with what?
Xylitane.
Yeah.
What is that?
That is a food additive that's FDA approved and
Wait,
is in lots of things that you can eat.
Wait, xylitane. Why would they? Are you saying they lace fentanyl with xylitane?
Yes, they're using it as a new drug and they're calling it the zombie drug because the rotting flesh.
Well, hold on, wait.
Hold on, wait.
Okay, go ahead.
There's literally people like hunched over in
That's not
like
fentanyl.
in a statue like
That's not fentanyl though.
No, look up zombie drug. You'll see
I know,
what it
but
is.
I stay in St. Louis, bro. Like fentanyl's really hard over here. I've done fentanyl. Fentanyl doesn't make you do that. That's something else. That's something laced. That's why I asked you when you said fentanyl mixed with.
But this is a deliberate additive to get a better high. And
So you're saying is that?
Hold on, and
that's why they're like
you're gonna love this. Okay, it's actually resistant to anti-opioids because it's both an upper and a downer that you're getting at the same time.
This food additive,
nice, right?
Yeah.
What is it called again? I'm sorry. I'm gonna look it up. I'm curious.
It's hold on, wait, no, it's
xylitine.
trank. It's
Xylazine.
xylazine. It's trank. It's fucking. It's literally an animal tranquilizer. Like I don't understand why you're saying.
Okay, but why are you saying it's a food additive then? Confused. I'm really confused because I'm really like strict on looking at bags of packages like a retard autist when I go to the store. I've never even heard of xylazine. So when you say it's a food additive, I'm concerned. You know what I mean?
Well, they're adding it in a big dose of the stuff.
Is that a little prim? PRIM?
Yeah. Well, maybe. I don't know. I'm not a fucking drug user. Jesus Christ.
I was about to say, like,
well,
as far
I'm
as
talking
I
to
know,
him. The other
hold
guy.
on, I'm
He
gonna
said
look it up real
xyloprim.
quick. Xylazine. Like, as far as I know, xylazine is just a sedative. It's not a food additive.
Okay.
Hold on.
Well, then he's talking out of his ass then.
Hold on, I'm gonna check it out real quick. I just need to make sure.
I'm
right.
checking as well.
Yeah, it's an animal sedative. It's from
I
animals.
found the news
Because
article.
I've never read the back of a package when it has that.
We're talking about the guys that are like fucking you see.
Yeah,
them
you're correct. You're correct. I'm wrong. I retract what I said.
Okay. All right.
Thank you. But it is something that they're mixing with fentanyl.
Well, yeah,
and
but that's
at the injection
just
site, they are
dumbasses.
getting, and at the injection site, they are getting necrotizing flesh.
Isn't the
Yeah, but that's dumbasses
one
mixing drugs. Like, yeah, it is. It's trank. It's trank. That's what he's
Trank
talking
is
about.
Dude, I had a
I
dude
found
that
calling it a zombie drug.
I had a dude with
literally like
that would
fucking.
get horse tranks.
They're like fucking statues. They're like fucking statues, just like zonked out.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, it got called the zombie drug, but from everything I ever read about it, the thing that made it fucking weird is what you're talking about. People would literally die in place and their muscles would seize up and they just die standing. Like, it didn't really cause a lot of. Yeah,
they're not dying like that. They're just standing there.
That's
oh
not.
no, a lot of people died like that. To be very clear, a lot of those people fucking died.
Also, the skin rotting portion of it, right? Which is
no, that's different.
Yeah, wait, but here's the thing: that can happen from like intravenous drug use in general.
Absolutely.
That's I think, bro. Do you know, like, listen, because I stay in the city of St. Louis, and it's like really high, probably top of the crime rate, and I don't stay in the actual like glorious, glamorous area, and I don't work in the most glamorous area, so I see these people probably like 2-3 times a week when I'm just getting gas. These people will slunch over, like he's saying.
Yeah.
And they're like they're standing. They're
there.
completely standing. Yeah, I know, but that's not fentanyl, dude. That is not
No, that's
fentanyl.
That's definitely trank.
That's yeah. It's gonna be that
but now,
or like they've been taking like
instead of them doing it by itself, okay, they're mixing it with fentanyl.
I don't think that's their choosing. That might be the
I don't know.
dealer.
I was about to say, very rarely is that like
It could be the
choice.
dealer cutting the shit, honestly.
No, I know what you're talking about. They're standing there, they're hunched over, but they just stand there.
Yes.
Yeah,
literally.
they'll stand
It's
there.
called
And
it's
they're
called the
dead.
Oh, and
No,
they're dead?
no,
I
they
didn't mean
don't
they're
have
dead.
to be
No.
dead.
I didn't
There
mean
were
literally.
very,
I'm sorry.
there were very specific
No,
cases
that's
of
called the
people that
heroin
died.
hunch. That's
No,
caused
I
by
know,
any
but
opiate.
that's not
caused by any
fentanyl.
opiate.
That's
It
not
could be
fentanyl, though,
fentanyl.
dude.
It could be fentanyl.
Maybe if it is,
Fentanyl, heroin,
then
morphine.
But listen, I've
It's both the
done
heroin
fentanyl.
hunch.
Dude, I saw a video.
Yeah, you get that with side
video.
and with down.
I saw
Listen,
a video the other
Because it makes
day.
your body feel heavy.
No. Have you done fentanyl?
No, I've
Like,
never done any
I've
opiates.
done
I've
it.
never done any opiates. I've never done any.
Well, that's what I'm
never
saying.
thought
It's
to call
not
it
that.
That's fat brain.
Yeah,
That's
well,
not a.
I've never done meth.
There was a hold
I-
on. There was a video I saw the other day of a guy going, "Oh my god, have a look at this! There's 3 guys in the front yard of a house, and they're just motionless, still, like
Right. It's
statues."
creepy as hell.
Wait,
So the point is, I'm thinking that
real
zombie
quick.
apocalypse is probably coming this year.
Let him finish it. I
Wait.
gotta hear the rest.
He goes into the house, looks around with his video camera, comes back outside. They're all fucking still motionless like statues.
Yeah.
That is a
wait.
that's a very new phenomena.
Yeah, it
That's-
is. It's
hold
not
on,
fentanyl.
wait.
That's what I'm saying.
Wait, hold on. To be really clear, just as somebody who like knows junkies because of my
Me too.
work and
I
or
was one.
work.
Common now, but
Yeah.
so are fent deaths.
But like I was about to say, that is not that's not like a super new phenomena. I'm sorry,
Dude, I was
have
on
seen
fent for a
people like
year.
fucking. I've seen people drugged out of their
You're
fucking gourds.
standing
Just
up?
stand. Yes,
No, they're
standing
not,
up.
dude.
You can
No,
tap
more
out
common
standing
now.
up.
a
More
new
common.
phenomena.
More
It's
widespread.
definitely a new phenomena.
Bro,
Yeah,
listen, I'm
wait,
telling you
it's
this.
more
If
Seeing it more.
widespread.
You're
It's
just
not
seeing
new.
it more.
Yeah.
if you're on fentanyl, you will not stand up. First of all, you will lay down.
You'll lay down and have a sleep. Yeah.
Yes,
Wait,
you
hold
do
on.
not
Okay,
stand.
guys.
That's
Guys,
gonna be
I don't know how
mixed
to
with
hold
like.
on.
You guys
wait,
don't know
wait,
what you're talking about.
Wait,
I
can I
do
please?
know what I'm
can I
talking
please say
about.
this? Just really quickly, can I please say this? So, guys,
post the
not
link, too.
everybody who's doing fucking smack, okay, is like passed out in their fucking in their fucking passenger seat of their friend's car or like lays
Right.
down on the couch. Okay, there are
I
heroin
agree.
addicts who are out here hustling on the street every
That's
goddamn
me.
day. Okay, there are
That's me,
people
bro.
doped out of their fucking brains,
That's
running
me.
around like
We're
crackheads.
talking
Listen,
about
Guess what?
right now,
We're talking
that's
about
me.
Yes,
Drake.
they can. Yes, I'm
It's got
telling
a couple
you
nicknames
that it's
now: the heroin hunch and the fentanyl fold.
Yeah.
But that's not
damn it.
that's not it though.
There's
That
something
can't be it.
different. There's something different in what they're taking.
Yeah,
And they're
it's
like
mixed or something.
standing up. They're like standing up.
Well, yeah,
fully-
drugs. Wait,
fully,
drugs have been getting
totally
steady.
out of their mind.
A lot of
You have
street.
to listen. You have to listen.
A lot of
That
street
fentanyl
drugs
is
have been
also.
getting steadily stronger over the past like 20
But
years.
listen,
Yeah,
that would make
they
you
are
collapse. That would
different,
not
but
make
these
you
things
stand
aren't
up.
new.
I know, but that
Yeah.
has to be with an amphetamine, correct? If it keeps you standing up, because fentanyl
No,
or
okay,
heroin would
no,
make
no,
you
no.
lay down.
Sedatives. Okay, you hear sedative and
Yeah,
you
What is
think
your-
you will
It
collapse.
could be
Okay,
methamphetamine.
can I respond? Like you hear sedative and you think you will collapse. It's the same as like if somebody smokes crack, you assume they're going to be fucking wired and amped. But I guarantee you, go to a crack
it's
house, you'll see a
mixed.
bunch
Well,
of
I
people.
can show
No,
you a
pure
Well, that's
like
video
because they
just
haven't
right
crack.
slept.
now.
I
That's
assure.
usually because they
Can
haven't
I
slept, bro.
fucking finish?
I'm just saying, I've
Jesus
been in I've
Christ.
stayed in a crack house. The only
So,
reason they
my
stop is
dude,
when they
I
sleep.
know, I
I wouldn't
understand.
call
I
it a
know
sedative. It's a
junkies.
muscle
I
depressant.
understand you. Yeah, these drugs interact differently with different people. First off, so for instance, I've done
That's
coke. I do not get fucking wired. I just,
That's not
get
coke, then.
autism. Oh my fucking god! Yes, it is. It's still cocaine.
It could be. It could be. Dude, it could be mixed. I mean, a lot of people nowadays
Oh
they
my
have coke
god!
and
Oh
it's
my
always
fucking
stepped on.
god! So like, instead of
You guys
letting
know
me
what he's
say the
talking
thing I
about.
was
He
gonna
cut
say,
his
you're just
gasoline.
gonna interrupt it. It's crazy.
Go ahead.
Like, I don't know how to tell you that drugs affect people differently.
I understand
because
that.
they do.
I know that though.
Yeah,
You're
but
telling me stuff
I
that I
literally
already know.
told you how a drug affects me, and you said then that wasn't that.
But how
Nigga,
would
are
you
you the
know if it's
arbiter
not
of
stepped on?
drugs?
Did you test it? That's what I'm saying. You're already saying it's pure coke.
Yes,
You
because I'm
really
not a
tested it.
retard.
You
If
can
I'm gonna do
tell.
drugs, I test them.
Oh my god, you can tell if you're on cocaine or not.
Yes, I agree.
know.
You
There's a
can. It
stigma.
feels
You will be on an
very
upper, dude.
specific.
You will
can
be on an
feel-
upper. You'll be on like an Adderall if you're on coke.
Oh
If you
my
weren't
god!
on an
Yes,
upper,
yes,
then it wasn't
yes.
coke.
Wait, no, wait, yes, it's an
You
upper.
can
So you
tell
know
if
what
you're
happens when
on
I take?
cocaine.
I
Absolutely.
swear to God. I swear to fucking God. So do you know what happens when I take an upper of any kind? I don't get like fucking jazzed. If I feed my fiance an upper, like if she just snorted a line of Adderall, God, please no. But if
Do
she
you take
did,
Adderall?
she would get. I used to,
Yeah, but you couldn't
Well, then
convince
maybe
her.
that's a.
You wouldn't be able to like convince her. Oh, this is cocaine, babe.
No,
She'd be like,
oh my
you
God,
can't
that's
have
not what I'm saying.
That's not what he's
What I'm
saying. Hold on.
What I'm saying is, because of the way my fucking brain and body work, when I do
get it.
coke or I took
I
Adderall,
get it, dude.
it doesn't.
You have
Yeah,
like
it doesn't hype
ADHD
me
or
the fuck
something.
up. This
Okay,
yeah,
hey
I
guys,
can tell.
listen. It's time to move on. All right.
All right, let's
drugs
move
are
on.
cool,
I can
dude.
tell.
I let it go for
I'll
a
agree
long
with him.
time,
Though.
but
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just gonna agree with him. Like, yeah, it does affect different people. I understand that, but
it was kind of cool when you guys were talking about the zombie apocalypse and stuff, because like one, like the
well, that's I'll bring it back to that. Like, there is something that they are taking. A lot of older, elderly people too, at least in my area, who I see do that, and it is really creepy. Like, I was walking my dog, and this bitch was just standing there the whole time, hunched over, didn't say anything. It was weird.
It's trank.
Here's
She's
the
on
thought. What if
trank.
we have a zombie apocalypse and an alien invasion at the same time?
Yeah, so at that point, what you do is you grab a Glock and shoot yourself.
I was about to say, zombie apocalypse, kill yourself, dog. Like, what do you mean? What do you do?
Zombie apocalypse and an alien apocalypse. At that point,
No. Hold on.
apocalypse.
Look, alien invasion. I'm not just gonna off myself. Zombie apocalypse. I'm out. I'm gone.
That's what I'm saying, because aliens, at
What's
least
even
we
the
have
fucking point?
at least we have like a little feasible possibility to survive an alien invasion.
Nah,
but
dude,
zombies,
I'm
cuz,
sticking it out. I'm sticking it out. You guys,
Bro,
come on.
seen the
hold
movies,
on.
cuz.
We're men.
Abject fucking misery that would be surviving the zombie
surviving, dude.
apocalypse is
love
not
that.
worth living.
I've seen the movies, bro. I don't want to mess with that.
Yeah, like
Well,
bro, I've
what
seen
if the
every
alien
season of The Walking
invasion?
Dead. That shit is not worth living for.
When they break into
Slightly
a house
different hypothetical. Okay, so the alien invasion, they help you with
Oh, that'd be
against the
good.
zombies.
Oh.
Like both
Can
Will
it
Smith
be both
movies,
at the same
I
time?
Robot, and the other one.
Wait, did you say that the aliens help against the zombies?
Yeah,
no,
yeah.
against
Why
the
not?
government.
Base
The
new
aliens
alien
overthrow your
overlords.
corrupt
Let's
government
go.
and replace it with like intergalactic, like
Yeah, base new alien
or-
overlords. Let's go.
yeah.
Fucking
I'd
right.
be down. I'd be
How
down for
about
that.
You guys are telling
microplastics?
me the aliens would be not better, or at least as equally as good as Joe freaking Biden? Echt better, please, bro.
That's funny.
How about for the zombie apocalypse? You got food preservatives,
Nah, I'm
and
good,
then
bro.
you got microplastics, and
Yep.
then like it's caused by lots of other things. Like just a combination of microplastics in the brain with
how many
a
of you
bunch of
guys-
weird food additives.
Yeah,
Let me ask you
well,
guys
the other
this.
reason why I was thinking zombie
Hold on.
apocalypse is, if you know Resident Evil, the base
Right.
storyline, base premise
The
behind
mold?
that is that
Oh wait, well,
they give the population a dietary supplement.
No.
Hold on, I'm finished.
No,
God
that's the
damn it.
TOS. It's TOS.
What do you mean?
But with the whole umbrella
That's
company and
so-
everything.
Umbrella?
TOS.
Yeah, yeah.
No. It's
Yeah,
not.
anything to
can't-
do with the V word.
Really?
Yeah.
Virus?
Wait, hold on, because I was gonna ask this.
Yeah.
Let me know if this is TOS. I was thinking of the same thing, but people that got the V word, like people that are getting the V word, are spreading it more.
No, completely stay away from it. Okay, not even.
Yeah,
no,
that's Discord
no,
TOS. That's weird.
Yeah, yeah. The whole.
Isn't that
like,
weird, boys? Isn't that kind of a little fishy?
There's a sickness.
Hold on, wait.
in,
I just want to ask this.
It's not
I'm just gonna
actually,
say-
but they're just
This
playing
whole-
it better
this
safe
whole
than
For the
sorry.
record, I never said the V. Hold on. For the record, I never said the V word.
Hold on,
Okay?
wait. I just want to say this for the record.
What I was
Hold on,
saying.
let me say this real quick. I just want to say I never got the V word. I never got it, and I
Yeah,
pray for all y'all that did get it.
Well, we're
it's
moving
based on
okay?
the dietary supplement. Okay, that's what happens.
That's
They give a dietary supplement to the people, and that causes them to essentially zombify.
Dietary
right? And then they
supplement,
do some wicked
vitamin?
ass experiments.
They get a fungal infection.
I never got the V word
And
either.
We're We're seeing that around the world too. No antifungals work if you look at the CDC website.
Hold on,
and
wait.
Doctors don't acknowledge fungus.
Not the VA word or the VI word. Neither.
Hold on, wait. Are you tying that to the people that are lumping and slipping over and shit like that? Like they probably got the V word too, and now they're doing this.
Oh come on!
No, what the hell are you guys
No,
talking about, man?
Okay, remember you have to
Could
stay
you?
Heroin,
within a
hunch, defense.
completely.
That's a normal thing, man.
They probably They
Frank.
probably got the fucking. What if they got the vax too?
Frank.
What if it's like correlated?
Okay, all right. That's it. No more. Okay, we're moving past the topic completely. Okay.
I mean, I'm just talking
Okay,
out my
next.
ass.
Yeah, next topic completely. I know zombie apocalypse kind of fun, but it's like
That's
it's
kind of weird.
hard
You
to
can't
do
even
it when you're
like,
being when you're broadcasting. Okay,
Yeah, because
so like
Big Brother.
yeah. If you're just a two-person call where you can talk about all the different sci-fi shows and what causes a zombie apocalypse and what stops it, yeah, it's kind of
Frank,
okay.
Frank.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm saying
We get it,
fentanyl
man.
and
Crank is a good movie. We get it.
Yeah, fentanyl and you know the contagion that affects deer, right? That actually gets into humans too.
Zombie deer.
Yeah, the zombie deer.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a.
Yeah, that
zombie
was
deer.
in that. That was like the
I know,
Korean show Train to Botswana or something like that. That it was like that was part. Yeah, I can't even say it now because yeah, you watch that one. They talk about there's a plot line connected to
So,
infected
Oh,
deer.
let me switch the
on that
topic.
movie. Oh my
I'll switch the
god, that was
topic.
the best. That was the best.
Here we go. What do you guys think? I know, like, some of you probably Republicans, some of you probably Democrats, some of you guys probably don't give a fuck. But I want to know what your opinion is on the fact that there will be no presidential debates. Is that a good thing or is that a bad
I
thing?
think they should have. I think they should have a battle.
Weak.
I think they should fight each other.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, let's be
That'd be
serious.
fucking awesome.
I mean, let's be serious.
Pay-per-view, get people in. No, I'm being serious. Pay-per-view.
No, you're
get
not.
people
They're not gonna. That's.
I always
Come
thought
on.
the debates were not real debates. They always were just part
Well,
of the show.
obviously I'm not in your country, right? I'm not in America, and I find that your current president to be incredibly weak.
Why is he weak? Joe Biden, the king of all kings. is
Joe
weak. That's crazy.
Biden has to be.
He's strong. He can walk. He can walk up.
Can you explain to me how he's weak?
How dare
He can
you?
almost walk
How
up.
dare you talk bad people?
He can ride a bike.
Wait, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. You're telling me
Can
Joe
we-
Biden, 80-year-old man that can ride bikes, walk around, jog around, is weak? You serious right now?
Does he have to be held up by sticks every?
No, he's 80 years old, bro.
Bro, when you're
bikes,
80, you won't be
walking
able to
around.
do a fraction of what he can do.
Can you freaking? You're 30 and you can barely. Bro, you're 40, you can't ride a bike. How are you talking shit about Biden?
What are you talking about, dude? Are you really sick enough for Biden for him falling on that bike?
He's 80
He
years
only
old.
fell off because his foot got stuck in the weird latch thing. And those types,
You know that
types
was
of
a
pedals where it's like a
beginning.
shoe. You put your foot in a shoe pedal. Man, screw those pedals.
The guy shouldn't be riding bike. The guy shouldn't be doing that. He has Alzheimer's or something.
That was entrapment.
He doesn't have Alzheimer's. He has a speech impediment. He's had it his whole life.
You guys have to keep in mind. Yes,
How
you
can
guys
you?
don't
I
like
can't tell
Biden,
if you guys are
but he's a
trolling.
grown man, not
I'm not trolling,
old
man.
man.
This is no hidden fruit. You're not
Hold on,
attacking
hold on.
Biden on anything real.
Wait,
Yeah,
hold on, stop,
he's
stop.
incredibly
I wanna hear
strong
you.
for an
Let me
80-year-old.
hear
He
you.
fell off a bike with no problem. Doesn't break his hip. Gets right back up. He has a speech
Wait.
impediment. Everybody knows it. He can give
Hold on.
full
Bro, I
hour
get it.
speeches without stuttering.
No,
Every
no,
time he makes
listen.
a flub, they meme it, and that's
No,
funny.
that's not
and I think he's
true.
the funniest president ever.
What do you
but
think
he
the
has a
last-
speech
look
impediment.
at
He's
his
had it
last
his whole
speech.
life.
Every
What was his
time.
last speech?
Yeah.
every
Hold on.
Watch his last State of the Union. You can watch any of his State of the Unions.
I know. I saw his last speech. We have to go back and forth. I can't be interrupting everybody.
Every time Trump made a flub, they memed the shit out of it.
They
No one
did.
cares.
Can we
You
go
guys
back
are-
and forth
You
though?
guys are mocking an 80-year-old man who's
Okay.
in better shape than all of us combined, except me.
Oh,
because
should
I'm a
we?
freaking lazy rat.
Shut up.
I mean, he's an
Is it not
80-year-old
like-
man
I
jogging.
brought up the
He's
touchy
got pretty
subject.
strong
Hell
legs.
yes.
Strong
Well,
legs.
okay. Let me start
Hold
this
on,
again.
hold on.
Let me start this one
Maybe
more time.
attack him on his policies.
Can we
Ninja,
go like gentlemen,
we've all
please?
Sure, Ninja, we've all understood the fact that you.
want to meet.
I want you to tell me why you don't like
I
Biden.
would watch. Is that Saturday Night Live? I would actually watch that episode.
I don't like Biden because he fondles toddlers.
Okay, do you have evidence?
On C-SPAN.
His own daughter's notebook.
He doesn't fondle
First of
them,
all.
man. He just sniffs them.
Well,
no, God, you didn't read his daughter's
wrote them
diary?
too. You got it. You got
Again, this is it's such.
Watch him on C-SPAN.
You guys are a
It's
bunch
such
of
partisan
degenerates.
shit.
It's impossible
Hold
to
on,
be such a
stop.
partisan
Guys,
degenerate.
holy
No
shit, it's so
pedo talk.
annoying talking about like 5 people at once. I'm about to
Like,
actually deal with this.
Trump literally went to Epstein Island, right?
All right, good luck, boys.
Okay. Hey. Okay, let's try to slow it down a little bit. All right.
Like, it's so fucking annoying. I'm about to leave.
Yeah, I mean it's a little bit too much noise going on and stuff.
Okay, can we also not talk about this degenerate topic of touching kids, right? Like, you guys serious? Come on.
Yeah,
You
it's
have
like
no
we're not
evidence of
trying to
anyone
turn
doing it.
this channel into exactly the same conversations that's going on all the other channels.
We have no evidence to prove any of that shit.
Just that fucking Trump was
Yeah.
nothing to do with that.
You know what? Don't. You know what? We do, but that's it. I'm not talking about
Hey,
it anymore.
it's my fault. I brought up the topic. I'll bring up another one if you guys want. I brought up the first one. Sorry if it was too strong.
Yeah, I mean,
but
okay,
you know,
no,
I
it
feel like
sounds
we all
good.
kind of.
Hey, Kenny,
hold on, wait.
hold on, real quick.
Just give me a second. Hold on. I'll
Okay,
pass
go
it to
ahead.
you. Just
Yeah, go ahead.
listen. I just
I, for
feel
one,
like
can't wait
whatever
to see the debate
oh my
between
God.
Trump and Biden.
Listen, I feel
Biden
like
gets no.
anybody. All right, so hold on. Here's how we should do it. We all should have like 30 seconds, 25 seconds, an increment, and pass it. So that way, even if you disagree with
No.
whatever somebody brings up, we
No.
all have a floor amount. You know,
That
we
sounds
take
good.
turns.
That sounds
That's
good.
a terrible
but
idea.
no, thank you.
It doesn't sound. It sounds like that's how
You
I
want to go
used to get
first?
around.
Go,
It
you
sounds
go
good on
first.
paper, but it's gonna be terrible in practice.
Yeah, you go first.
Me?
Yeah, because
Okay.
how conversations are held
Okay.
is people take
Yeah,
30
I
seconds
know
each
how
to
to
talk,
debate.
right?
I know how to have a.
We're not debating, we're
conversation.
conversating.
Yeah, I know how to do that as well. Okay,
Oh,
I'll
really?
start it right now. Yeah, I'll teach you. If
You're gonna
okay,
teach me how
ready?
to have a
30 seconds,
conversation?
go.
30 seconds or less. 30 seconds or less. Here we
Ready,
go.
set, go.
Okay.
Get ready, Tasha.
Okay.
30 seconds.
What-
Yeah,
Okay,
sorry,
30 seconds.
time's up, bro.
All right. So my whole topic is I know we're different on the political scale.
Yo, you got to go on around, man. Everyone else needs to talk, man. Why are you still talking?
Enough with the memes.
It's his turn.
Let's
No,
have a
time's
topic.
up. It's
Let
been
him
way
start
over a
it.
minute. He
Let's
took
kick it
his,
off.
he used his 30 seconds to explain himself. It's over. Sorry, cuz.
Next.
All right, there's
Use the
percentage.
meta. Cut the meta.
Percentage. Bring up something for flat Earth.
Did he leave? You guys made him leave?
He's still here.
He's still here, bro. Not for long, though.
No, he's here, man.
I'm still here, motherfucker.
Not for long.
You guys know the Earth's round.
Yeah,
I'm still here.
percentage. What do you got? What's a flat Earth topic that's bouncing around your head?
Magnetism
let me
is
bring
gravity.
up. Okay, hold on. Let me for real try this.
Bro,
30
it's not your
seconds.
turn.
Not even.
For real.
Bro, you were talking over me the whole time.
No, you took your 30 seconds
Yeah,
explaining what
dude,
we
it's
should
not
do.
gonna work. The room's too big.
I
okay?
have a
If
30
you got like
seconds already
3 or
lined
4
up when you give
people,
me a
It's not
chance.
too big. Just let him talk.
Yo, Ken, do you have a fly Earth topic?
I'll set a timer.
No.
I really don't know that much about flat Earth. I feel like we could. Okay, so my whole thing is you see these different countries now, right now, with the different leaders, and everybody has like a similar problem. I feel like, especially here in the United States, especially with the left, how they usually vote Democrat when they want in immigrants, but now you see a lot of people backing down on that and wanting less immigration. A lot of the different cultures, not only white. I'm just wondering if you agree with them, right or left, less immigration.
Okay, I think I got this right. So, the topic will be, can you build a wall on a ball?
That's how strong.
That's got a ring to it. I like that.
Are Mexicans more round and dense than the wall?
No, let's just talk about that topic, right? Is it possible to stop immigration on the ball?
So it's like
or
flat
is that
Earth
something
immigration?
a
I like
flat
it.
Earth thing? Like, dude,
Yeah. I mean, yeah,
Well,
just build a
flat
wall.
Earth model, we don't know.
What is the flat Earth model? I don't get it. I've watched like 2 hours worth of flat Earth. I still don't get it.
You shouldn't believe in politics, by the way. There's no right or the left.
Well, I
It's just
know
the great
that.
cuckening of mankind.
I know that much, dude. I'm pretty red pilled and black pilled about that. I just don't get.
I just want to know how your 30 second turned into a 30-minute discussion of you speaking to yourself.
It's only it's barely
Nobody else said anything. What am I supposed to do?
Yeah.
Because we're respecting your time.
You're 2 for 2 on bad topics. Let's you want to go for
We
a
got two
third
topics.
topic?
Go. Sure.
No, we're on the topic right now. So like this geopolitical positioning, controlling the borders, is this possible on the ball?
Why would it not be possible? What are you talking about?
Is the ball bouncing?
Apparently. It's gonna wobble.
Maybe that's how the
You know
spin
what? Crit,
happens.
let me ask
like
you a
bounce.
question. Crit,
Yeah.
you know they're saying bounce an idea off you?
Yeah.
How can you
Bouncing
bounce
back
an
and forth.
idea off a flat surface? How are we bouncing flat surfaces?
That's terrible.
Yeah.
Terrible.
Yeah,
It's like a
belly
dad joke. I
flop.
like it.
That's like earlier we were doing dad
mute
jokes.
him. Mute him. He
Yeah.
doesn't mute him.
Come on, it was actually pretty good.
That's a ban.
You guys are haters, bro. I would have laughed just to make you guys feel better.
Do you guys really believe in flat Earth though? Like, I can't tell if it's a fucking meme.
Yeah, man.
He said I would have laughed just to make you feel better. All right, next time I laugh for you then, okay?
Thank you. I'll laugh for you, bro.
Here, let me get the quote here from Sagan.
Oh, Sagan?
Yeah.
Well, you know that NASA believes the universe is flat.
Right.
knows what
No,
NASA
I
believes? They won't
understand
tell us.
that.
They do.
Yeah, no, yeah. Like in a scale of when it getting sucked in, I guess into a 3D, or I guess it'd be more than 3D, right? 4D.
Well, no, according to the WMAP
Yeah.
model, recently,
We live in a holographic reality.
Can you prove that?
Right, but in the flatness there is a hole that's like the universe, right? Like it's a
Where's the
flat
hole?
plane, and then I'm just talking about him because they take it out to scale so much. I know the graph he's talking about is like flat, but when it comes to like a universe or something, it expands because of black holes, because it sucks it in, it pushes it out and sucks it in.
Does it?
So I guess that's
I think it's
that's what they say.
possible.
I
Is
don't
that
fucking
according
know.
to logic or according to yourself?
I mean, logically, the universe could go on forever, and time could
Right.
go on forever in
Well,
both directions.
isn't it always?
Okay,
It's
here you
slowly
guys. Here's
pushing
a
out,
here's a
causing.
quote from Sagan. This is there in the side chat.
All I'm hearing is
There's no such thing as a black hole, guys. Like in reality, it's just it doesn't exist. It's not
you
going
gotta
to
be
be possible
telling me.
ever.
You
Okay,
believe
well,
in
here's
every
talking about
experiment?
borders. In real life, do borders, national
Yeah, no,
boundaries
but he's
exist?
talking about as like a philosopher. What he's that quote right there.
Well,
Yeah, I don't believe
well,
in
no, I'm
philosophy. I
talking
believe
about the
in reality.
measurements, right, that they took. Right, I can post that. Hold on.
I mean, yeah, but that's just like a philosopher's stance of borders. In reality, you have to have borders.
Oh, that. Okay, I got you.
You can't have
I'm talking
borders
about
on
his
flat
quote.
Earth. Is that what you said?
You can still have
No,
borders.
on the
I mean,
globe.
regardless if
No, on the
the world
globe.
is flat or on a globe, you still need borders. Obviously, we've seen how that worked in the past and how
Why
it
do
could
you
work
Why
in
do
the
you need?
future.
Why do you need borders?
Why do you believe in a
Why?
sphere, Kennedy?
Why?
Why
Do I
do you
believe in a
believe in
sphere or borders?
Sphere. No one cares about
Keep
borders.
out
You're not
certain
important.
people.
Well, because I believe that everything somehow in reality has some sort of balance with numbers, because numbers don't lie.
Can you show me
And
the numbers
through
that prove the Earth is curved, spherical?
Numbers in
sure.
reality
I mean,
don't
you can go
exist.
ahead and you could use the Fibonacci sequence, because the Earth isn't technically round; it's oval.
What is it?
Just like the Fibonacci sequence, just how you can tell if their face, if you take the Fibonacci sequence right in the center of their skull and use the Fibonacci sequence, it should add up to
My nigga, you're
similar
using
to
a
an
whole lot of
oval.
words, but you're not doing a whole lot of
No,
explaining.
I'm just talking about math. Math never lies. That's how you can tell if somebody has plastic surgery just by looking at them. Their sequence is off. You can tell that. Down syndrome, stuff like that. Look at a rose. Look at things just in nature.
Well, Down
This
syndrome,
sequence.
you can tell by the small beady eyes. Okay, I mean,
Well, right. Also, but
and round
their
face.
structure is off. Right, exactly. Their sequence is off. So that's how I believe in, an oval. I'm not saying a
Okay, so you've
circular
told
Earth.
me you know that the Earth is an oval due to Fibonacci sequences. Explain. I'm
Right.
still waiting for the actual.
I already
theology.
did.
You said numbers.
theology of
What
it.
does numbers mean?
Well, what do you mean? Numbers mean the calculation that you put in, and you
What
get
is the
answer.
formula?
Actually,
that
numbers
shows
don't
Earth is an
lie, but
oval,
numbers
bro?
aren't even real. We made up numbers. You can
How
find me
does
a
it-
3 in nature.
Listen,
Give me a 3 in nature.
So
I
you
just
told
told you
me
Fibonacci sequence.
you know what the
Just
Fibonacci sequence is?
DNA, everything like that happens. Just how like the gravitational pull, a lot of this deals with the Fibonacci sequence.
You know what the
I don't
Fibonacci
know.
sequence is?
Yes.
Okay, explain
That's
it to
why I
me.
just told about it. I just
Explain it
told
to
you.
me. No,
I
explain it to
literally
me
just
in
told you.
layman's
It
terms.
okay, you put a pin, you start in the center, and using the numbers, you add them,
What?
and they basically make
What do you start with?
a bigger circular 0357.
No, you're wrong.
It's prime numbers, dude.
It has
Yeah,
to start with 0 and 1.
Yeah, you start with
well,
one.
you
Bro.
know what? Oh yeah. One. What is it?
1, 3,
Fucking 3, 5, 7.
It's,
Yeah.
11.
Okay.
each
I said.
number is the
Oh,
sum of the two preceding ones. So like 0, 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, things like that, right? How does this prove the
correct.
Earth is an oval?
But put a lot of things in. Like, look at this dude's profile picture. The link
Oh
tree.
my god, can you just tell me how it leads to an oval, bro?
Because it's a circle. It's not a. It's not an actual
How?
complete
How,
circle.
bro? How? Bro, how? You're hurting my
Here, I
head.
can link it.
Oval.
You're hurting
Yeah,
my head.
I'll
All you're
link it.
saying is words and numbers. Fibonacci, Einstein. Bro, you're just saying names and numbers. Tell me
Here,
how
look.
it leads to an oval
I'll
or
show
a
you
Just
right
name
now.
dropping.
Look, it's a spiral. I guess you could say more so a spiral.
Alright, I'm done, bro. Spiral? What's a
Well, then
spiral?
why don't you just Google it, dude?
Just
I'm
Google the
literally outside
answer.
smoking a blunt, drinking a beer, and you want me to fucking explain the
You're
Fibonacci
telling me
sequence? And
I don't care about Fibonacci.
You're right.
I
We can
wanna
find
know how
spirals in nature. Now what?
Oh my god.
now what? Now there's a pattern that we can
I
go
can give you
upon,
the
correct?
Fibonacci sequence up to 1 billion, right? It still doesn't prove that the Earth has its curvature or it's spherical.
I'm
or it's a
saying that it
freaking
has
flying
that it
saucer.
repeats in nature,
Okay,
and so
show
does
me
like
the
an
scale.
atom.
That's
What?
cool. Can you show me an atom?
Bro, show me an atom in nature. Get out
Show
of here
me
with
an
your
atom.
bullshit, man.
Look it up on. What
I'm
are you
not looking
talking about? You
nothing
have
up.
to have
You
a
say
fucking. You
atom,
have
I
to have
say
a
show.
microscope.
You
have to have a
cannot see an
microscope.
atom. You cannot see
You
an
can
atom.
see an atom with a microscope. Can you show me, please?
No, you cannot.
Yeah, you can't even see it with the microscope. What are you talking about?
dude,
It's never
can't
been
see it?
visualized ever.
Protons, neutrons.
Protons, neutrons,
Never been visualized.
electrons.
Never. What
Anyway,
about
can we
the?
go back
What
to
about
the
the
sphere?
We can
collider?
see
What are we doing over
right.
there
We
then?
can see them visualized in representations on
Right.
computers using electron.
CGI, yeah.
No, by shooting them with electrons.
What about this?
What?
What about
That's
the
the dumbest
collider?
thing I've ever heard, man.
Yeah, he's talking about
You're
the
gonna shoot
double slit
electrons
experiment,
so
which
you can
more
see
proves
electrons?
that we're in a matrix.
No, you know how electron microscopes work?
Let's go back to the foundation, right? How does the
What about
Apparently
Fibonacci
you don't know.
sequence- How does the Fibonacci sequence? How does an atom prove the curvature of the Earth?
I don't understand why that upsets you.
Yeah, I really don't either. I mean, I don't
Uh,
think I'll ever. I don't
Atomic
think I'll ever
atoms have
win
never
you
been
over.
proven, man.
Because
It's atomic theory.
it's not about.
What are we
it's not
doing
about-
with the hydro? What are we doing
not
with the
about
hadron collider then? What are we doing with all that shit? Is
It
it just a
does-
waste of tax money?
Yes.
Well,
it's a
what-
waste of
okay,
tax
here's
money.
a question.
Why
Here's
do you
a-
think that NASA's 100 mil a day is beneficial to anyone? What have
Here's
they
a question
achieved?
for
Can
you.
they show us what
What
they've
is-
achieved?
What is
What,
between
the hadron
an
collider?
electron and an atom? What's between it?
What are you talking about, man? Electron's part of the atom.
No.
I swear to God, you guys need to learn. Okay?
There's
I want you guys to think about this for a second. Okay? Particles are real, but atoms aren't. Think about that.
okay.
Have you seen the Flash where you have a person with the atom? That's about as real as it gets. A freaking man wearing an atom suit, bro. So no evidence that the Earth is curved. Interesting.
I'm just looking up are atoms scientifically proven. I'm just getting they are by numbers. I mean they're objectively real. Maybe it wouldn't be
No,
the word
they
atom, but there is
get a photo
something.
of it. They did get a photo
Numbers
of it.
prove atoms. Numbers don't prove anything. Numbers are
Math
like
proves a
just
lot.
numbers, man.
So,
Math
this
is a
is
language.
what I was looking up today.
Math is input equals output.
And
If it's garbage input, it's garbage output. Math doesn't prove anything.
you can't
listen.
you can't find atoms, but they've been able to calculate the number of protons and neutrons in an element, and they say you get this atomic mass.
Yeah, which is its
I'm just
calculated
wondering,
weight.
does anyone
Hold up,
know
bro, man. You just said
about
they can't
that?
prove
'Cause
atoms,
they're
but they
using
can
that.
calculate. Bro, you contradicted yourself. You said they can't prove atoms, but they can calculate subatomic particles. you presuppose the thing that you're trying to prove. It's circular
But
logic.
they're using it in nuclear fission and fusion, so it has
It's
some
gotta
kind
work.
of purpose and ability.
Right.
All they do is they measure a charge, right? They
well,
have a mass
listen, though,
spectrometer. They measure a
maybe
charge.
the name
and they're
of it
saying that
is ju-
a specific positive charge correlates to protons, a negative charge correlates to to
like
electrons.
this is math, dude. It has to work.
It's just
used
charges,
this
and
as data.
they frame it in terms of protons and electrons. They have no clue if they actually exist. It's just positive, negative charge.
But there's something there for it to exist. Otherwise, it wouldn't be worked like that in like
Yeah, it's positive,
scientific
negative charge.
experiments. Right. Maybe it's not that.
They claim that they're splitting it. They're splitting something, and then it's
Yeah, they
creating
can claim
energy
whatever they want.
fission.
I mean, there is something there. There's no way you can say there is nothing there, though. That's insane.
Bro, it's a particle, right?
Yeah,
But
because
it's
the
not an
particle is going to
atom.
prove the existence of a curve. Nice one, bro.
Particle is just a small part of something, okay?
Sure, right.
It doesn't mean it's an atom all of a sudden.
Okay.
Breaking news: a Canadian Mountie has died.
Oh no, Kennedy, can I ask you one more
36
question?
hours ago. It's just
What?
How do you feel
And
about
this is
NASA,
this is
Kennedy?
the most Canadian picture I've
can't
ever
hear you.
fucking seen.
Okay, no one cares. How do you feel about NASA, Kennedy?
Post it.
NASA?
Yes,
Um,
respectable
I feel like it's a
organization. How do you
really.
feel about them?
I feel like they get a lot of money. I feel like they use a lot of that money for technology purposes. You're talking about the moon mission. If I thought it was fake, maybe I think the
Not
first
just,
landing was fake.
not
It
necessarily.
could have been fake. I feel like the first could have been fake because we were on the mission to land there first. I'm
So
not saying
the
that it's not
mission
entirely
is fake.
possible.
NASA good? Is that what you're saying?
Good?
Is NASA good / bad? Do you trust
No, I
/
don't.
untrust NASA?
I don't.
Are
I
you
don't. I don't really trust. I don't really trust NASA because I know, these corporations lie and stuff, and I feel like the first moon landing was fake.
So what's
I
your
mean, I go
primary
with it
Life
now.
or profit? What's more profitable, to fake it and keep the money, or to
Right.
actually do it?
So
Right.
let's
And
start
yeah,
this
they just.
again, right? What's your primary
But
evidence for the curvature of the Earth? If NASA isn't one of them.
the what? I'm sorry, your accent's fake.
No, it's not. What's your primary evidence for the curvature of the Earth? How do we know if it's spherical if NASA is not one of the evidences? Because most of the information we have about space and all the
Well, my whole
technology and
thing
the
of the
photos and the ISS is NASA, right? How do we know it's curved?
right.
How do we know
It.
it's spherical? How do we know it rotates? How
I
do we know
get it
all
though,
this?
but it's the same thing you could say about like Getty Images because a lot of the people you see in all this day to day from your place of where you don't stay or where you usually stay and that venture off so forth, you get a lot
And
of quote unquote Getty Images that are Getty Images of like celebrities, people, places, all this stuff. You
what are
could
you
say that
talking
that
about?
was fake. I'm talking about the same thing you are, just in a different perspective.
No, I have
You
no
get
idea what
it?
you're talking about. Can you
You're saying
reiterate?
you're basically saying these pictures in space are all from NASA, correct? Or like a
What
lot of these
pictures?
pictures that we get.
I never mentioned pictures.
I thought that's what you said. Like
I
like
said
the
all the
curvature and
information
stuff.
and technology we have, sorry, most of it we have comes from NASA, right?
Right,
The
that would be
ISS,
including
all the
pictures, right?
maybe.
Okay, I got a
Over that
question for you. Then what happened to the technology that allowed us to travel to the moon in that tiny little fucking bucket?
That bucket is non-existent. You're welcome.
What about the UFOs? I feel like UFOs are basically just probably
Have you seen
really
a UFO?
advanced drones. They're probably
Well, they're
really,
mostly
really advanced
they're
drones
mostly
that we have,
intervention.
our
Have
government.
you seen a UFO?
Yeah.
I have.
Yes.
Yeah, me
I haven't
personally,
seen
I
it.
have.
I haven't seen a UFO. Speak for yourself.
I mean, it's really weird. I mean, it's nuts. I don't know. I mean, I
Have you
haven't seen it like.
identified them?
He said, "I have," and
No,
then
it's a
he's like, "I
UFO.
haven't seen one." Speak for
Yeah,
yourself.
and they renamed them to UAPs, right?
Have you
Right.
identified one of these
Unidentified
spaceships?
aerial
Well,
phenomena.
listen, we're getting off topic, but
So have you
I'm just
identified
saying.
one of these ships?
Listen, though, what I was trying to get it back to you, Getty Images, right?
No, I
They're
don't
like,
know. Why are you putting things? I don't know what Getty images are, bro.
Really?
like it's like one of the biggest shareholders of
photos,
pictures
man.
on the internet. Like
No, I
they
don't know what
own
that
a
is.
lot of pictures on the internet, but just
Yeah.
replace that word with NASA, and then you could kind of say the same thing. Like you weren't really there when they took that picture.
What picture?
You don't get it then. I mean, Getty Images is just like a place that owns
Brother, I
photos.
have more doubts than just a photo. Maybe the actual recordings, the interviews, the spaceship itself. I have a lot more to doubt than a freaking photo, my guy.
I know, but I'm just saying that one thing. I listen. I was agreeing with you at the first part. I'm not saying that the Earth is flat, though. I'm just saying that we could have lied to the
The
moon
Earth
landing.
isn't flat. The surface of the Earth seems to be quite flat.
I'm just saying the reason why I don't believe the Earth is flat is due to what I brought forth
Fibonacci
earlier.
numbers.
Right, exactly. Yeah.
Numbers
and
prove
it just
Earth is
feels like
okay. Let's speak some numbers then.
in gravity and stuff like that. I mean, I just don't
Can you prove?
understand what the point would that be
Sure. Let's talk
of.
about gravity. Can you show me how gravity has been identified? Can you show me mass attracts mass?
See, this is the problem right here. You know what the same problem was last
You like
time.
numbers? Show me
We're
the
talking
numbers
about.
that show mass
But
attracts
hold
mass.
on, let me say this. We're talking about the word gravity. Strip the word gravity. Like we don't know what gravity is, correct? And let's go ahead and figure that out. Just
Mass attracts
and
mass?
then
No, I don't think mass attracts mass.
what? If you drop something that is heavy, it accelerates. It has
It
more
goes
mass.
down.
Right. It's heavier when it drops.
It goes down. What's your point?
Right.
Well, it actually weighs the same as it goes down, but it accelerates.
Well, right. You know what I mean.
It goes down. What's your point?
So that is gravity.
It's actually
We
constantly
can
going
call it-
down, but the reason why it's not going down is because you're physically impeding it. But it's always constantly going down.
So what is the difference then? Then we don't know gravity, right? But we know gravity right here on Earth. We drop something, it goes down. We can
How do
take
you
the
have
time. We
gravity?
can take a ball. Hold on, wait. We can take a ball. You know, same height everywhere. We can go on different surfaces on the planet. Drop it. Take a time scale. Drop it different ways with wind, with whatever. If it's raining,
So
if
ball
it's hot,
drop
if it's cold.
get more gravity.
But hold on, and then we go up. We get out of Earth, and then we drop it, and we can figure out the time, the difference. This is all math, by the way. It's all numbers.
Okay, can you show me the numbers?
No, it's all measurements, not math.
But
Yeah.
that is numbers.
I mean,
Measurements is numbers.
allegedly,
Numbers don't lie.
Allegedly, the further up you go, okay, the less push that's happening too, right? I mean, you can
Correct.
see it's not just pull. Gravity isn't necessarily just a pull. Gravity could be a push, right?
Yeah,
In
right.
reality, the
And
higher you
since
go up,
since you're not on the
quicker it'll
ground or
fall.
close to the ground, yeah, since you're not on the ground or close to the ground, you know, your push down towards the ground is going to be slower, right? I don't
No.
know.
In reality,
Also,
the higher it is, the quicker it'll fall because there's less drag.
Isn't gravity
Gravity
one
is
of
a
the
pull. The
isn't
gravity is the
gravity
pull
one
of
of the
the
weak
Earth.
forces? Isn't gravity one of the weak forces?
No. What do you mean? Weak forces. I mean, gravity is just a.
There's the weak force and the strong force, right?
I'm not sure exactly what you're talking about. I mean, I thought. I don't understand how gravity could be a weak force. It's one of the strongest forces that keeps us on Earth, and the whole. I mean, if we're talking about gravity just on Earth, I can understand how
It is a weak
why-
force.
Well, this is how like the whole term and like arguing about gravity is kind of ridiculous, and we can keep going on forever. Is because we only know about gravity on Earth and on quote unquote.
Okay.
If you don't believe in
Here
space,
it is. Of
if you
the
don't
fundamental
believe
forces,
space, then
of the four
go ahead.
fundamental forces, gravity is the weakest of the four forces in nature, right?
Bro, why are you just parroting what the model says? Prove it.
By one measure, gravity is 1,000 billion times weaker than the strong nuclear force, the strongest of all the forces.
Right,
So,
but that is the gravitation.
That's according
It
to
causes
science.
gravity.
That's according to people who subscribe to the whole round side of things, right? Just saying that it's quite interesting.
I see what they
that,
mean now.
yeah.
The way that you worded it, I know. Yeah, but because all of that causes gravity. So gravity is force.
That's a good argument, bro. I've never heard someone say Earth curve because Fibonacci. Nice one, bro.
Well, that's just what I took out of it. I mean,
well. Here's one for you: cat because carrot. Okay.
Whoa.
You get it? I mean, that's a.
I
great
get it, bro.
analogy.
It's because cats, like humans, can eat carrot. You're right, bro. You're right.
Right. Yeah.
It makes sense to me, right? I don't know how I didn't think of it before.
The funny thing is, at the end, we all could be wrong. So
No,
absolutely.
That's the fun part of it.
The thing about observations, right,
here's
is we can
something
see
to fuck with your
whether we're
heads.
right or wrong.
Here's something to completely fuck with your heads. According to science, okay, the way what we perceive as around us is literally just forms of radiation bouncing off of what we think are objects. and it going into our eyeballs, which are receptors, to translate that information in our brain to what we think is around us. So there is no light. So there's no color.
There's no light. Look up, bro.
There's just radiation.
All right, that's really out there. That's really far fetched.
Look up, bro.
But that
It
is
says electromagnetic radiation is light.
But yeah, exactly. So like the funny thing is, I wouldn't even be able to prove it because,
Brother,
like, we
you
all
can't
agree.
prove anything, Fibonacci man.
Dude, you can't prove
mean,
it
you
on
can't-
your
you
end
can't
either.
even prove-
I feel like
here's the
my thing is way more like reasonable than yours is
Okay,
because, like I said, numbers don't lie.
How come we can see
At least
oil
I'm,
versus
at least
one
I'm,
that
at least I'm backing myself with numbers. You're backing
Here's
yourself
the
with
simple one that everybody
let me
feelings
give you
are.
a number. Let me give you a number.
Here's a simple one that most people take for granted. The grass is green, right? Well, according to the way that light refracts, the grass is every color but green. We don't know what color it is.
Right. Well,
We only see what
that's just
reflects.
saying like
No, we
the
do know what color
label
it is.
then.
It's every color but green combined.
No, it can be any of those colors on the
Phoenix,
entire
you just
spectrum.
mixed up refraction
No, it
with
can't be any
reflection,
of them.
bro.
It's all of them combined except for green.
Well, it can be any of them. Doesn't necessarily be
Dude,
all of them.
dude, this guy Phoenix said it refracts as green. How does the color refract as green?
I said reflect.
He said refract.
No, I said
No, he
reflect.
said reflect. He said reflect.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I heard reflect too.
And I'm pretty sure I hit Fibonacci, bro.
Fibonacci.
What is your whole thing about the Fibonacci? Eh? I'm
It's
glad this is gonna stick
tell,
with
bro.
you for a while. Maybe you'll
It's
kinda
one of the dumbest
go.
arguments I've heard.
You'll go on
bro.
my side after a little bit. Like, man,
Oh,
that right,
yeah.
dude. It's kinda right.
I'm gonna wake up one day and be like, you know what? That Canadian brother bloke, he said Fibonacci and I was wrong. One day, one day I'm gonna
another one to fuck with your heads. You don't actually touch anything. What you perceive as touch is actually resistance of the magnetic forces between things in the space between, right? You don't actually touch.
I can actually explain that one to you. You want me to explain
No,
that
we
one to you?
touched it.
I can actually
I
explain that
feel like
one to
that's
you.
debunked. We could feel it though. If you
touched
couldn't
it,
touch it,
Well,
you
no,
wouldn't be
you're
able to feel
feeling the
it.
resistance. You're feeling the resistance.
Sure.
The explanation for that one is
You
Fibonacci.
You could
touched your
rip
girl last
grass
night and she did
out.
not resist.
No, but you could rip grass
don't
out and stuff.
actually
I feel like that's
touch.
stupid.
There's because we're
You
full,
could
we're
rip
full,
something
full of
out.
space
Well,
in
I'm
between
just giving you
atoms.
from a science perspective, right?
Right.
Science is
And I
that we
pushed the
don't actually
science in the
touch anything.
locker, and I'm like, look, I just ripped a piece of grass out. Your scientific theory is wrong.
Yeah. Well,
I can touch.
also a simple proof that it's wrong is that we're not fucking phase shifting through our apartment buildings and houses,
Right.
right?
Right.
So
If that
when
was
I
the
pick up
case,
a
then I
coffee
would never
cup, it
get
doesn't-
cut with a
it doesn't
blade
go
or
through my
something
Speak
hand.
for
like that.
yourself, bro. I'd be face shifting through many things, including my front door.
Dude, I face shifted through my girl's pussy last night. Know what I'm saying?
No, I don't know what you're saying. You
No.
sound like the biggest virgin, bro.
No one knows what you're
Okay,
saying.
yes, no, yes, I knew what you're saying. What you're saying is she didn't feel a thing.
Right. And then I left. I wasn't even there.
Yeah, you left because you were
Just woke up
embarrassed for your
alone.
shameful performance, bro.
Just phased through.
Yeah, I woke up alone. It's called a dream.
Yeah, I
I'm
mean, you be
alone.
dreaming a lot. You know what else is a dream? Fibonacci.
It's like
Nah,
a
dude,
cloud.
fuck off.
It's like a cloud.
Does anyone else have another argument for Fibonacci?
I think it's pretty hard, and I don't think anybody can debate me about it because I'm pretty sure.
Well,
mine-
I will challenge your Fibonacci with my Mandelbrot any day.
I've heard people call it like the fingerprint of God. Like
Yeah, that's
put there
basically
on
another term
purpose.
for it.
Kurt, you want to
Yeah,
hear the
that
best
could be.
argument for flat Earth? Sorry, curved Earth?
Well, hold on, wait. What would you think about that? Maybe if somebody else, in a different set of mind, rephrased my
Yeah, so
stance.
what they-
like the fingerprint of God is a good one.
Yeah, so the fingerprint of God saying that God is a creator and signed his artwork or his creation. So you see this Fibonacci sequence just randomly appear across many different things that are completely isolated from each other. From like
Snails
like
to fucking face.
yeah,
I
yeah,
mean, it
to
just
like the
goes.
spiral arms of galaxies and
Right. That's
yeah,
what I'm saying.
and this number also shows equates to what people view as beautiful. Like they do the Fibonacci sequence on people's faces, and the people's faces who are more is tighter to the Fibonacci sequence are considered more beautiful.
And that's also more appealing to the ear if you use it musically. A lot of top songs have the Fibonacci sequence used, which is interesting.
Well,
Tool
isn't
that for a while.
well, you're getting into like magic number squares and whatnot, which is like
These are still
the
numbers,
cabal
though. The
stuff.
whole thing is the number.
With like
What I'm trying
with
to hammer down.
like 432, and 857.
I'm just saying, like, when
yeah.
people think that numbers aren't realistic or reliable, that's the only thing that we really do have that is still reliable. Numbers don't lie. People do. Everything
no,
else
no, 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 no.
does.
Okay,
Look at the numbers
I
of
would
COVID.
disagree
Look
with
at all
that.
this
I
shit.
could give you
Deaths, all
I
this.
can
You
give you
cannot.
I can give you a mathematical proof that shows something mathematically is correct, right? But in reality is not. So no,
What would that be?
well, here's one. Okay. Very simple. Your calculator, right? You take a number
Right.
and you divide it by 0, right? You get an error. Now that error on more advanced calculators translates to infinity.
Right. It's like
okay?
that.
So,
Yeah.
so if I have a box of 12 cookies and I give it out to 0 people, so that's 12 divided by 0, I don't have infinite number of cookies, nor do I get an error produced from the fucking universe,
But
in
that's
my
not
cookie box.
that's not the equation that would be presented then in the first place, because you're not
Well,
dividing it
absolutely
by
it would be.
anybody. There would be no divided by 0 because there's no
Yeah,
point.
you're dividing by 1 yourself.
No,
Right.
I'm not. I'm myself included. I'm not eating the cookies.
Well, then
Nobody's
that-
eating the cookies. It's
So
0.
then there's no 12 cookies then.
Right.
Well,
exactly.
the 12 cookies. No, then now you're getting into
No, if there's 12 cookies for you,
we
it's not
can
divided by
do a
0.
live
12
type
cookies,
scenario.
bro. Okay, it sounds like
I'm
you're
just
talking
saying
about
numbers
let's
don't
say
lie.
I have an open. I have an open box of cookies, and I'm looking inside. There are 12 cookies in there, and I
Right.
give them to nobody, including
There are no
myself. I don't give myself a cookie.
But you have
That's
them.
12 divided by 0. Mathematics doesn't work for things that aren't in motion.
Okay,
That's
at
why
the
that
end of all
fails.
this, do you still have the 12 cookies?
Yes, I still have 12 cookies.
So
I don't have,
you
infinite
have
cookies.
them. So you divide it only to yourself.
No,
One person.
That's why it doesn't.
Divided by
That's why
1.
it doesn't
No,
make
because
sense.
no, if I were to give one to myself, I would have 11 cookies.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that's subtraction though, not
Giving it
division.
to
Nice try.
anyone, so it doesn't exist.
Exactly.
Situation
There's
doesn't
no
exist.
cookies.
Also,
There's no cookies. I
you're
get an
using
error
a.
from the universe.
Well, hold on, dude. You're using a wrong term of
No, it
mathematics
proves
to use
his
that
point.
though. That would just be subtraction. You can't just use division and be like math is wrong just because you're using the wrong term of
12
mathematics to explain it.
12 cookies divided by 0
That's
people.
why. That's why there's multiplication, subtraction, division. This is all still in the field of mathematics. You're
12
just using the
cookies.
wrong thing.
12 cookies.
12 cookies divided by 0 plus you.
No,
It wouldn't
12
have to
cookies
be
divided by 0
divided
people.
And you're not a person.
Okay, if I have a pie with 8 slices and I divide that by 8 people, what is that? So
Everyone
if I
gets a
have
slice
12
of pie.
cookies and I divide that by 12 people,
Everyone
sorry,
gets
by
cookies.
0 people now, right?
It's not
Get
0.
it?
You're still there.
Yeah, the cookies are still there, but I'm
And
dividing
you're
it
still
by
there.
0.
So
I'm
it's
not
zero
Give
eating
it
the
to
cookies.
0 people.
Listen, there's no 0 in nature.
Dude,
so your
12
thing is
divided
flawed
by
already.
12 would be 1 because that's what you're doing. You're dividing it by
I'm
12 with 12. So that would be 1.
That's if I give one cookie to everybody, including myself.
So you would have to use
If I
different.
that's 12 by 12, bro.
if I simply open the box and look at the cookies and
Yes.
give 0 cookies to 12
Zero,
people,
zero.
that is
Yeah, but
12
you're
divided by
one
0.
person and you still
Hold on, wait,
exist.
shut up.
Stop trying
Shut
to
up,
say
though,
like
hold on,
that
hold
you
on.
don't
Hold
exist.
on,
I'm trying to,
wait.
no,
Wait,
you're
hold on,
implying
hold
that I'm
on.
giving a cookie to myself.
Hold
or
on,
I'm a
dude.
freaking
I didn't say you're giving it, but you're still there, and the
Bro,
box
hold on.
is in front of you.
Hold on,
cookies
stop.
have not moved.
Ask me that same question. And I will tell you right now how that's wrong. If you got 12, do it. Ask me again. Ask me. If you
Well,
had
he's
12,
not giving himself the cookies, even though he said, "I have the cookies." Like,
so
come on,
I understand. Like, ask me, dude. I'm just gonna try and explain it to you so you understand.
bro. Just answer.
Okay.
Why do you need to be asked the question again?
Okay,
Because I want him to
how about this
understand
for
the
you? How
thought
about this
process
for
This
you?
that
guy's
while he's
trolling.
wrong.
There is
I'm
an
not
open
fucking trolling.
box. There is an open box of cookies. Okay.
Right.
Nobody owns that open box of cookies.
Okay, there's no people.
Correct.
Then.
Okay.
Dude, shut up. Let me fucking.
Any person comes along at random and decides to not give any cookies to the 12 people that are around the cookies.
Correct. Okay. So nobody has.
But there's a pie. Hold on, but there's a pie nearby. Okay. And they
This is
decide to give. They decide to give that pie a slice of that pie to each of the 12 people.
Bro, that wasn't the question. You know how you're spelling.
There's a huge difference. No, I'm giving that as relativity because
No,
you
I
know,
asked you to.
you're not
I
seeing,
asked
you're
you to
not
say the
seeing.
same question
It's not
before, and now
when,
you're not
no
saying
when
it.
you're
You
when you're
switched it
doing.
up because
Hold
you
on,
knew you're
when
wrong.
you're
It's a stupid
no,
question.
you're saying it's the
There
wrong
was no
method, and
pie.
it's not.
There was no
Hold on,
pie
you're
before.
saying.
Oh my
Okay, hold on. Let me
you're
address this. Let me address this. All right. So your
using the
first
pie as an
scenario.
example of division. This
You're
is
trolling,
actually a
dog.
valid device.
All right,
This is
Phoenix.
a
Your
valid
first scenario. Your first scenario. Some
It's
random
valid
person comes
division.
by, right? And then
It's a
he
valid
decides
division.
not to give it to the other 12 people. In which case, there are 13 people, and he's dividing it by one himself.
No, to 12 people completely.
No, you said a random person, and then he decides not to give it to other 12
It doesn't
people.
matter.
That's
not the
13
point.
people. Nice try.
Okay, but himself doesn't have any of the 12 cookies either.
No, he's
You
the one that's
understand?
deciding, so they're his.
No, they're not. They're
Then
just
why is he
random
the one
cookies
that
in a
gets
box
to
somewhere.
decide? Your thing is so flawed, man.
Okay,
Your whole
well,
point is
when-
what I was
with the
trying to
pie,
tell you.
Well, with the pie, what is it? 12 minus 1, minus 1, minus 1. No, it's 12 divided by fucking
Look, we
12.
got your IQ.
Which is why the cookies is 12 divided by 0 people because 0 people get
Why
cookies.
Why
No,
would
man, there's
division
no
even
zero
come?
in nature. Stop saying that.
Hold on.
There's
dude.
zero
It's a
zeros.
valid number, man.
Yo, can I say this, please, so we can shut up and actually figure out why he's wrong? Why would division even come to that? There's no point.
You're confused too.
There's no point of division even to come to that. You keep saying this, like,
Yeah,
why is
sure,
this division? It
means it
wouldn't
doesn't
even be division.
exist.
Okay, then why are we dividing the pie by 12?
There is no pie. You brought the pie
This
in the
guy's
last
lost
question.
too, man.
Dude,
Well,
there is no
if you
pie.
take a
There was
if you take a pie
Yeah,
with
where's
12
Fibonacci when you
slices,
need him?
Serious
Oh my
question. Do you
God.
guys have
pie with
pie?
12 slices and divide and give a slice to each person, that's 12 divided by 12, right?
If
Yeah.
there's, if you're trying, you can't listen. The whole reason why the zero spits out
If
that
you give
shit
it to
is
6
because you
people,
cannot
that's 12
divide by
divided by
zero.
6. If you give it to 6 people, that's 12 divided by 6. If you give it to 0 people, that's 12 divided by 0.
Yeah,
That's
There's
well,
no
you
zero
can't
people though.
divide
You're
by
wrong
zero.
about that.
I mean, there would
There
be a
has to be
different
someone
equation.
to give it, right?
So
Why would it
wouldn't
be
you
a
want an
different
error
equation?
because it doesn't exist?
Because it doesn't work.
Doesn't matter.
Yes, it does.
No, it's
It-
mathematically correct.
No, it's not because it doesn't work. It's
Yeah,
literally telling you it does not work.
So all of a sudden, okay, so
It's
no matter
telling you
how
that
many,
the
no matter how many
grammar of the
people, no
fact
matter
doesn't
how many
work.
people, no matter how many people we decide to give the slices to, we use division. But all of a sudden,
You don't.
if we don't give, hold on, all of a sudden, if we don't give any slices out to anybody,
That wouldn't be
including
division
yourself,
then.
oh, then
That's
all
not
of a
true.
sudden
You're
the
not
math
always
is
using division.
completely
If you
different.
decide to give one to
Exactly,
one
that's
person,
not
and then
division.
subsequently give another to another person, and another to another person, you know, in sequence, then it's going to be subtraction.
Right.
If you're giving,
I
if
mean,
you're
if
giving
we
them
had a
all at once
mathematician on
between
here,
different
he would-
people, then
Well,
it's
it's all
division.
thing I
addition
tried
and
to say the whole
subtraction,
time.
right? It's all addition and subtraction.
No, it's
Well, there
about
also is
multiplication.
division. There's multiplying. There's a lot of things.
Technically, all math is
retarded?
addition.
Dude, this
Technically,
guy
all
is
math
just
is addition.
trolling. I don't
Right.
mean to say a lot of words, but I mean, if there's a mathematician here that probably had a degree that could show you if that's what it takes, but he would literally say the same thing I do.
What's the question? What's the question?
I think you just need to be like in second grade.
You know, I think Fibonacci would have the answer if we asked him.
What's the question of math?
Yeah, right. Yeah. If you have a pie or a box of cookies, I think the pie works well too, right? So if you have a pie and you have 1,000
Pizza's
people, you
better.
divide it by, and you give it to 1,000 people, right?
1,000?
Each person
That was 10.
person has one slice.
Sure,
If you give it to 1 billion people, each person has one fucking slice.
Must be a
But
big pie.
if you divide it by 6, each person has one sixth of a fucking pie, right? If you divide it by 0, if you give it to 0 people, the pie still remains whole, untouched.
No, that's not how that works. That's not how that works.
Well, okay, so explain to me why math is inconsistent in that regard. That all of a sudden
It's not inconsistent.
all of a sudden
You're
when
just using it wrong.
I decide not
It's
to
not
do something,
inconsistent.
It's like trying to
we stop
fucking
dividing.
listen. It's like trying to screw a Phillips head with like a diamond head or something. You're just not using the right tool. It still works.
No, just
You're just
because the
dumb.
pie hasn't moved.
You're confusing yourself
because the pie
linguistically
hasn't
with what
moved.
you're confusing
Just
yourself
because
linguistically with what you're actually doing.
Yeah, just because the
just not
pie
the same.
hasn't
It's
moved
like
doesn't mean
trying
that
to
you
screw a
need to
Phillips
change the
head
math.
screw when you're a ghost and you don't exist.
Just
Yeah, that
because
could
the
be that
pie
way too.
doesn't move, just because the pie hasn't moved, doesn't mean that you change your math. Okay.
Well, I think with Eddie's almost there. Like he says, numbers don't lie, but yeah, numbers don't tell the truth either. It's the
That's correct.
interpretation. Okay, number is just a number.
No.
It doesn't have any agency behind it.
I mean, 2 + 2 is 4. I mean, it doesn't lie.
It doesn't
Yeah,
tell the
they-
truth either. It doesn't do anything.
What is
yeah,
the truth
yeah,
on 2 + 2 is
yeah,
4?
they do. It's just a matter of if you
I mean, if that
if you
was the
don't
case, every
if you don't
building
want to
would
believe
fall.
the truth
Your
because
cars
you
wouldn't work.
define it in some other way, well, that's on you. But
I mean, if you don't believe in math,
assuming you're using the appropriate definitions for the things that are supposed to interact with one another, then no, they're not lying. They
I mean,
are what they are.
if you go to a Ford dealership and you get a car and it's brand new out the factory and you drive it and for some reason that you're turning slightly, veering left a little bit, you can go ahead and go back to that dealership, pick up a schematic, which is all numbers by the way, and see what's out of place. Maybe that schematic maybe during the line it was cut a little bit too, like 3 inches a little bit too far. You know what? We can go ahead and understand that this is real, that this works for this reason, which is
You're not
numbers.
gonna understand anything because if you bought a brand new Ford at the dealership, you're a retard.
Or you just broke.
We're buying
Oh,
Ford in the first place.
you're right. You're right. I'm just saying, like, a normie. I mean, I work on my own vehicle, but I'm just saying.
You work
You
on
know
your
what I
own
mean, though.
vehicle. That's why you're so much better than everyone else. Yeah, nice logic, bro. Stay broke.
I just have an older
Yeah, there's
vehicle.
no agency behind the number.
Why are you trying to put him down for explaining something?
Stay broke.
He's just mad. He's just mad. I'm right.
You're right about nothing. You have said nothing of meaningful value in the past hour.
You didn't say anything but insult me. So what do you have to say?
Well, I tried to talk to you. You have nothing meaningful to talk about.
The only thing that you said to
Have you
say
read
to
the
me
book?
was insult me.
Have you read the book? It's about 170 pages, and all it is trying to prove that 1 + 1 = 2. Have you read that
I
one?
have not. I have not. Is that really a book?
That's really a book. The
That'd be
entire
interesting.
book is mathematical proof on why 1 + 1 = 2.
I'd be really curious to read that. It might help my arguments.
You have to
and my debating skills.
the underlying issue being that it's very hard based off of a very limited system of premises to come up with a comprehensive system that can describe all of mathematics. It's
Plural
not
premises,
that
premises.
it's not that hard to do it if you have a couple of premises assumed, but it's hard when you're working in a very limited way to establish them in terms of the other. That's the issue there.
I guess I just feel like
That's not the issue. He's wrong.
Right,
Well,
I just posted. I posted a link to the
Well, yeah,
Wikipedia.
I mean
book.
it is.
The book is
and-
called. The book is
and
called.
who said
Principia
that I
Mathematica.
was wrong? I just
Can you
want to know
link
who
it?
I just want to know who the moron is, and I don't really want to
Can
engage
you-
with you. I just want to know who said I was wrong on that.
I'm not sure, dude. Can you link that book or
I think the
whatever?
moron's the one that
I linked.
pronounced.
I linked.
I think
the
it was you.
Wikipedia
It was
and
you.
put-
All right,
incorrectly.
it's the percentage guy. You're the idiot. Okay, now I know. Good. Yeah.
Okay, I
That's
linked.
ad
I
hominem.
linked. I linked
No,
the
no,
Wikipedia
actually, that's not
article on
that's not an ad
Principia
hominem.
Mathematica.
Insulting somebody, calling him an idiot or something is not an ad hominem. An
It
ad
is,
hominem.
you didn't reply to my rebuttal.
In fact, I did. But an ad hominem is actually substituting
Substituting the argument. Yeah, you didn't reply to my rebuttal.
for what the person's saying. I replied first. You said something retarded, and then I called you an idiot on the basis of that. That is not an ad hominem at all.
It is because you didn't reply to my rebuttal at all.
Okay, I posted a Wikipedia link to the Principia Mathematica, which is the 1 + 1 = 2 proof book.
Where at? Where'd you put it?
In the chat, the 24/7 Flat Earth chat.
I don't see it.
Click on the little
I don't
button.
think I don't know if I'm approved or something. I might be there. Oh wait, hold on. All right,
Yeah.
cool.
You should be able to at least read the chat.
Yeah, I see it. Yeah, I see it. Now.
Yeah.
Cool.
It's quite
1925 to-
interesting, right? But I mean, see, here's the thing: if that amount of effort is required to just try and prove 1 + 1 = 2,
I see what you're saying.
and you're sitting there trying to, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I get you.
It's not a matter. It's not a matter of proving 1 + 1 = 2.
It's supposed to be consistent. The rules apply across the board.
Right,
Right?
but the issue isn't in proving 1 + 1 = 2. The issue
No.
is in
I feel like
demonstrating the
no
difficulty of combining a set of simple but self-consistent rules in
You know
order
what?
to define more complex things.
Sure, yeah, there
Mm.
should be rules. There should be like
He's right
debate
about that
rules.
one.
There
He
should
was
be
wrong about
things
the
like
first one.
Yeah,
He's right
there's
about this
also
one.
there's also another type of math. It's called vortex math. You can look that up. It's pretty it's essentially math but at a 3D level.
Phoenix, you can't assume
That
that the same
that
level
is absolute
of
nonsense.
elaboration or the same level of like dissertation is required for different things. You know, when you're setting up like the rules, when you're coming up with set theory and stuff like that, it's going to be way different than the legwork required is going to be way different than if the rules are already in place and you're just doing a simple calculation or something like that.
That thing was a 3-volume book, by the way.
Percentage, dude. I had you wrong. I thought you were a complete dipshit dumbass. I had you a little bit off on that. I apologize. But seriously, your user handle is ridiculous. You should use something more real, reasonable. Come on.
You shouldn't judge somebody off their username. That's your fault.
I mean,
looking at it as like a logical person, like obviously it could be a troll or something. You should know.
It's
that
just a
before you
matter.
use
It's a matter. It's a matter of evidence. Think of it as a Bayesian perspective. No,
You-
it might
you
not be.
shouldn't
It
use
might
that,
not be
though.
strong evidence. It might not be strong evidence, but it's
Yeah,
still
using
evidence.
it as a bias, then at that point, using on your feelings. I mean, I have people like that who I am best friends with who are liberal as fuck. They still lean on their feelings. You just did the same thing on somebody's username. Think about it. Break that
I mean,
habit, bro.
I use
Break
it as
that habit.
evidence. Again, it's not strong
Don't.
evidence, but
It's
it's still
meaningless.
evidence.
Fucking meaningless.
Hey, and I turned it around. I turned it around
There
because
you
he
go.
said
I
something
agree.
that
Hey,
contradicted
good
it.
job, dude.
You know,
Good job.
I updated.
It's too late. The time
It's a
has passed.
spectrum of retardation.
All right, new topic. What do you think about the alien and that the Mexicans brought up?
You
Like
mean
a
the
sick?
cake that they were cutting in Mexico? That
I saw that. I saw that on TikTok.
yeah,
That was funny.
that
I
people
showed
are
my girl
posting
that.
as,
She laughed.
look, it's a real alien.
Because my girl don't give a fuck about anything, and so I'll just go ahead and just try to red pill the hell out of her, and she don't care. It's really
Fucking hell.
funny. It should be a fucking TV show. The dynamic.
She just doesn't care at all.
Well, it
Yeah,
is.
I'm like,
It's all over
Epstein's
the news,
Island,
man.
all of this. She's like, okay. Just fucking,
Bro, bread
this
and
girl
circuses, man.
Yo, it's
Bread
better
and
than having like an
circuses.
extremely basic chick that just wants to like go protest for like Black Lives Matter.
I'd rather have the girl that I have a fucking 1,000 times over a really leaning liberal woman. I couldn't deal with it. We would just clash too much.
Come on, you know you want an alien chick, okay? Those big, beady, cute gray eyes. It's just, and that tiny little mouth. You know.
You know who?
You know what
Owen,
30 things you want to do to that mouth? Come on.
you know who Owen Schroyer is? He was pretty big on
Yeah,
like
I know.
Infowars. I met him
Yeah.
because he's from my hometown, St. Louis, and he was doing a Black Lives Matter like protest or something like that. And me and my buddies were just driving around one time, and I told him that we should park and just see what the fuck's going on. And I saw him. I never got to say hi or anything because he was surrounded by, like, I guess protesters. But like he has that infamous video of him like on the speaker and shit. But yeah, he seems cool. Like I knew him a little bit. Never got to really talk to him. But he seemed kind of base if he got hired by Alex Jones. Even though he's in jail right now, I think. I'm pretty sure he's like 10 months or something. Because
No.
he didn't
6 months.
10 years?
6 months.
Oh shit.
6 months, but the DA is actually trying to fucking break their deal with him. So they're
Why
trying
6
to
months, though?
they're trying for 10 years.
Why? Isn't that
Because they
insane?
can.
Yeah, I know, but isn't that
You know what?
insane?
Here's the thing. I watched the fucking I watched that live, man.
Insurrection, yeah, I
You
did
know?
too. I was on 4chan. I was on 4chan when that
Yeah,
shit was
it's
going.
like it's like what the fuck are they talking about? Oh, you know
Yeah,
what
he
Owen
never
did?
entered.
Yeah, Owen was like, "Hey guys, back up, man. Don't go in.
Yeah.
You fucking talk to the
That's
coppers or
scary.
whatever." He's like, maybe you can fucking help out here. Help keep people back. It's like,
Like, who
what
is
the
saying
fuck?
that? But like, who is
And he goes
saying
to
that?
jail for that.
Right, but like there had to be like a community of people who also agreed. Like I guess nobody saw the video. Like, did they play the video? Like I never followed the court case.
Well,
I just
Tucker Carlson has the other footage, right? And yes, Alex Jones was streaming that shit live, man.
right. So,
Like,
but he would never step foot. So why
I
10
know,
years?
I know, I know.
That's insane. Like I don't
Yeah,
care
and
if
they
you're
were
right or
doing it
left.
from the
That's still
rooftop of a
wrong.
building on the other side. You know, like it wasn't even like fucking. It was
Right.
it was
Like I'm saying, like I have no like right or left. Leaning. If it
Well,
was a
I
left
have
person
right
that did
and
that, I
wrong.
still
You know, and what they did to him is wrong. You know,
I don't understand
If
how
you don't lean
that
right,
could
you're
go
retarded.
through. Well, I feel like if you don't lean a little bit right when you get older, I just feel like something's wrong with you. I mean, usually when you get older, like I was very left leaning when I was in my teens, and now I'm in my 20s, and I'm getting into
I
more
get it. You're
politics.
recovering. I'm sorry, man.
No, yeah, no. I mean, dude, especially in St. Louis when we had that huge ass riot when the cop shot the black dude, and
Well, they didn't even shoot him.
I mean, it's
It
just
wasn't
like I
even
was in
about
the thick
shooting
of
him.
it. But that just shows you how strong the media is and how they can steer
Yeah.
you. I just had a best friend that kind of sat me down and told me, like no other buddy would tell you like that. Like my homie is like a day one guy. Like he sat down and me and him would debate, not even be mad at each other, but I'd be completely left and he'd be completely more right. We go
Well,
back and
I would
forth.
say I have to say this. Good on you, okay, for taking the time to listen and have a fucking reasonable debate.
That's what I fucking
Right?
do. I mean, I'm
Yeah,
not
and then
stupid.
yeah.
I want to learn.
Well, no, that's
I
that's
hate
what
I mean,
being
that's what
jury's
outvoted.
still out on that one.
the jury's
Like
still
like
out. Well, no,
I just hate getting lied to.
the jury's hung like that race car driver, his noose in the thing there. Remember that?
Right. Dude, did you see what just happened with Jesse Smollett? Not even like 2 weeks ago, he went back to court and
Oh yeah.
he got sentenced and they sentenced him to 10 years. And he fucking takes his mask down. He wore a mask and he goes up and stands up all proudly like I didn't kill myself. That's what he says. He's like,
Oh
I'm saying
Jesus
this for the
Christ.
record. I did not kill myself, and I am
Oh
innocent.
fuck off.
I'm like, you motherfucker, dude. You could have like put two random people's life in jeopardy. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like all of that, like, dude, fuck you. You
Yeah.
deserve way more in my circumstance, and that's not just because you're black or whatever the fuck anyone else would say. It's just you're a liar. You're evil. That's an evil
Well,
person, dude.
it's like when victimhood became a currency. Of course, there's going to be forgers.
Yeah, but that's
Yeah.
evil, man. Like he was gonna get two random people for like life sentence in jail. Like that's
Yep.
fucking evil shit.
Well, speaking of evil shit along those lines, 58% of the fucking reported, rape accusations are bullshit.
Yeah, that's another one. I mean,
That's a recent stat from a left wing fucking group. Are
That
you
sounds.
kidding?
I mean, I'm
That
sure it's
that
way more than.
that sounds a little high or too
Is it?
exact. But
Are you
yeah,
sure?
Right.
From the
but
Me
no
Too?
no but I agree that it, it's
Bro, why
probably
do you think
extreme.
I'm single? Fuck that
I
shit, man.
dude, no. I think the
No one
evidence.
touched nothing, man.
I think that
Well,
the
that's not the
evidence.
reason you're single.
I think that the evidence is strong.
You can't
that
prove it though. You can't prove it though.
I think the evidence is strong that it's very high, and there is some good evidence for it.
But it's not Renato.
very hard. It's very hard to prove something that high, and so to claim something that high is as bad as, in a way, as the people on the other side that claim that, the ridiculous numbers that are obviously false
See,
about
I wish.
What I'm talking about are
30%
cases.
of women being raped. I mean, it's just
What I'm
nonsense.
talking about are cases that were proven false.
See,
Yeah,
this
I
is what
understand. I know.
for you.
I understand. I understand. I followed this for a
This
long
is
time.
a.
Right, and that
It's just,
includes things like mattress lady and whatnot, or the
This,
serial rapist
but
the serial rape.
but
Remember
the mattress lady at Columbia, that's one person. That's not substantive.
Well,
Don't get me
remember the
wrong.
serial. Hold on, the serial rape.
It's important. It's
There's a serial
important.
rape accuser in the UK.
But that is not something that adds up to numbers. It's
Okay,
important.
there was this.
I agree.
Okay, you have to understand. Okay, a lot of these girls, they don't just accuse one fucking person.
No,
They
I
choose a
do
person,
understand.
they move
Trust
on, they
me,
choose
dude.
somebody else.
I could
Let's
not be
stay on
more
this
on
topic,
your
please.
side on this. I could not be
Yeah.
more on your side on this. I'm just trying to convince you to make arguments that are actually good, as opposed to
Yeah.
Well,
statistically
there are good,
unsound.
and there's bad ones
Okay.
that muddy the waters. I mean, that's in everything. But I just wanted to
Yeah.
say
Yeah.
this. This is a good thing I like about Discord because when all the trolls fucking leave, you can actually have a conversation. But it really scares me when Discord itself monitors and you can't talk about certain things. And this is where I feel like
This is
Discord is
and
great.
this is
It's
one
only a
that
bubble.
This is where I'm
yeah.
trying to get people to move over to Gilded. Actually, you
I
know,
mean, if
it's a
any
little
other
less.
thing
What's
that
Gilded?
builds
What? Hold
teams,
on. What's
tyrannical.
Gilded? I don't think I know what that is. What's Gilded?
Gilded.gg. It's what Discord tries to be, but they were able to pull it off. All
you
the
want to throw
stuff
it
that
in
you
the
pay for, all the stuff you pay for on Discord, is just part and parcel of the free fucking shit over on Gilded.
there needs to be another, and I strongly agree with this, and I feel like a lot of people. Well, yeah, there needs to be a fucking battle between Discord because a lot of people like younger than me. I'm in my 20s, mid 20s, and like the boomers, they don't go on Discord. You know, they'll still watch Fox or go on all that shit, but they like a lot of these younger people that need to learn how to debate, need to learn how to stop getting so fucking mad and take turns and all this stuff, but they can't because of these roles on Discord and the restrictions that you have on Discord where you can't say things. And I can
Well,
get
that,
it
yeah,
if you're
the
like being a
protections.
troll. Right, I can get if you're being a troll, like, yeah, kick him and he's just being annoying. But certain things that you cannot speak about if you're being polite and taking turns, I feel like that's just ridiculous to me. Like, go and hop in any other Discord. This is a political Discord. This should, be part and parcel.
You want to know where that shit started? Like honestly, that started when people started censoring swear words. So like, it's a bad word. Don't say that
Well,
around my kid.
I
And it's
I
like,
could
you
see
know,
it.
It's not even
seriously,
about
no,
it's not even
yeah,
about censoring. It's not even
it,
about censoring the words. It's about manipulating language by
yes,
replacing things.
Dude,
It's
Jordan
about
Peterson in
replacing.
2016 or 14 or 13 when he was getting attacked.
well,
I know a lot of people hate Jordan Peterson, but he fucking stood back there with this little cheesy ass Canadian backbone and stood up and said, I'm not doing this. And he said he knew what was the repercussions of it. I mean, this dude studied Nazism and all this. I mean, he understands the manipulation tactics. I mean,
I've lived through the manipulation tactics in group homes.
right. Well, there you go.
So when COVID came around, I literally saw every fucking tactic these cunt heads play on being played out. That's why I'm not that
Well, yeah, but you can't even say that on this. You can't even fucking say
I
it
know.
here now. You know why it's so? You know why you
That's
can't
why
say
I'm a
it, dude?
pureblood. I can
No,
say
you know
that.
why you cannot say it? Because they're fucking wrong. They're so
Yeah.
wrong. Regardless if you say that, provide the facts, you get instantly banned. I
Well,
mean, look
you
at
know,
everybody on
here's the
YouTube.
thing.
All
Here's
this
the
stuff.
thing. They only censor because they're afraid of what people have to say.
Yeah, and
That's what it
if
is.
anybody doesn't get that and abides by the rules, I feel like that lays the fucking bows to the knee is just a part of the problem. And if they deep down know and they just do it for malicious reasons, they're going to
Yeah.
hell. I mean, there's no
Yeah.
fucking way I could see it.
I mean,
But
you can follow the rules to the extent that you can maximize your communication. However,
right,
you can push the limits. Just kind of tease the edges there, so you can get the
but
information out. But
but
that's
dude,
really what it comes down to: getting people to think for them fucking selves, man.
I
You
think
know.
my fucking account on Discord, even though I wasn't on it as much, I think I signed up in 2016. I never really fucked around. I just played with the boys. And then I noticed there were groups and stuff like that, and I've been kicked out of this fucking politics server. I don't know how many times.
Listen, I think you guys are wrong.
Okay.
You guys are assuming that something that's censored, they're automatically like trying to hide the truth and stuff like that. It's not always
We're
the case.
talking about the jab mostly.
Okay, so you're just only speaking about that specifically?
Well,
It sounded like you guys are
that's
saying
the
like
big
you know
thing.
why they're
Well,
hiding it because it's the truth, but
well, right.
like
I'm not talking about JQ or anything like that.
Hey,
I'm mostly
would
talking
you
about the
agree?
jab.
Would you agree that censorship leads to thought control?
yes.
I would.
That's what I'm fighting against.
See, you're different than this Ken dude. Then I'm talking to you. you're wrong to fight against that because there's some things that need to be controlled.
What do you mean, though? I feel like free speech should always be freedom of speech.
Really? So you think we shouldn't censor like child porn, for instance?
Well, I kind of figured you're gonna go that route. I mean, obviously child porn, but what else?
Well, hold on.
What-
No,
what-
hold
what
on.
else
No,
would
all I
you-
need is one. It's the
First
black
off-
swan
first off-
to show that like sometimes censorship
we
is good.
Hold on.
Well,
hold
I
on.
understand
First
that,
off-
but
first
that's not what we're talking about.
Okay, hold on. Stop for a second.
That's what he's
Okay.
talking about. That's what I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to him.
Okay. First off, when it comes to words and child porn do not mix together. However, secondary to that, okay,
What?
if somebody is freely distributing child porn online, yes, let everybody fucking know, let everybody see, so that they can fucking target their ass and fucking nuke them out of orbit. Okay, because
Let
that's
everyone see the child
that's
porn?
how
What?
society fucking deals with shit
That's
like
not
that.
what he's saying.
No, I don't
Right?
think you need to censor child porn. There's already laws that exist regarding children.
Exactly.
Yeah, those are censorship laws.
No,
But yeah, the censorship.
no.
It's
There's
Go ahead.
literally laws out there that are saying that are to protect children, the exploitation of children. Typically, when you're seeing child porn, those children are being exploited. Okay.
Yeah, but they're de facto censorship laws because the laws work. They effectively limit child porn.
And you participating in the sharing and engagement of said CP, okay, means that you are also participating in the exploitation of that child and pushing that forward. So you, okay, should be held accountable for the exploitation of that child to the extent that you're exploiting that child, and that's
Yeah, you're
what that's
agreeing with
all
me now.
about. I'm not
getting into
talking now with regards to when that person just decides that they're going to share that openly and freely, yeah, let them, because you know what that does? That puts a big fucking target on exactly who to go after.
Bro, you're agreeing with me. You're saying it's
Right?
that we shouldn't be like it should be something that's censored. There should be laws in place
I'm not saying,
that will prevent people, that would deter people from sharing this information and stuff like that, and from like limiting themselves.
I'm saying open communication. I'm not saying censor them. I'm saying let them call the rain
Bro,
on
you're
themselves.
speaking on both sides of your mouth now.
No, I'm not. I'm literally saying the same thing.
You're supporting the laws that act as deterrents, which cause self-censorship, right? For fear of, of prison or pain of death or what have you. And then at the same time, you're saying, "Oh, let's open the floodgates of all information." You're contradicting yourself.
What I support is if that person wants to freely distribute all of that shit, let them. Okay, because then that allows us to easily find them and find the people that are connected with that. When you censor it, when you block it off, that makes it very difficult for the community at large to be able to locate these people and to deal with those problems. Thus, we have the rampant problem, like our rampant pedophilia rings
How are you gonna deal with it?
that are part of our government. Okay, so don't censor that, but penalize them for the exploitation of the child. You follow?
Okay, so you're saying there should be no laws about it?
What happens?
New topic.
Right? It'd be like somebody on Twitter, talking about how they and deleting them and blocking them.
I think he's trying to come up with a different example.
I was talking about somebody talking on Twitter about
so free
murdering or
speech
something.
without talking about criminal activity. Should non-criminal things be censored?
No, I think that when it comes to free speech is free speech.
Yeah,
You can say
no hate speech. There's no such thing as hate speech.
exactly, right? And I mean let the person hang themselves. Okay? Like if they're talking about some
like physical
really
threats.
dastardly shit on Twitter, don't
Killing
censor them,
people.
block them, and delete it. Let them hang themselves. Let them continue talking about it. Then you got them.
You said criminal things should non-criminal things, but what's deemed as a criminal thing is just that which has been enacted into law like that.
Well,
which
the
is
criminal stuff is
Okay.
generally when it hurts a person.
So if they
Yeah,
make talking
if there's a
about
victim,
you know
if there's a
about
victim,
grapefruits
Threats of-
illegal,
threats
then
of
you're saying
violence,
that we should be
missed
censoring.
it. You misunderstood. Okay.
If there's somebody severely hurt physically,
Yeah,
etc.,
like
there's a victim.
you can't really
We're
pulse a
not
crime
talking about
scene.
victim mentality.
Well,
That's
hold
a
up,
really
Crit's
different
trying to
story.
respond.
Okay.
Like
Go ahead.
posting a crime scene or gore or something like that, or like, that's really what those photos are. They're crime scenes.
Yeah. And
So
I mean
that's
that
why
you know
it's
that helps
censored because
the
it's
community
illegal.
find them. Yeah. But if the community saw them, it helps them find them. You know, somebody's going to recognize the the building in the background or something, right? So it's like, oh yeah, that's Bobby. Look at that fucking tattoo. He's the only one who has that. You know, let it crowdsource, man. Let people fucking figure shit out. Like, we're not stupid. I mean, although last few years, can't really go there, but you know what I mean. Like, there are smart people out there and smart people that figure shit out. Like, you give them a picture of something in some obscure fucking area, and they'll tell you exactly where it's located.
Yeah,
Right?
and the
geo
legality
coordinates.
like posting a crime scene, is probably a gray area.
Exactly, right? And then once you got them, then delete the content because it's no longer necessary to distribute it. That's it. I don't know. It's yeah, I get it. It's a gray area, right? When it comes to crimes and shit, but it's still communication.
The point is, there's some
Here's
things
the
that
thing: you want these people talking openly and freely. That makes it so much easier to fucking nab them. Why do you want to push them underground?
No, the point is that there's some things that people view as harmful, and so they want to limit it, right? And a lot of people think misinformation is harmful, and like depending on what the topic is, and it can lead to detrimental effects in society and what have you. So that's why they want to limit it. So for someone to say, oh, the only reason they're censoring it is because it's the truth, is not necessarily true. It could be that they're censoring it because the majority of people, or the people that have powers to and the agency to enact the laws and to control the governments or what have you, they view it as harmful, or at least against their their motives or their narrative, that they want to instill in society.
Right, but I mean, like, point out somebody that's fallen down and died because you told them to fuck off, right? I mean, like, sorry, let people speak. Just because something that's being said is offensive, doesn't mean that you should restrict my freedom of speech. That's not how that works, man. You can I have the right to speak, and you have the right to be offended, and you have the right to speak, and I can be offended.
All right,
But
tying this back to flat Earth, that's really what a lot of people boil flat Earth down to. Where people, like where Percent was saying, that some people think that flat Earth is like a violation of law because it's harming people, because it's holding humanity back. But they also say that flat earthers are just a bunch of fringe nutcases on the internet. They're not doing anything at all. So what they do is they break their worldview, because what they're doing then is they're pretending, they're feigning a victim status by saying that flat Earth is responsible for why you don't have a hover car, or why NASA can't go back to the moon, while at the same time
are they
saying
actually doing that? I've not actually
Oh
seen
yeah,
that.
stick around here.
Really?
I mean, stick around here for a while. You'll see people come in here and say all kinds of crazy shit about what flat earthers are doing.
Well, I know that flat
It's the truth,
earthers.
actually.
I
Like
know
for
that
me
flat
personally,
earthers.
a number of my relationships, were destroyed on account of this. And if it turns out that like it's all just bullshit, and it's a globe and whatever, that would be definitely have a detrimental effect on my life, because I could have been just doing it the basic way like everyone else, and having all these friends that that normally like I don't see eye to eye with, because we completely have different perceptions of the world and what have you. So it doesn't affect your life, but if you believe it to be the truth, then it's worth it.
Well, for me personally, whether it's round or flat, it doesn't really affect me one way or the other. I'm not gonna fucking curl up in a ball just because it's one particular way and they finally prove it that way. But yeah, I mean it's
Yeah, that's you. But look at all these people that are especially like professionals. I mean, you only have to look as far as like the basketball players that come out and they're ostracized. It happens across the board.
Yep. Yeah.
It's interesting because
Well,
the same
I
thing
do
that
know that
atheists.
flat Earth,
Well,
flat
it'll happen
earthers,
to
quote
atheists
unquote,
too.
are they're the new scapegoat. They're the new alien hunters, the fucking alien abductees, basically. The way that they've been treating them for the last fucking several decades.
The same thing too with atheists used to have a really hard time coming out as atheists, and the society would scorn them, and they had a really hard time, advocating
they'd be
for their
put to death.
positions.
They'd be put to death in certain places. Still
Well,
are.
keep saying flat earthers are a new atheist crit. Come on now.
No, I didn't say that. I'm just saying
No, I
that
hear you.
what you see though is quite interesting. That atheists have this history. They know what happened to their people who had the same belief systems, and yet they never learn from it, and they never see that. And they come a lot of the real hardcore anti-flat earthers who are like jump off a bridge, drink bleach. Let me find out where you live. I'm gonna send postcards to all your family members.
They're all atheists. Yep.
Yeah, they're all 100%. There's a few of them who are like theists, but they attack it from the position where they really don't care that you're a flat earther. What they care about is that you're knocking America. Like America did not go to the moon, and you should be punished for being lack of being a patriotism or something like that. But but that's a little bit different than because they see you as an enemy. They're attacking you as you're an enemy of the state. Where the atheists,
you're attacking their beliefs, and whenever you attack somebody's belief system, they get really defensive unless they're prepared and well informed.
Who are you talking about? Who? What group?
Okay, so all right, you have the flat earthers,
right,
going against the globe guys. Okay, so the flat earthers are generally through discovery and challenging what they see, and the globe guys are generally through indoctrination. They were taught, they were told this. Okay, that's a fact. Okay, that's just how it is. They didn't explore it. Okay, but what happens is because that is something that's taught at childhood. Okay, when you try to dismiss that or even if you okay, let's say that you thought for your entire life that putting your hand on a stove burner would never burn you. And then someone came along, and someone came along and told you that would actually burn you. That changes your whole perspective. You have all of these people telling you that it would never burn you.
Hold on. We're talking about something totally different.
No, well, no, it's the same concept.
No, it's not. It's not.
You have
because
it's ingrained in you. Is my point.
I know, but you have to understand though. We were taught this. We were also taught mathematics based upon the Earth being round. So if somebody believes in flat Earth, you would have to talk about gravity and everything. You would have to have a whole different concept if you believed and actually truly understood flat Earth.
You know the Haberstein formula, right? That's for calculating GPS on the round world. You know how fucked up it is? Stops working as the further north or south that you go. Why is that? Right?
I'm not sure why is it. Explain to me. Do you know?
I'm just saying, like it.
If your worldview is math can't lie,
that's fucking
and you
one
show
thing
a
out of
formula that
millions of
doesn't
other
work.
things.
Exactly, like
if that's a formula that doesn't work, then obviously the formula doesn't work, and you have to redo your formula.
Well, it works. It works well enough
which
on
one's
the areas that we occupy.
So which one's wrong, the globe or the math?
The math is never wrong.
Which is lying? Okay,
math
so
is never wrong,
then, right?
This is only for GPS. We're talking about. I mean, that's what I'm saying. There's a lot of other things that calculate that. That's what I'm saying. If you believe in actual flat Earth, I haven't seen somebody that actually breaks down math totally different. Because I So like we use
Yeah, I
Earth
got
and
some
math.
stuff for you. I'm in the middle of some. Give me a couple minutes. I'll show
That's-
you mathematically the
Well,
Earth
just
is
link it to me.
defined.
I'll watch it tomorrow. I
Yeah,
swear. Just
no,
link
it's
it to me.
not. It's not. It's just a screenshot of a test. They come up and they use math,
I want.
and they come up with mathematically Earth is flatter than a pancake.
Well,
So I would say which one's a lie, the math or the Earth?
well, I 100% always believe in that, and I know scientists lie.
Yo,
Yeah, here, I'll show
what
you
does
something.
donkey multiplied by bottle equal?
Well, that equals recycle and obey.
Math can be wrong if the input
No, it
is
can't.
wrong. If the input is garbage, the
Exactly,
output
but
is
that
garbage.
doesn't. Right, but that's not math's fault. That's the human's fault.
Of course. But it
Right.
still
So
can be
math
wrong.
is never wrong though.
It's bad math still.
Right, but that's not due to math. That's just due to the input.
Yeah, because
That's
math
why
is
it's
a
wrong.
language. It doesn't. Of course, a language can't be culpable of being like of making a mistake or whatever. It's just a language.
Right.
It's a tool.
I agree.
But it could still be bad math. It could still be
Right,
wrong.
but that's not math's fault. That's the person that used.
Bro, who
the
cares
math.
about faults,
His
man?
fault. Who cares? I mean, that's why math is a staple stone. This is why I still hold up to
We're
our
just saying
argument.
it's unreliable. It doesn't matter if it's at
No, it's
fault or
not.
if it's someone else at fault. If it's
Math is
garbage
not
input, it's garbage
unreliable.
output. The output is unreliable. It's trash.
No, math
Okay,
is
here
not
we
trash.
go. I posted there, Ken. So look at
where
right
you at?
here. So if you assign a mathematical value of flatness as 1,
Where you at?
No. So you could. So
Well,
the point
define
of like a
one.
globular, the point of a globular
Numerical.
Earth model,
One.
the point of a model is to provide the best explanation or a better explanation.
Sure, send me
Now,
your 10 arguments.
A flat Earth argument can explain things about the world, right? The issue is which one's the better one. So if you
Okay,
point out one
here's what we're
that
gonna
states
do,
it's-
right?
Okay.
You're gonna send me your proofs for a logical curvature. I'm gonna show you why it's not a curvature. And if I disprove the curvature, that means it's not a spherical.
That's not what we're doing here. That's not what we're doing here.
Okay, you send
I
me your
never said
argument,
that.
and I'll let you know when I'm ready to reply. How about that? Is that good?
Wait, no, because you're not understanding what's happening, right?
So are you gonna
When
read out
say
your 10
proof
arguments?
of
Is that what you said?
curvature, when you say proof of curvature, you have just missed the last 20 minutes where I said that that's not possible. I'm going off a rational belief plane based on probabilistic.
How can you make arguments of
probability plane,
rational
right?
belief? Okay, sure.
you're-
We can argue rationality as well. I don't mind.
But you're not following the conversation.
I'm following. Give me a rational arguments. I don't mind
No, he's
arguing for
saying,
rationality.
he's saying his belief is based on irrational.
I'll be surprised. I'll be surprised if you'll say anything that I haven't heard before, right? By this
No
room.
problems. Are you gonna read your arguments out? Or are you gonna write them down for me?
I guess I'll write them down.
Write them down.
I could say them out loud, I suppose, but
No,
okay,
I don't.
let's do the
I'm
first
playing.
one, right?
I'm playing a
Do you
game, right?
wanna do the
I
first
can't
one?
hear all 10 of your arguments. Sure, we'll do one at a time. I
Okay.
guess.
All
If
right.
it's just one, I
So
can
you
hear
wanna
the
do-
one. But if
you
you tell
want to
me,
do the first one?
if you tell me one, we can do one. But if you're gonna tell me 10 at a time, I'm playing a game right now. I can't focus on 10 different
All right.
arguments at once.
Well, I'm not. What do you think I was going to do? Like, to say them all 10 of
Are you gonna spit in my face 10 times over? I don't know.
Okay.
You're gonna
well,
start yelling at me.
So let's say one argument that's often used to indicate globular Earth is the clockwise anti-clockwise motion of the poles when you look at the sky to indicate that that's probably the case, right? That we're because of the inversion that's we're on some sort of three-dimensional object, right? And the second thing is because of the way that the rotation is happening, we're on a rotating body, right? So globular Earth, rotating body, right?
I don't think we're
That's
on a
one of the
rotation, though.
arguments. Do you have any contention with that one?
Yeah, I don't think we are
Any
on a
logical
rotating body.
logical contention? I mean, specifically.
Yes, and I don't think we are
Okay,
on
go on.
a. I don't think we are on a rotating body, right? That's all I can say to that.
Okay.
Because your whole argument
Right,
came
never
from
mind. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. We're not doing this. He's not playing ball. He's not playing ball.
I can play ball, it's
No
just not
point.
right.
There's
No,
no
to be
point.
fair,
There's no
you
point.
kind of shot yourself in the foot when you said rotating ball from the South Celestial Pole.
Your
from,
whole,
like,
your
the-
whole
the
argument
celestial
was
poles. You don't
the
need
whole,
that.
right. So your whole
Systematic,
argument.
all you need is
we
two
don't need
celestial
it.
poles that are inverted. Don't say that
We
the
don't-
ball's spinning, because it could be that the celestial sphere is that's spinning and the Earth is
Well,
stationary. So don't
there's
shoot yourself in the foot.
there's what no. Listen, the reason why you might think it's rotating, right? Which obviously you don't need, like it's irrelevant to the argument, is just because the sky rotates in opposite directions, and you can see that, right? But the inversion is what makes you think it's globular, right? The inversion is the globular thing. Watching the
Globular.
sky rotate around you, can give credence to the idea that you're on a rotating body. The rotating body thing is is secondary. It doesn't really matter.
But the sky isn't rotating though. You think there's rotation happening ahead of us? We see things moving back and forth. They're not spinning, right? I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
So
Your whole.
when
I don't know what
said-
you're saying,
so when
though.
I,
What do you mean
So
it's
when
not
I
spinning?
said,
Opinion?
well,
Yeah, you.
said
What
that?
do you mean it's back and forth but not rotating? The stars are rotating.
Oh, the other guy.
I'm listening to Brent
I
now.
need
What
to
did Brent
I
now
need to
say?
rehydrate, so I'll be 2 seconds.
Okay. What did you say? Percent? Is that you retard, or did you just call you a retard?
Huh?
Was your Discord name retard?
Maybe for him it was.
No.
But anyways,
I thought you were the guy called retard.
no, that's not me. Not a chance. But yo, so you said it could just be that they're moving back and forth and they're not rotating, right? That they're not spinning, you said. And,
Yeah, in the globe model, stars appear to rotate in the sky due to the rotation of the Earth, but I don't think the Earth is rotating.
What do you mean?
I don't believe the Earth is rotating because it doesn't
You
have.
think it's moving back and forth, the Earth?
I don't think the Earth is moving at all. I think the
Okay,
sun
so
is
you were
just moving back and forth.
so you were talking about the stars. You were saying they're moving back and forth, but they're not spinning.
By stars, I meant sun, right? The sun is moving back and forth. I don't think it's rotating.
Okay, but it has a rotation though, right? Like a cycle.
No. Rotation versus cycle a bit different, I think. A cycle's close and far. Yes, it comes closer, it goes further. I don't think it's circling though.
It doesn't have to be a circle, but as long as it's doing one full revolution, one rotation. I'm not saying it's rotating, it's spinning on its head, but it has a
It has a
revolution,
cycle,
right?
yes. It has a cycle.
Okay. And same with the stars.
I'm not sure about the stars.
I mean, they do have a cycle. The sidereal cycle. That's what it's called.
I don't know what they are, right? The explanation for stars are gas.
We don't know what the sun is either.
I mean, there's explanations for it. I just don't believe those explanations.
I know, but the same applies to the sun. Like, we don't know if the sun is a ball of helium and hydrogen.
I don't have a problem with saying that either, yeah. I have no issue saying I don't know what the sun is or the stars, right? Just like I like to say I don't know what the satellites are. Do I actually think there's satellites in the sky? But that's another issue I have.
Yep.
You play League?
Not anymore.
Why do you quit?
Are you playing now?
Yeah.
You're running into a bit of an issue, I think, because when I speak to you, I'm trying to get you like into providing basically a model, right? And I think
I
that's
don't have a
something
model.
Flat Earthers run away from.
I wouldn't say I'm running away from it.
So how could you make a relatable sort of series of arguments for phenomena we see?
Well, yeah, that's kind of shifting the burden of proof because you're the one to claim that it's a globe, and the burden of proof is on you.
No, it's not.
The Flat Earthers in their model or whatever.
When I'm
This is what we agreed.
We agreed on irrationality, right?
This is what we agreed. And you can't poke holes in them in the sense of like saying, well, you could explain this way. I mean, yes, you can, but
Well, you're making an argument for rationality, right?
We're looking for what the better explanation is, and better is a relative.
I don't know about better, right?
Better relative to what, right?
Hold on. If you were to say the Earth is a globe, all I need to do is disprove the curvature for you to be like, okay, all my arguments have fallen apart. If there's no curvature, there's no sphere.
Well, you can do that. You can do that. Disprove the curvature if you want to.
Sure.
Go on.
Give me 1 second. I need to get this mic.
I'm waiting.
Okay, hold on, buddy. I'm feeling something. Okay. Tell me, you've been here for a while, right? You said you've heard all these arguments?
Wait, no, you say them. You said you could do it.
I don't want to sit here and repeat arguments. Like, how do you think about the laser test? How do you think about the inconsistency of Cavendish? How do you feel about all these things?
Oh, yeah.
What?
Yeah.
No, that's an idiotic thing to ask.
Oh, yeah? So how do you feel about all those arguments I made?
You look terrible.
The laser test, I think lasers can expand it, first of all, and two, doesn't mean that you can't have refracted light from a laser, right?
Yes.
Refracted at that long of a distance?
What?
Continue.
What was your counter? What did he say?
No, continue. You weren't done with.
Well, you're meant to be disproving it. You're just saying like, oh, laser test.
All you said was refraction, right?
No, I said lights can expand.
Light can be refracted
as they go down, as they travel, and they can refract also. Right? They can do. There's several properties to lasers, but you might think perhaps it's not a very accurate way of testing curvature. It's a flawed way of testing curvature.
So what's a more accurate way of testing curvature?
Because sometimes people have done laser tests and it's come back curved. The other times it's come back
Can you
flat,
show me
right?
where it's come
So
curved?
who's correct? Who's
Can you
correct? Who did the
can you-
test correct?
Can you show me where it's come back curved? I haven't actually seen that.
Well, they did that with the flashlight, didn't they? You remember it?
Flashlight.
Flashlight thing, with like lifting your
Flashlights
head
are
above
lasers.
the thing.
Are flashlights lasers now?
Well, I mean, it works the same way as light, right?
A left concentrated though.
Light is light and light is light, right? It doesn't really matter if it's laser or otherwise.
I think it's a bit different when you have a dedicated beam. A beam that's a bit stronger
Yeah.
than.
Well, you know, beams also, like I said, expand at the end. So, like, I don't know what. I mean, yeah, I guess it's more accurate over a relative distance
very long
than a
distance, yeah.
flashlight is. More I guess focus, yeah, over a further distance. But it's not perpetual. And certainly, it can be refracted like any other kind of light, the further into an atmosphere it goes.
Hmm.
So
do you play League?
What?
Do you play League?
Wait, what?
Do you play League of Legends?
You're playing League of Legends? No, I don't.
Hmm.
I'm currently walking around a casino in Vegas, actually.
Why are you doing that?
Because I'm quirky.
Are you gay? Be honest.
I am gay.
Alright, you're blocked. Thanks for your chat.
Wait, so who's the Globey?
I
You're
always
walking
win
around
debates.
a casino in Vegas at like 5 a.m.
He's gay. Of course he's
Yeah,
gonna
I
do
ain't got a
that.
problem with that. The reason why is because
Because he's
I'm
gay.
sharing a room with my friend, and my friend is snoring. So I came downstairs and I went on Discord, and I'm getting a flight to New York.
Wait, who was that?
I'm going to New York for a few days tomorrow, so I'm fucked, you know. Not today. I'm going to New York today.
Use lube.
Does Spartacus come and leave?
No.
Every day.
Come.
Who is asking who's the Globey?
Ava.
I'm a Globey.
I always win debates.
You always win debates?
Bro, you lost.
I want to understand this
When
one
your
thing.
arguments from rationality, it's quite hard, bro.
Yeah, I want to understand this one thing.
I had you in like the first
Let's
minute
say-
saying that you don't know it's a globe.
It's an oblong
Well,
spheroid.
I mean, you didn't have me there if I came in saying that. Having me there means that you forced it out of me, right? Which you didn't.
I did, yeah.
I don't think that's how it happened.
I asked you if it was definitive, and you're like, no, it's inductive. It's likely. We don't know.
Yeah, but like, do you hear that? I said
That's
I
a
said
dub,
it's
man.
not
That's a dub and a
definitive.
half.
I don't think that's a. Oh, if you want that W, I'll give it to you. But I don't think you forced it out of me by asking me.
Is
it
Earth a
definitive?
globe? Knowledge claim. Is Earth a globe?
Ah, exactly. Knowledge claims. So you've changed it there.
Yeah, that's what it is.
I think
Is
that's
it a
a-
globe?
He's very-
agnostic.
very
I'm not asking
likely,
is it likely a
very
globe.
likely.
Is it a globe? Straight up. Yes or no?
Yeah, it's very likely. It's very likely.
That's not what I asked.
Oh my god. He's being agnostic, bro. Crazy.
If the issue with the flat Earth.
Welcome to Flat Earth,
you know,
man.
you see,
You're a globe
the
skeptic,
issue-
just like
the
me.
issue- Yeah, the issue with the flat Earthers, right, is that if I say very likely, and I convince people that, which you know, for quite rightfully, because you'll do it anyway, that saying likely is enough, and that's all you need, and you don't need to go any further. Say I need to prove it, right? Then why would anyone be a flat
No,
Earther?
because it is flat though. There is no other way around it. It's just flawed. The globe model is flawed. It's
Well,
not
that's a
possible.
positive
The
claim.
gravity,
That's a positive claim. It is flat is a positive claim.
it's flawed
What?
in a positive way.
Don't try to shift the burden of proof, man.
You just said that was a
Wait,
positive claim.
how
You
does
said it is
how does
flat.
gravity works on fluid? Like, if gravity works
And
on
then
fluid,
now you can't
like
answer your
water,
question after we haven't
why can't
taken apart
why doesn't
your
it go
claim
to the
first.
bottom of the earth? Like, it
We haven't
can't
taken
stay on
apart
a
your claim
ball.
first. Can you
Same.
demonstrate? Can you demonstrate the flatness of Earth in a syllogism, please?
Well, the police are
This guy
coming
has
for
a
you.
hard on for syllogisms.
Yeah, I really do. I kind of like Percentage's voice. I might jump off to the stream later on.
For
Repeat.
okay.
I don't know what his name is. I just see a series of percentages.
Percentage. Because it's based. And if you don't believe in flat Earth, then you are not based. Like,
Oh, manufactor is here. Manufacto. You know, he believes you can prove the globular Earth. Maybe you should speak to him.
I don't know. I mean,
You can definitely prove it.
you could only
If it
like
were true.
prove like globe Earth to a person who's an idiot. Honestly, that's the thing.
I think the reason why I think a lot of people come in
Just
thinking
because
they
you
can
win a
prove.
debate doesn't mean like your cause is flawed. How it is.
Sorry, what? I don't want to be part of a flat Earth squad. Anyway, the reason people
Bro,
come
he
in
lost the debate. What are you
saying-
talking about, man?
The reason people come in thinking they can prove a globular Earth is because the word proof, I think, is a fickle sort of word
It's
in
mainstream.
colloquial terms. Yeah, in the mainstream, it's a colloquial sort of like, oh, just say, have enough evidence for it, right? Like, that's basically what proving is for a lot of people. So I think it's just, as soon as people catch on to what's going on and the argument, the dialogue, right, about why they can't prove a flat or globular Earth, right, then it's just like it's over. The whole debate's just bonkers, boring.
Nah. That's rudimentary, man. Because everyone knows, like, when they say proof, it's like beyond reasonable doubt, you know. So of course it's like probabilistic.
No, you're not. You're not even saying
but
that.
like
Beyond reasonable doubt isn't even. Sorry, it is still probabilistic, by the way. Like,
that's what I'm saying. Yes.
That's not
You
even.
interrupted me, and I was agreeing with what you said.
Yeah,
it's
so
beyond
still,
reasonable doubt
so
means it's a
someone says-
probabilistic thing. There's no question about that. But
And you can-
there's
but
a
there's
threshold
two
for what's
steps- there's two-
considered definitive evidence, right? It doesn't have to be
There's more than
100%
one. There's
perfect,
more-
but there's still a
there's
threshold where it
more
can't
than
be
one.
anything else.
There's like, for instance, like people often say on the balance of probabilities, right? So like 50-50, right? They would probably lean one way or another. And then people say beyond reasonable doubt, which is more extreme, where you say it's very, very likely. Yeah, like we have a series of things that we say are proof, right? That is just probability, right? So it's just a trick. It's literally like all this entire debate.
No, hold up. I'm not saying on the balance of
It's just a little
probabilities.
trick, right?
No, I'm not saying on the balance of probabilities. I'm saying beyond a reasonable doubt, where it would be absolutely unreasonable to say, like, solipsism. You know, you'd say it's just you could say it's freaking simulation or something like that. You could say any random thing, right? But it's unreasonable to hinge your proof on that thing. So that's why it's beyond a reasonable doubt. Sure, it's probabilistic. You could say 99.9%, whatever. It doesn't matter. The point is, it crosses the threshold of what's considered definitive, right? At that point, it's proof positive. Even though it's not 100% proof, it's proof positive.
No. It's not that. It's basically saying, like, think about the phrase beyond reasonable doubt. It's just saying the reasonable person would believe this is true, right? So, like, the reasonable person would have less reason to doubt it, right?
Yes.
That it's true. And so if I see, for instance, that flat earthers, like, let's say the globular Earth is beyond reasonable doubt, I think, right? Then flat earthers would be the corresponding irrational people for doubting it, right?
They'd have to show reason.
But it's still a
If they think that their doubt is reasonable, then they have to provide the reasons.
Well, yeah. I mean, maybe, but like the difference between a flat, like, so the issue with there's two kinds of flat earthers, right? There's one that'll posit a model or series of different kinds of models trying to explain the world, right? And the others, which are the ones usually found here, do not posit any model. Now, the ones that do posit models, they are just irrational, right? They just are, because the models don't work. And so how could they say this is better than the globular model, right? It's stupid, right? These people in here, they don't make a claim about a model. If they don't make a claim about a model and they force the burden of proof always to be on the globular person and never present a better alternative, then, like, they're very persuasive. They're not being as persuasive as they think they are, right?
Okay, but still, it doesn't matter because the burden of proof is on the claimant, on the positive claimer, the people that are claiming it's a globe.
Yeah, but you can say
So,
it's
sure
a
you could say
flat Earth.
it's intellectually like dishonest. They're afraid to engage or something like that. They're afraid to make a claim, whatever you want to like bait them with. But the fact remains, the burden of proof is on the globe person, and you can't shuck it onto the flat earther.
It's only on the globe.
Because falsification is independent of replacement.
It's only on the globe person if they say it is a globe. If a flat earther says it is flat, then he has the burden of proof. Which, you know,
whoever
for some
says it
reason,
first, exactly.
They'll never defend that claim, right? They'll never do it.
No, but usually people say it's flat because the general narrative and everyone around them is saying it's a globe. So it's not like it came out of a vacuum that now they're just saying it's flat for no reason. It's not unprovoked. It's not
ago, when no one was making that claim, and no one has made that claim for this entire conversation, but someone did say the Earth is flat. You heard it. I heard it. It happened. It just happened.
Yeah, but that guy wasn't making the claim for an argument or anything. He was just trolling. He knew that we were talking about it, so he said the Earth's flat.
Yeah, I mean he might be a troll.
And he said you're based if you think you're a flat earther or whatever.
Yeah, it just happened. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to inform you. It just happened. It just happened.
But I think I was serious though. I wasn't trolling.
Sure, but the point is we're having conversation, and you were on the hook for providing proof for the globe, and you never did.
Well, okay. I never said you can prove the globe. I've said the opposite. Like, go look at the stream. I don't know what you think you've been hearing.
You said it was a globe, right?
I said it is likely.
Okay, so you don't know.
It is likely a globe.
He's agnostic.
We've done this several times, Mr. Percent. Where I've said that
he's not agnostic. He's not agnostic. He'd call himself a globe earther, but he's just too scared to say it's a globe.
I am a globe earther. I'm a globe earther. I think you can call yourself a globe earther without making a deductive argument for it.
Well, Birdman, do you believe
You can just make a very strong. You can just make a very strong inductive argument for it, you know.
Do you believe in God?
Huh?
Do you believe in God?
You're very quiet. I can't hear you. Can someone put Manufactotum on mic, please? Because he'll defend. He'll make an argument for how he can prove the globe Earth.
I already gave you the argument of how you prove it. You need a space shuttle with camera on it. That's it.
Wait, what did you say?
Have a weird percentage. Have you seen that NASA document where they use plane and flat Earth as an equation to prove the airplane craft model or something? It's crazy.
Most army military documents and stuff like that are like that. They assume a flat, non-rotating Earth.
And what they say, they're like, "No, is this an hypothetical?" Like, bro, why is it in the first place an hypothetical? Because they know they can't calculate.
You little bitch. You a little bitch.
So you don't believe in God, right?
So I didn't do what? Sorry.
You don't believe in God, right?
I don't believe in God. Yes, I don't believe in God.
He's gay, bro. He doesn't even believe in himself.
Damn, bro. That's depressing, bro. How do you even survive it?
Why is it depressing? I'm not
You're
believed
trolling.
in God
You don't
since I was
actually
10.
don't not believe in God, right?
No, I don't believe in God. But I've not believed in God
What?
since I was
What's wrong
like
with
10.
you?
So then you know what
And,
that means? That means he is actually a globalist, you know. He actually is, and he's just scared in front of you to say no, I'm not a globe earther. I just don't know yet.
No, I'm a globe earther. What are
He
you
would
saying? I'm scared to say
he
it.
would have because you said this before. No, it is more likely that it is a
I
globe.
said
What do
you
mean
can't
it's
make a
more
knowledge
likely?
claim about it, but you can have a rational belief about it. I'm a globe earther. I'm a globe head. I'm a globe boy. I'm one of the globe boys. You know?
Is the sky blue?
You're just telling me what I believe.
Is the
and then
sky
you're going,
blue?
well, look
Is the sky blue or not?
Look at
Is
this
the sky
retard for
blue or not?
proclaiming this thing I just made up.
Is the sky blue or not?
You're a troll. You're a troll. You're a troll.
No,
I'm not
answer the
trolling.
question. Is the sky blue?
Is the sky blue?
Just quick yes or no. Is the sky blue?
He's gonna tell you he can't prove it.
Is grass green?
Well, I don't know the science behind why the sky is blue, but it
Does
appears
the
to
wind
be.
blow?
Well, you see the sky. You see the sky is.
Does the
blue
sun
because
shine?
there's Well, hold on.
Is water wet? Yes or
When you
no?
see-
Come on.
When you say the sky is blue, right? What is the sky and what makes it
my
blue,
God.
right? The sky appears to be blue, but is it blue? Probably not.
Okay, fine. Does the sky
Whatever we
appear
think
to
the
be
sky
blue?
is. Yes, it does.
Ask him if other people even exist.
Are you a hard solipsist?
No.
Is the grass green?
Yeah.
How does he know other people exist?
Does the sun shine?
Does the sun actually
Yes,
shine,
I
or is it more
guess
likely
it
that it
does.
shines?
But even if, I don't know if a flat earther would agree with that.
Is ice cold?
Yeah.
Is fire hot?
Yeah.
Is the earth a globe?
I knew it.
Well, probably, yeah.
Probably. You fucking
Probably.
prick. Fuck. What do you mean?
You're funny.
It's crazy.
Hello, everybody.
Hello,
I
somebody.
think that was a debate of you. My legs hurt.
Yeah. Why
You
did
can
I
sit on
hurt?
your lap.
Is
please,
water
for
wet?
centuries.
Guys, is water wet?
Well,
Yeah, it's
no, it
wet.
isn't.
Oh, is it?
No, it
Oh, oh, okay.
Is water wet? No. Thanks, sir.
What is water?
It's dry.
What is
Water is
what is
dry,
wetness?
bro.
What is wetness?
Oh, he's going for the fucking philosophical strawmans and shit. You know? Come on.
It's your girl when I'm with her on Saturday night.
I don't think you've ever touched a girl. And secondly, I'm gay,
I
so you
touched
haven't
your
touched my
mama.
boyfriend, which doesn't exist.
Please, yeah, I came out of my mother, so there you go.
You know, I'm dating my new factotum. Like, he's my IRL boyfriend.
You're blocked.
Gay?
To be honest.
Wait,
You know what's
man,
you know
I-
what's
Not
worse?
really.
You know what's worse than a
He's not
Glober
really.
guy?
I just like to fantasize sometimes.
You know what's worse than a Glober? A gay person. Jesus Christ.
Oh, come on. Not cut this shit.
That's crazy.
Come on. You guys didn't laugh? That's crazy.
No.
Bro, you need a little bit more pause.
No.
Cyclones in chat.
It was a good joke, but your timing was off.
Yeah, I'll try again in 10 minutes.
Yeah, I'm just listening. I don't really have time to speak, but it's interesting, Britnat. I bet
Please
before you
speak.
came into these conversations, you wouldn't have been so measured with your answer about whether Earth is a globe. You'd have just been like, yeah, it's a globe. I know it's a globe. But after just a couple of weeks of listening to us, you're like, well, no one can really know that it's a globe, but it's still a globe.
Well, you remember me saying, like, when I was in my history class, my history lecturer in my first year, many years ago now, it's about 4 years ago, 5 years ago, said that you can't prove the Earth is a globe. Like, it's not been something it's not new information. It's just like, when
Oh,
you
yeah,
say
you did say that.
when you say proof, it's like, do you mean proof in the sense of, like, okay, the very hard philosophical proof, like, you know, you're going to give a deductive argument, or do you mean, like, well, you know, proof on the balance of probabilities beyond reasonable doubt, or at least some standards of proof that we might have to operate in the world?
Well, I mean, the issue is there's no evidence really to present for the globe to make a case about reasonable doubt. Because, I mean, the only evidence you've really got is images and videos from unverifiable authorities.
Yeah, on the balance of probabilities, like, you shouldn't say on a balance of probabilities and then reasonable doubt in the same sentence, as if, you know, they're not the same at all. I'm sure
Yes,
you know
they
that.
are. Okay, so they're not the same. They're not the same.
No, they're not the
standard,
same. We only
right?
know that we experience a flat, motionless Earth. That's all we know. What we are told and what many people believe is that it's curved and in motion, but they don't know that. They've never experienced that or seen it.
I got a story for you, Britt, that you might like.
This is not possible,
Well,
bro.
Anyway, I've
hold
got to
on.
go on mute.
Let me just, before you ask that question, I just need to, like, go to the percent, what percent said, right? And I forgot what he said. But what Cyclone said
I was basically
interesting
talking about
because
the
he said-
value of doubt.
Yeah.
Or value of like
Oh
confidence.
yeah, okay,
in
yeah.
between the two.
Those are two different standards. One's lower than the other. On the balance of probabilities is a standard of proof, and beyond reasonable doubt is also another standard of proof. They're both used in law. So if you're doing, for instance, a crime like murder, to prove you guilty, they'll need beyond reasonable doubt. If you're doing it, if there's some sort of crime like I don't know, you stole something, then they'll only do on the balance of probabilities because it's not as serious.
No, balance
and,
probability is usually not used in criminal courts. It's usually used in civil court.
Well, it is used in criminal courts. Look at the UK.
No, it's well, America. Yeah, it's preponderance of evidence is civil, and beyond the
Yeah, but
reasonable doubt,
it doesn't
is
matter what you
criminal.
call it. It's just a lower standard. Like it's basically the same thing. It's just the idea that it's like there's more than one standard of proof.
Yeah, but my
right?
point is the
And it's not
standard
just
is so
beyond reasonable
different from each
doubt.
other. One's just 50.1% basically, and the other one is
Yeah.
like as close to 100% as you can get. They're very
Yeah.
very different.
Yeah, they
It's
are.
very
Of course
different.
they are.
Yeah. And also too, like with jurors in the civil case, they can be split or hung. Jurors in a criminal case, they can't be. All the jurors have to come to exactly the same conclusion, or it's a mistrial. So there's a second layer there too. It's not just what level of evidence. There's also like the checks and balances in there too. Who's analyzing and analyzing evidence?
Yep.
Okay.
But here, I got a
Well,
story
doesn't
for you,
really
Britt.
matter. It doesn't
Here's
matter
what-
which Hey, go on.
Oh shit. Okay. So this percentage knows about this too because he was there. That's why I'm kind of reciting it. So this one time I was on this Global server and they were trying to troubleshoot what the fuck's wrong with me. So they gave me this quiz. This guy called B-Ball or Earth is Life. He came up with a globe Earth globe model quiz. There's like 44 questions. But he threw out 10 of them because they had 10 of them or he misworded it. It was kind of janky. So I answered them in real time. He wanted me to Google, right? Because you're gonna Google it, and because I said I know the globe model better than you. I answered all 34 questions, 100% correct, mind you. Like some of them were like, what is the coordinates for New York City, and I just had happened to look at it not too long ago, so I just was able to spit it out. And he then he said, well, how the fuck do you know all this stuff about the globe and heliocentric, but you're a flat earther? And my response was the same way I know the Jedi Temple is on Coruscant. There's just a fucking story that I heard and I can regurgitate it. Doesn't mean I believe it. Percentage ran with that, and it was really good, a really insightful thing where he said that there's more proof of that Coruscant existing than the Earth being a globe, like in the fantasy world. Do you remember that percentage?
Maybe, I don't know.
Vaguely.
Oh, okay.
The logical fallacy, you just straw man.
he just he just jumped in to say like the fallacy thing really triggers a lot of globalists when you tell them, hey dude, your logic's fallacious, and then here's why. Okay, like here is the formal logical fallacy you just committed.
Well,
And
it
they're like,
depends on
holy
the fallacy,
shit.
right? Like if you do affirm the consequent, then obviously that is a form of fallacy. But there's there's a lot of informal fallacies that are thrown out. Like I hear red herring a lot, but red herring isn't like this kind of damning thing that destroys your argument. You could say that, right? Doesn't mean the person's argument's bad or wrong, right?
Well, there's the epic red
No, it just
herring
means they're not
earlier.
addressing the argument directly.
Yeah, the epic red herring earlier was like the guy we're talking about how flat Kansas is. An old boy said volcanoes. You're like, huh? He's like, yeah, like the lava will like kind of pour out and then like flatten out the land. Like, dude, how many volcanoes are in
I mean,
Kansas?
it was more to it than that. Like initially, he was just not answering the question. He kept on saying like space and tides and the moon, like things that had absolutely no relevance to what was actually asked, which was the math of Kansas being flatter than a pancake. mathematical evidence that it's flatter than a pancake or whatever.
Yeah, that
And
was
he had
his thing too.
he had
That
no rebuttal.
math, the only way to find out the truth is the math has to work. As soon as the math works, that's truth. They're like, okay, well, sure, mathematically, Kansas is flatter than a pancake. Space and the moon, volcanoes and erosion, dust particles. You're like, what the fuck, dude? Like, this is like one red herring after another. Can you come back to math and the surface of the earth, which is Kansas, the part we're looking at right now?
Now
He's
the
like,
question
yeah,
is,
but like,
like red herrings and like these informal fallacies, do they have to be done with intention for them to be fallacious, or if the guy genuinely thinks it's relevant and it's not relevant, does it still count as red herring?
yeah, if he thinks it is, if he's able to connect it somehow in his own worldview, then no, it would be a red herring.
Okay, so even if he thinks it's completely relevant, but he's not able to connect it, in reality, then it's still red herring, even though his intention wasn't for it to be so.
Yeah, because like what I said earlier, like can build a wall on a ball. You could kind of say that was a red herring. It's kind of bummer how quickly the chat resets. Cause like going back to where that stuff was and it's gone.
What do you mean rape? Oh, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, the Carl Sagan quote where he's like, "From space you don't see fucking boundaries, dumbasses." Scott Mackey was here yesterday. He was fucking wasted. He's like, "Why are you guys talking about hate shields?" And we're like, "Dude, no, we're talking about the Apollo and Artemis program." But you said heat shield. And like, yeah, dude, because they told me, right? If you believe their story, they've canceled Christmas because they don't have a heat shield. He's like, heat shield. I'm like, okay, you're on mute, dude. Like, seriously, you're just blithering. Like, you're so wasted right now. It's like I'm not even sure what happened. I mean, normally he'll get high, like blitzed, but he'll still be able to at least follow something that he's hearing. I'm like, dude, like you always whip it on Johnny B for being too intoxicated to have a conversation. It's like right now you're Johnny B level of wasted, man. It's like seriously.
So we can see stars in the sky. How does when these people from NASA say they're going in space, taking all these videos, how do the stars just disappear? Because in a lot of NASA imagery, the background of when they take these Earth shots, there's nothing there, no stars.
It's exposure time.
It just took about 5 decades to expose it. Not really though. People at the time knew that Nixon was faking that shit. Like people thought, oh, everyone was so happy about the moon missions. People were like, what the fuck is this dumb shit? What's Nixon up to now? Bullshit. People are worried about the political climate right now. It's nothing like it was back then. Okay,
Dude, the
you think
political
like
climate now is garbage.
yeah, it's like a joke. It's like funny. Like you're laughing how stupid it is. Back then, it was ramped. I mean, you had secret enemies lists. You had the CIA and the FBI. Like following around political dissent. People getting assassinated. People getting charged with crimes if they were like civil rights leaders. You had the fire trucks, like fire trucks just unleashing the hoses on protesters. College campuses with a National Guard just opening fire. You think like today is hot, okay? Like it's not even warm. It's not even today's political climate. It's not even lukewarm. It's like it's a comedy skit. Like you turn on the political news, you're like, what dumb shit happened today in Washington? Oh, some dude passed out, made a funny face. Some congresswoman jacked her boyfriend off in a movie theater. You're like, what? It's fucking funny. It's like you're laughing at it. Where in the '60s you were like, holy shit, is a balloon gonna go up? Like you're wondering, when's the shooting gonna start? Oh, it has started. When's it? Okay, it stopped though. Okay, good. The close call. There's a lot, like I mean, come on already. Like no political debates. Like somehow, oh, there's not gonna be any debates this year. So what? Like,
Yo,
I'll
Crit.
watch. Yeah.
I'm from Canada, dude. Have you ever seen I'm not sure if you've seen what our House of Commons looks like, but they record our debates, dude. It's literally one side saying, "You're not doing anything for Canadians while we're doing everything," and then the other side says the exact same thing, dude.
Yeah, political theater.
Trudeau tells people to fuck off in the House of Commons, and he'll just walk out.
I think that the best thing that came out of Canada lately was when the truckers were honking their horns, and he got triggered by that.
Oh, dude, I love that. I was part of that. I had to drive 4 hours to go there.
It's like just honking your horn would trigger someone so severely. It's like the Canadian geese honks. I'm sure you've heard enough honking in your life.
Crit. Regarding that, there was a person from one of our politicians. She went on television and said, "How much must we listen to this honking for? Did you know honk honk is an abbreviation for Hail Hitler?"
Oh, get the fuck out of here! Real, I've never heard that before.
I'm not joking. Hold on, let me check. Let me find the video. I'm playing a game. I gotta go back to town. I'll find the video for you.
Okay.
All right, I found it. You gonna watch this video?
Yeah, I'll watch it for sure.
All right, Crit, watch that. It's a 40-second clip. She said honk honk is Hail Hitler. with the person in the background wearing their fucking face diaper.
I can't
That
believe
person
she can
has
say.
major cognitive dissonance. That person, or she's a crazy manipulator.
She said with a straight face too. Like she's like, you got blood money coming in from America. And
Dude, they were saying Trump was funding it all.
That's what I know. I just watched it. She thinks that these illegal blockades to shut down the dutifully elected Canadian government.
Dude, our fucking Canadian politics is a fucking shit show, bro. I honestly think it's worse than Biden.
And then she says, and then look how bad social media is. Wow.
Yeah.
Like first world problems, I
Yo,
tell you.
Crit. When I was there were lines of people at one point crying to the police saying, "We love you. Don't do this to us," as the police were fucking beating them with sticks and batons. It's fucked up.